Get it.
Get it.
Get it.
You better get it.
Get it. Get it.
Reset.
Get It Day! Big discounts on lots of items you need for this season. 50% off tons of flags from Style Plus and 20% off apparel and more. All sale items can be found at guardcloset.com/getitday. Enter the code GET50 for 50% off select flags, or enter code GET20 on the other items you find at guardcloset.com/getitday for 20% off those items. Only one code per transaction. Guard Closet. We're here to help.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Look, here we are.
Here we are. We finally made it.
And it's so funny because I was like, you know, in typical my fashion was like last night, like, okay, we have all this stuff. And then I was like laying there and I was like, no, you know what? We have lots of stuff to talk about for 8 hours. 8 hours, everyone. 8 hours we're going to be here on Get It Day. Because we have so much stuff to talk about and show and have discounts for that. I was like, I'm not really gonna plan this all out. Like, we don't need to script it all out. We have a little rundown for throughout the day where me and you will be here, and we've got the coupon codes and some of the looks that we're going to be looking at that are already on sale.
Right.
We have Jackie stopping by at some point. Everybody from Guard Closet stopping by. Chris Farley's going to be here later with consignment from Texas. You have like special people going on at the Pennsylvania warehouse later. So I mean, we're here all night until 8 o'clock this evening Eastern Standard Time. We are here to answer questions. We're here to give information. We're here to show you all of the fun stuff. So how are you doing, Christine?
Well, I'm pretty good. We got here about 9 o'clock this morning, actually, and started working our way through some more consignments. We got additional consignments in even as recently as yesterday. We have a large queue of consignments from lots of different places lined up. We're really digging through at a good pace also. And I mean, stuff is going to be listed daily over, the next couple of days. It's going to keep flying along. I'm probably going to be spending most of my next week just listing additional things on the site. So if you're somebody who's shopping and you don't necessarily see it now, keep looking through the inventory, keep up to date. When you get on the site, flip the filter so that it shows you newest items first. If you've done a lot of browsing and you want to see what's showing up first. I like to put some highlights on Instagram from time to time too of things that are coming soon. I know there's been a couple of teasers on Instagram. There's a really nice set of band jackets.
You've got a lot of nice stuff coming. Don't just between you and Chris,
right?
You've got a ton of stuff ready to come. We have someone definitely watching. We can already show, because if you're watching, please comment in below. We can show the comments. Here's Caitlin, is new coach trying to learn something new.
Oh, we've got lots to share.
and she says she's desperate need of flagpoles on a tight budget. The school doesn't really get funding. Also needing 2 rifles. So a lot of our items are on sale today. Mostly today is flags, and there's some apparel stuff. All of our design services from Design Closet are on sale with 20% off. So here's kind of like a little bit of the rundown. And what I'll do is I'll kind of, as we're talking, I'm going to share my screen so that everybody can see. Of course, I have to go fix that. But basically,
Are you
we
gonna
have
do like a TV
everything
guide here?
available.
What's coming up?
If you go to guardcloset.com/getitday, there's tons of items there, flags, apparel, design items, just a ton of stuff. And this is the first one we're doing, this Get It Day. We're going to do another one later on. But there's discounts on clearance shoes that Christine has that she'll be talking about at some point. So if you're interested in shoes, check in later. Christine will be probably talking about shoes in like the 4 o'clock hour. She's got some great customers coming on to talk about how the process is with all of the consignment and buying and all of that kind of stuff. But honestly, just to go through, that page, guardcloset.com/getitday, there's tons of stuff there. So any of the merchandise you see there that I think is listed with the ISF code, or which is an in-stock flag, or any of the shaded metallics, anything on there that's a flag is going to be 50% off that price, which is pretty good. I mean, you've got crystal clear lame flags listed at $30. It's 50% off, so it's $15 for those flags, which is like a really good price for all of this stuff. So,
and those are brand new.
Brand new, right? Not consignment. You're right. Not consignment.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a good thing to point out, is that a lot of people know us really well for consignment, but in the recent months, we have brought in a lot of additional new gear, brand new closeout, overstock types of things that we're going to be really, getting those great discounts for today, to give you the opportunity to get some new stuff into your hands too for some really great prices also, which is great.
It's pretty crazy. We partnered with Style Plus on this day to get a lot of the clearance and closeout items that we're looking at. All right, I feel like very QVC right now. It's like, all right, another order, please.
I know, that's wonderful.
We're having very QVC day. We're having a very QVC day, which is
and exciting. What's really cool is the most recent order that came in is a mix of both those overstocks and some of the things we have consignment, which I think is really great. I mean, that shows, that people are seeing all the things we have to offer, all the variety that's here. And, something that we were just talking about, because we were pulling out some uniforms for later, you have to remember is that we're not just guard stuff either, not just guard gear. There's plenty here for marching bands. There's plenty here for if people are planning ahead for indoor percussion, all that kind of stuff. There's plenty of variety here. And then later on, when we show you some of those uniforms specifically, we're going to take a look at that as well, at some of those other options. Because, there's a lot happening visually and what's expected of the marching band now. And if you're a marching band that maybe has been a little bit more of a traditional approach, and you're kind of dipping your toes into this whole, complete visual package, complete show theme with costuming and stuff, maybe, we can help you get started with that, and dip your toes into that. So that's all coming.
Yeah. I just have to say it's so exciting because obviously I see the back end of the website, and as items are about to get put on, but I'm not there in the warehouse with you or with Chris. So I don't get to open the boxes and be like, oh my gosh, look at this fun stuff we're going to be putting on the website soon. And
it's like Christmas.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's like Christmas for me, but just in a little form on the website where I'm just oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
In the warehouses, we get the real deal, and we get to take a box that shows up at the door. And I mean, a lot of times, I know it's coming, but a lot of times
it often shows up to your house, though. Let's not forget that.
Right? And stuff shows up at my house too. Exactly. I have some of it in my bedroom right now that I have to get, or in my garage, things like this. But yeah, I mean, it's opening up those boxes and seeing all the really, really beautiful things. Really well-designed gear, a lot of things that have been taken care of and are in impeccable condition. Condition. Yeah, and that's one of the things too that we really push, is making sure that the quality is really high, so that when you're committing to a purchase of used gear, you're getting something that's going to be very useful to you. It's going to make your performers look great. It's going to make your production look great, but you're going to save some money, and you're going to help out another school at the same time. You're going to pay it forward to somebody else and help them recoup some budget money. And you're keeping stuff out of a landfill or keeping stuff out of somebody else's storage area, which is
out of your own basement.
Out of your own basement, right? Yeah. So, there's a lot of advantages there.
Yeah, and I think what's great about what we're doing today is we're sort of combining the two, right? We have new stuff and consignment stuff that's going to be on sale all day long.
Right.
And if you have questions or you're confused about anything, we're here all day to answer your questions. Like, that's why we're here.
Right.
We do have, and I showed this from Caitlin, who's still watching. What do you recommend equipment apparel wise for girls who have no experience in very different body types? Do you think certain flag materials are easy to use? I personally have no preference. So this is what I would say, first off, about inexperienced groups. I had a group of, it was a larger group. It was probably about 24, 25 in the color guard. They, about like 16 to 18 of them were brand new. So it's like you had like 6 or so that were like pretty decent and able to do some stuff, but then the rest were, a little brand new. So, and it was the start of COVID too, or like in the middle of COVID. So like rehearsal time was like, oh my God, what are we going to do? We don't know how much we're going to have. So I put them mostly on swing flags. Like, it seems like maybe the wrong thing to say, because if you get a swing flag, and I recommend if you get a swing flag that you get a big swing flag, right? But like to put them on swing flags where they're just focused on their body and they're just worried about this one little piece for at least part of the show, right? Like maybe the other people in the color guard are doing more difficult, challenging things while some of the newer kids or whatever are doing swing flags. There's not a problem with that, honestly. I mean, especially in the marching band world. You're not going to get crucified for that, but go big, right? Go big and get big swing flags. There's lots of swing flags on sale, on Get It Day, as well as throughout the site. I mean, there's swing flags that aren't on sale that are like listed at like as $20 flags. So, I mean, it's pretty amazing some of the prices that we have going on today for everything. So, Caitlin, I hope that helps. Flag material is pretty generic anymore. It's it is what it is. But I do want to share this because these are on the website and I'm sort of excited about them, and I'm actually shocked that we have them already on clearance. They're Genesis flags, okay? And I know a lot of people I'm looking for the information. A lot of people know that I talk a lot about the Genesis flags because I just think they're a simple, fantastic way to really inexpensively get, color and sparkle out on the field. And this is the new version of Genesis, and it's very exciting because, as many of you know, when you're those of us that are a little bit older, I guess is the way to say it, dealt a lot in lame, a lot in lame, and the new flags out there that Style Plus has done is taken a plain colored flag and added very, very, very small, like little dots to it that you could see, right? Very, very small little dots. So that from far away, this material outside and inside under the lights looks like lame. Like legitimately, let me see if this light will like shine better on it, because I feel like it's like really good. Oh yeah, see? Like you can already see that's shinier. Like versus, right, this is a flag. Here's a flag without that sort of shininess to it, right? Like you could, I mean, it's got a little bit of reflectiveness right over here, but I mean, that's just sort of the main light. But like this, that's different. That's like full coverage, and that's like, you could see how that is definitely different. So,
and obviously, it looks like it's going to hold up a whole lot better than that lame does, because, I mean, after a while, that lame like literally starts to shred. And, right, look at that. Caitlin says, I love this. Of course, they're awesome, and they're going to hold up a whole lot better too, And
yeah, it's terrible. It's a terrible design. It's a terrible design when you have LeMay down here at the end of the pole tap where you're like holding on all the time. It always tears, right away from like right here. It's just not strong enough. It just is not strong enough. So it comes in a bunch of different colors, all over the place. Tons of colors it comes in. So definitely check that out. I'm super excited about all of those. But we can so we have a ton of people showing up throughout the day. Chris Green from Florida is going to be on later to talk about microsites, which are fantastic. Microsites are, for any of those watching, is the easiest way for you and your band directors to not have to collect any money but get all of the orders done, right? So you create a website.
Take the orders.
Right. Yeah. We do all the work. You decide the items. You send us a list of the items you want to appear. We give you a website, guardcloset.com/Main Street High School, and you go and you check it out. And then all of your students can buy those items, shoes, gloves, the costume, whatever you have your students normally buy, t-shirts. You have the warm-ups. I know I'm doing warm-ups for one school right now we're working on. So all of that stuff is going to go on the microsite. And then you give that address, guardcloset.com/Main Street High School, whatever your school's name is, to all of your students. You give them like a 2-week time frame. They go in, they purchase it, the parents pay their credit card, whatever it is. Everything gets collected, shipped to the school, and then you distribute it out to all of your students. You don't have to collect the money. You don't have to read, you're not worried. Did so-and-so pay? Did you get the check? Oh, no, I got the check, but I gave it to the band booster president. No, you didn't give it to me. I gave it to the treasurer. Like, there's none of that loss. There's no headache. There's none of that. It's just, hey, guys, I need these items for my band. And we put them on a website, and they all go on the website, and it's fine, and it's lovely, and it's wonderful.
And then that way too, you can spend your time actually rehearsing and doing your program, developing your program, things that you want to do during your rehearsal time, and not just be dealing with running around chasing kids. Maybe you are in a band that doesn't have as many parent volunteers as you'd like, or maybe parent volunteers that aren't as reliable with some things, and you are ending up taking care of a lot of it as yourself, as the director or the instructor. You don't have to do that. Let us step in and take care of that for you, so that you can focus on, teaching your students, working with technique, developing your program, doing what, we want to do. So, yeah.
And then not have to worry about the parents saying, I gave you the check.
Oh.
Susie didn't bring in the check. I gave her the check to bring in. Like,
no,
it's that. Like, what happened.
And then she forgot it. And then Susie doesn't know that she was supposed to give the check to somebody. I mean, I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher. I see that stuff all the time. Well, my mom said that I was supposed to do this, but I don't know what this is for. Do you know what this check is for? And then maybe the check doesn't even have anything written on it as what it's for. Maybe it's supposed to go to the band director for something totally different,
Right,
maybe the band director is collecting money for reeds, and then you gave the kid gives you the check and you thought it was for shoes, and it's a whole big mess. So no, nobody wants to be doing that. When everybody's at rehearsals, particularly in the summertime, I mean, kids are in and out, they're going on vacation, or they're going to be at this thing instead, and they're coming late and all this other kind of stuff. No, why run around and do all that stuff? I mean, I've seen that, as an instructor with lots of bands. I've seen that. I've seen kids running around with checks, and where's so-and-so's mom? I have to give her this check, and can
it's
you take cash?
It's just so inconvenient, like the entire thing. So that's why we came up with the the little microsite system, so that you can easily have your kids' stuff taken care of, and you're not like worried about it. You, the instructor, you, the director, are not worried about it. And I think that that's kind of like the biggest thing with all of this, is that I'm so like, I'm just so not about the extra work that
tired of collecting money and taking orders from your students.
that
Oh,
I
there
just,
we go.
that, yeah, I know. I was going to pull it up for everybody. I just like jumped in real quick. But I can show you this little video that we have about microsites. So I'm going to jump off. Christine, could you talk about microsites, a little bit of
Sure.
consignment? We'll be
Yeah.
back, but take a look at this quick little commercial on microsites for anybody that's curious.
Cool.
Tired of collecting money and taking orders from your students? We take the orders for you. We collect the payments for you. Students purchase directly from our website. We ship it to you, and then you're done and ready for the season. Anything you need your students to buy, we can stock in your microsite. Don't use up your rehearsal time collecting orders and money. Guard Closet. We're here to help.
Oop, hold on. Hold on. There we go. Sorry. I couldn't get my move. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean
yeah.
that.
I'm gonna step out.
Okay, sure.
I'll be back in just a few minutes. Gotta fix a technical issue real quick, and then
All right.
we'll be back. Christine is on. Take it over, Christine.
Yeah, well, now that we just got to see that great video, we can talk a little bit more about microsites. Like we said, microsites are a really great way to make sure that you're making things a lot easier on yourself when it comes to getting your students the gear that they need, whether it's going to be their shoes or their gloves or other equipment like that. A lot of that incidental kind of stuff that maybe kids need from one year to the next. A lot of times I've run into a situation where maybe the kids aren't sure that they need something. They have to go home and check, are my shoes still at home? I don't know. I had to check the closet. And when you're trying to take orders in the summertime and things like that, I've seen, band parent volunteers running around with papers, trying to pull kids out of rehearsal. That's also been another thing. I remember times that I experienced as an instructor where we're trying to learn new drill and we've got everybody on the field. And then all of a sudden they say, no, we have to find out how many or what size these 5 kids need for shoes. No, not now, not while we're trying to teach the drill. So we make that a lot easier when it comes to microsites because you send them that link. The kids can access it on their phones. They can access it on their laptops. Families can access it on their phones and laptops. They place the order right there. That's all you got to do. Really, probably the only thing you would have to keep track of is just who placed the order and who didn't place the order. You have an idea in your a list or something like that of all the students that are new, that are going to need shoes, that are going to need gloves, whatever. And you just make sure that they place their order. We can update you with that throughout the process because we see the orders come in and who they belong to, which students they belong to. So we're going to know who has placed their order and who hasn't. We can take care of all of that. We've had some situations in the past too where a student might need some financial assistance and maybe the band boosters or somebody is paying for the shoes or the gloves for the student because they need some financial assistance. And we can take care of all of that as well. Sometimes what we do is we just place an extra separate order on the end that takes care of all those students that maybe are receiving a scholarship or financial assistance for the boosters or something like that. So that's something also that can be handled that can be taken care of in the process of those microsites. Sometimes we might get a little concerned. We're like, well, is this going to work for my group? Well, we can make it work for your group. And that's always our goal, is to make it work for your group. One thing to remember with our microsites also is that we can pull from several different vendors. So we are a vendor for Style Plus. We're a vendor for Dinkles. We're a vendor for Director Showcase. So any of those items, and they can all be mixed and matched. Let's say that your guard wants to go with the Everjazz from DSI, but that the band is going to be wearing Vanguards from Dinkles. And then maybe you need a Style Plus glove or something like that. It's completely fine to mix and match, and we can make that happen for you because we are a dealer for all those vendors. So you're not just locked into one manufacturer either for your microsite order. We've had other schools as well, if they do spirit wear or anything like that, the show t-shirt for that year, all of those things can be put on a microsite. Basically, anything that you want your students to be able to buy and purchase can all go on a microsite. And again, the the main thing that you have to take care of then, once you get the order, is just distributing it to your students. We send you a sheet, it's broken down by the name. Joey gets, this size shoe. He ordered this glove. He got a show t-shirt. You distribute it. It's all done. And that's really the only task that's on you then after that, besides telling us what you want on the microsite and us working out the pricing for you. It really helps too to keep students from accidentally buying the wrong thing on their own. There's a lot of stuff out there, and it's very easy to shop online. But and sometimes parents say, oh, well, we'll just go get it ourselves. Well, yeah, that would be okay. Sure, thanks for taking the initiative. But unfortunately, you might run into a situation where you accidentally get the wrong thing. And, or you might not be able to get it as a good a price also as we can offer you either. So that's another important thing. And
I just wanted to pull up and show an example of like what the microsite could look like.
Sure.
So this is an example of a microsite that you could have. Obviously, it would be your school, not Main Street High School. And we kind of put this together, in kind of a generic way so that everybody can kind of see what you can kind of get. And again, as Christine was saying, any items are possible, right? Like you could do anything, but you could pick any glove, shoe, band shoe, any product, anything that you need. We can add on to this site, and then they just go there, they pick their size, they add it on. I mean, obviously this is sold out because these aren't real items, but this is essentially what it would look like, just like a regular website, only smaller. So like if you
right, and when we send that link to the students, that's the only thing they can see. Even though we have thousands of items on our website, we're going to bring it all down to just one page. So they're going to go to that one page, that one shopping site. We've also gone so far as to label things so that if you have certain students that need to get certain things, I mean, sometimes we as instructors and stuff, we take things for granted. We all speak that band and guard language, but you have to remember is that not all of our parents and families speak that band and guard language. And we have a lot of parents,
true.
Right. We have a lot of parents and families who are very well-intentioned and will do anything they can for their child. However, sometimes they hit the wrong button. Does my child need fingerless gloves or does my child need regular gloves? I have no idea. Well,
right.
We can
not
help
your job.
that.
Actually, you don't even need to know. That's the whole thing with this.
Because we just label it, right? We just label it. If your child plays, you need to order fingerless gloves.
Oh my
God.
God.
We take care of that. Or, is your child in the guard or in the band proper? Well, if your child is in the guard, they are going to order these gloves. They are not going to order these gloves for the band proper. And we're not trying to say that to, come down on anyone, but again, as we as instructors who have been doing this for a long, long, long time, we just take that knowledge for granted. And there are some folks who are newer to the marching arts. Maybe their child has been a sports kid all the way up to this point, and now all of a sudden is jumping into the marching band as a freshman. They don't speak the language, and we help them speak the language so that they make sure they're getting the right thing. And they're confident, and we're not wasting money, with returns and wasting time with returns and things like that. So that's another big thing. We take everybody through the process step by step, make it very easy so that, it's easy for the directors and it's easy for the parents and families too.
Well, I did want to go back and we talk a little bit about the items that we have offering on Get It Day. So we could pull up our little website here and talk a little bit about it. Again, if you go to guardcloset.com/getitday, you'll see all of these amazing items. And on the first page is all of our design services, which if you use the code GETIT20 today, for the next 24 hours and use the code GETIT20, you'll get 20% off all of these design services. So this first page is show logos. If you need a logo design for your t-shirt, or, everybody wants a t-shirt, everybody wants a show shirt. We can design logos for you. We have our consultation fees, which is everything from full show coordination, flag design, costume design, making them all fit together, choreography, drill, music arranging, percussion, like literally everything you need for your marching band show can be done right through Guard Closet. Like you literally could come to us and say, I have this amount of money and I need a show, and we can give that to you because no one else has. I mean, literally, I'm like looking at everybody directly now. Literally, nobody else has this available to them. Like, I want to throw that out there that we can literally put together your show for your budget because we have access to every item that is out there and possible, including consignment, right? So when we have our designers and our show coordinators like looking at your show and they're like, well, we want to spend, let's say $100 per kid for flags. Well, let's say $75 per kid for flags, right? And that sounds like maybe a lot to some people, but if you think about it, if each flag is $30, let's say, and it's a printed flag, 3 flags for a show is already $90. So you've already spent above that 75. Well, we are capable, we as our designers and the designers that are part of Guard Closet really know how to look at the total package and go, well, we can get this $30 flag and then we could get this $45 flag. Well, maybe not that one. We could get another like plain flag that's maybe only $20. I just saw somebody earlier buy a swing flag on our site, which was beautiful, for $20, which is like crazy for a swing flag, especially as large as those are now. But and then maybe a consignment flag that ends up being like a $10 flag, but still fits all within the show. If you're going to one of those companies or calling up, somebody that does the box shows or something like that, you'll probably get everything in the box. You'll get the box design. Maybe they'll design the flags. Maybe they'll design the uniforms. Maybe not. Maybe you're still hunting and pecking around for all that kind of stuff. But like Guard Closet has the ability to do all of that for you. So Winter Guard floor design, show shirts design, band tops, custom costumes, and not just tops, but the tunics and the unitards and the everything. So that's some really great stuff that we have.
The other thing I was thinking about too, Jeremy, is like, we're talking about working with people's budgets and, here's this pot of money. What are we going to do with it and stuff? Let's kind of flip it around for a second. All right. Sometimes when people are looking through our consignment inventory, they might see something that they really, really love, and they're excited about saving that money by purchasing consignment. But let's say maybe there aren't enough for what they need. We can help them to get additional, flags or costumes manufactured to fill out that set, but they're still going to save money. And the other thing too is, let's flip it around and let's say, maybe they see something on consignment that's really inspiring. That's like, wow, this really speaks to what our show is all about and what we want to do with our production. Well, then why not then design around that consignment item? You could start with that as your building block and then bring in some other things around it that are new or custom designed to go with it. Why not use that as inspiration? And
I think that's the thing. That's the thing that all of the people that work with Guard Closet, and hopefully some of them are going to be stopping by soon. I know some of them were planning to come during this first hour. That's what they're capable of. That's who we brought in to Guard Closet to help. I don't like to say that we sell you the products, is that we work with you to accomplish your show, right? So whatever that is, that's what we do, is we want to make sure that we work with you on that. So our people that are brought in are designers, are instructors, are people doing the work anyway, but now, and they've been doing it for a long time. So now they're ready to do it and able to do it for other people. And so that is super exciting that we not only have all of these talented people coming in, but these small business people, right? Like these people are making a living off of this. And it's more than just going to a website, typing in the web browser and doing a search and bringing up whatever's there, and you're sort of stuck with whatever's there. Coming through us, it's a completely different experience, right? It is a person to person experience. You're going to get that person that's watching your costume. If you ordered a costume, one of the biggest things with people is like, oh my God, I ordered a costume and I don't know, when is it coming? How long is it? Where is it? Blah, 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 blah. And like, we watch those for you and we go, oh, it'll be here soon, and oh, it's coming, and oh, it's so we work that inside information because we're talking directly to the manufacturers, and so we're able to answer all that stuff for you. So when you really are looking at design with companies, and that's something that you need, whether it's choreography for one song, whether you need the flag ensemble written, you need the rifle part rewritten, a dance section written, band body written, whatever, little drill rewrite, music rewrite, whatever you need, we can help you navigate that, whatever that is, right? But looking at some of the other things, we've added a whole bunch of apparel, which I think is super exciting. I love this one, the Color Guard Captain bag, little fanny pack action for you, right? That like, every captain, actually every Color Guard person really would be smart to have one of these on your person. Like during rehearsals, during band camp, you have your little sunblock, your little chapstick, you have your drill book, you have a pencil, you have extra tape, you might need a little Band-Aid you put in there. And the Color Guard Captain bag can help all of that little extra stuff that is just needed for out there on the field, right? Like running around like crazy people. The band, like sometimes are wearing like backpacks and like all this kind of stuff. And we're out there twirling and dancing our butts off. So like getting something like this, is super cute. Says I'm the Color Guard Captain, right? And like right now, if you use the code GET20, you'll get 20% off that price, which is really fun. I made this because I was just sick and I think this should be given to every band director out there. So if you've got a band director out there, maybe get them one of these lovely stainless steel travel mugs. They'll thank you for the travel mug part, but then you'll get to educate them on Color Guard Vocabulary 101. Color Guard Vocabulary 101. Because I just feel like, there's just a whole lot of band directors out there that do not know these words. And so maybe
sometimes they're afraid to learn the words too.
Well, that's a whole
sometimes they just say, oh, I don't deal with that. So-and-so does that. And, y'all just go over there and do that. So, why not give your director just a little nudge and say, here you go,
Here you go. Happy band camp. Now come over to my rehearsal and learn some of these words so that when you're standing on the, you're standing during rehearsal up at the top, you're screaming, oh my God, that thing that you do with that
thing that you did, right?
And
what is that thing that you did?
Yeah, that just looks at you going, what?
Well, and see too that it helps too to open up the conversation. And I think, it helps the band as a whole to, come together as a more cohesive unit. Also, when the students are understanding what, the other section are doing. And when you see them do that thing that the band director just pointed out and they didn't know what to call it, let's understand how difficult that thing is to do,
right.
And
we're not even asking for you know what? I don't even demand the respect that you understand how hard it is to do what we're doing. I simply want you to know what we're doing. You could just, even if it's just like you stop by the rehearsal for like, a half an hour to like learn some of the vocabulary, just jump in and do it. Like it's your job. Like make everybody in the band feel special. I hate the band directors that are like, my color guard's so small. My color guard, how do you grow your color guard? Blah, blah, blah. But they're the ones up there like ridiculing the color guard while like, but you see the band directors and some band directors out there have like been in color guard and like those color guards are generally huge. Why? Because they know how to speak to those people. Like, and it makes you feel like a welcome family. You don't see those color guard kids every single day in your band class. Sometimes like you only see them at rehearsals and during band camp and at shows or whatever. Like, so have some respect for them and like bring them along into your everyday vocabulary, just like just like you do with the rest of the band.
Very true. And you know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of some of the cool things that I've seen, come from our designers for the color guard, so that they have like apparel to wear for football games and things like that. And I remember some really great things that you came up with. So, yes, they have a costume for competitions and shows and things like that. But then, when they're at the Friday night football game or they're at the parade and things like this, where they're in a different atmosphere, they're in a different setting, they're playing to a different audience also. Mm-hmm. And the other thing, when they go out and say maybe you're a band that has to do some sort of pregame kind of pep thing or something like that, if that's an expectation at your school, let's have the band go out and they're going to play this pregame pep thing. But then the guard is going to go out in these elaborate costumes for the show about artificial intelligence, right? It doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. And it makes the audience, who is just our regular everyday people that are supporting the band, financially, or, having their hot dog. Yep, there they are, right? So
this is perfect. This this isn't on sale, but like I did want to bring it up because this is what you're talking about.
Yes.
This is like a cheap, inexpensive look. $50 for this tunic. You could add on like your school logo, like down on the bottom for like another like $10 maybe, a full color logo, and now you have a lovely like Friday night look, right? Or parade look that isn't the mermaid costume. I mean, that's super inexpensive to get. And makes all the people around you like feel more amazing and wonderful, because too many people, I mean, I work parades, right? Like, and so all I hear is the people on the side, on the street going, why is that mermaid walking down the street at a Christmas parade? Like, why is that happening? I'm not going to buy their candy bars, or I'm not going to support their car wash because they can't even bother to care about our Christmas parade, right? So like,
exactly.
Like, I know I'm as competitive as it is, right? I'm super competitive. I love competition marching band. I love competition color guard. But our job is school spirit.
Yes.
That's the job.
Yeah.
That's why the band budget exists. And I know people might not want to hear that.
It's just the truth. And you have to remember too, is that is what a lot of administrators expect as well. Yeah. How does this ensemble represent our school as a whole? How does it represent our district as a whole? And if you're going out there in something that see, Brett says, yay, there's Brett. So
Brett, if you got the link, come on. Come on.
Brett should come
Anybody that listen, and if you want to join us in this chat and be live with us, like, feel free. Like, feel free. Reach in the comments. We'll reach out to you. You can join us on the live. We are totally here for that. Love to have conversations with people. Totally. So, yes.
But yeah, I mean, right, exactly. So, that administration is expecting to see that. And it takes a long time and a lot of effort to educate an administration on what it means to have that elaborate production that happens, in a competitive production. They don't always understand that. So if you're in a situation where maybe you're trying to rebuild the program, or you're trying to establish some new things with the program, stuff like that, that's where you got to start. You got to get that hook on what the general public understands, what the administration understands. That's your way to do it, to speak to them and say, look at this band, look at this entire band, including the color guard, representing our school. And we can get you those options that you can have, as part of your wardrobe. But then we can also get you the other options too, that are going to help you with the competitive wardrobe that, that you're
all in budget. Right. All in budget.
All in budget. Yeah, absolutely.
All in budget.
And if you consign with us, then send us your stuff that you're not using anymore, then we can flip that around and we can get you a whole bunch of money back. And if you opt for store credit, we're going to be able to get you 75% of that consignor return for store credit to get new gear. Why not?
Credit to buy new gear. You're literally turning your trash, somebody else's treasure, into new stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, don't tell me you don't have a budget for new flags when you've got flags from years sitting in your closet that you know you're not going to use, that you just send to us. We sell them. You turn it around into new flags, and maybe you don't get, maybe you need $1,000 to buy all the flags, and all of the consignment gets you $500, right? And so now you only spend $500 on brand new. Like it's totally crazy. I'm going to keep going through some items. I had to make this after the color guard vocabulary conversation. Does the color guard even get it? We don't just get it, we got it. So nice. I think that every color guard person should be wearing this fall, or at least this summer during camp. So you can let everybody know that we don't just get it, we got it. So again, this is 20% off with the code GET20. Just put it in at checkout. And if you're having any problems checking out or anything like that, I see a lot of people like online looking at things. I can see all the metrics of where everybody is, and I can see you all on the store, like looking through all the items and all that kind of stuff. So if you're having any problems, please let us know. And if you have any questions about any flags in particular, anything like that, like definitely let us know.
There's a lot going on the website. I mean, and we could even do some like screen share kind of tutorial here. Like,
absolutely.
If you're looking for this, go to this menu and follow this breadcrumb trail, and you're going to find this. Or if you're looking for this, do it that way. I mean, I love online shopping, but it's amazing to see how different websites are set up. And, there are certain tricks too with filters and things like that to find things more quickly. Or sometimes you put on too many filters and it narrows it down too much, that kind of thing. So that's an important thing to, we can help you with that today too, is finding your way around our site. And, keep in mind also that a lot of the items we have are, even though the name of our company and the name of our store is Guard Closet, it's not just guard stuff. I mean, there's plenty there for the full band. There's plenty there for percussion. If you're thinking ahead to winter, to your drum line, there's a lot of options here. We even sell to theater groups from time to time. And there are religious groups also that have, worship ensembles and things like that we have sold to as well. So, it's not just the marching arts. There's an awful lot in there that we can get.
Yeah, I just happened to look that these flags, these swing flags are showing right now that they're sold out. They are not sold out. They're not sold out. So we're going to work on getting that. So if you have any interest in some of these swing flags, do not assume that they are sold out. Do not assume that anything listed here is sold out. Okay. If you need it, we're happy to, work with you and get it. And if you do have any problems at any point in time, you can always email us at info@guardcloset.com and we'll respond right away. I did want to, so we have a lot of these crystal glass digital print flags, and I wanted to show kind of like what one, and this is like this is just a light print. You can kind of see it there. If I move away a little bit, you can see a little bit better. This is, I think this is the one that I'm showing. I think this is one of the ones that's on the screen right now. I think that's this one. Yeah, you can kind of see the lighting in here isn't the best. And this is definitely not well pronounced. I mean, it's definitely not as strong of an image as you see, on your screen right now. That's what that is. But the look is there. And it's, it's shiny, and it's, it's got that kind of see-through feel. This is called Crystal Lame. But it's not really that lame that we were talking about before. That's like going to easily tear at the bottom. Like that's pretty good. You know what I mean? Like that's not really going anywhere. So, but like it is very see-through. So, lots of the flags like that are on super sale. I mean, that's a $30 flag normally, and now it's 50% off. So now it's a $15 flag, which is like pretty good.
That's awesome.
We have some cut and sew flags. It's kind of like the traditional cut and sew flags here. Yeah, here's another shaded metallic flag that is not sold out, but is available. So like we have some good cut and sew. Here's an example of one of the cut and sews. Has a little bit of an ombre to it. Has some nice some of that different kind of fabric in there. Several different colors, several different looks. That are all really fantastic for a quick flag that you need, or an inexpensive one. These monochromatic flags, these here are super great. They're super great, super like it's like basic, right? But like, I mean, it's great. It serves an amazing purpose for like a quick little ballad song, or a quick, whatever that you don't need to tell a story with. It's just sort of like a nice bright of color. These spin beautifully. They look great. That's lame. And you can see lame is not down here by the tab. So it's not really going to pull apart or anything like that. Tons and tons and tons. Here's this is the flags that I was just talking about. The monochromatic flag C. That's this design here that has that little bit of ombre on the top and the bottom. It really moves really nicely.
I think that ombre and that mix of the ombre and the fabrics is a really cool look. I mean, there's a lot going on in it without there being a lot going on in it, if that makes sense. You have that the monochromatic, but it adds some texture and some depth to it too, which makes it a nice look. Yeah,
absolutely. Some great, more swing flags. These are great. I mean, these swing flags are great. They move great. They have that good, like, as it's moving, you could see those lines coming through. Super fantastic stuff here. I made a little tote bag. Maybe this is what you give your color guard instructor to wear in front of your band director, or maybe this is what you give your band director and say, here, why don't you put all your stuff in this bag so you can learn some of the vocabulary that's necessary.
It's been so funny this whole week. Okay, it's almost like you and I are like 2.5 hours away from each other. You know what I'm saying, right? But it's like you and I have been going back and forth all week listing stuff. You've been coming up with all these, all this merch kind of things, right? And all these tote bags and cups and fanny packs, all this stuff. And I'm just trying to get all this consignment listed. And you and I are just going back and forth like all right, who's going to come up with the next cool thing to get listed on the website,
Is that what you're doing with me, Christine? Right? It's a competition. Is that
how it is like a competition?
Competition. Oh, all right.
Who can put the coolest thing on the website?
Oh my god, that's so funny. That is so funny. Yeah, I have spent a little bit of time designing some merch, and there's some there's some raincoats on here that are on sale for those that need it. We have some other like smaller little gifts and stuff like that are out there. But it is a ton of flags, which is, it's Flag Day. So that, that sort of makes sense. We want to get all of these discounts out, to you. We want to be here to support your needs. And if you see something, and you need help with it or whatever, you see something on our site and, you have questions about it, again, we're here. We're ready to help you, whatever you need. So please, by all means, reach out to us. We're here. We're here all day. We're here, we're sort of here all day talking. So one of the other things that I wanted to get into, if I can find, you know what? I don't have my rundown.
Oh, are you taking a look at what's coming up next?
I was going to try to take a look at
let me take a look at that on my side here, and I'll help you out with that, because it'll be exciting it would be good to like kind of give everybody a heads up about what's coming up if they want to kind of plan their day too. Like maybe you can't stay on this whole time. I mean, 8 hours is a lot to commit. I mean, it's like a mini series, or a binge watch, So if you're not able to binge watch today, maybe we can give people a little heads up about, when we're going to talk about some things. Oh, that's right. Not too long from now, you guys are going to talk about the design studio, right?
Yeah, we're going to be talking a little bit. We're going to do a little tutorial on the Digital Design Studio, which is a feature of Style Plus to use to design uniforms and flags. And it's like really great, quick, fast, easy thing. If you're afraid to design, it's a little like way to dip your toe in, and still send it over to us for, confirmation, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's an amazing tool, and I'm super excited about it. So, yeah.
The other thing too is, I mean, we have a handful of orders coming in so far. We can talk to everybody and kind of show them, the process that happens, behind the scenes in the warehouse, with packing up those orders here over the next couple of hours too. So we're going through some stuff right now. So, I mean, if we have some time too, we can pop on and show you some highlights. Maybe we could do an unboxing. And
an unboxing. Oh
yeah,
my gosh,
like I said, I mean, stuff just showed up at my door this week and just showed up here, so maybe we can do an unboxing and see what happens and
see like what you're getting yourself into.
What we're getting ourselves into. I mean, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boxes of flags back here all lined up, ready to go for pictures. So, they're coming soon, and we have a whole bunch of bags over here we haven't opened it yet at all. So, lots of surprises. We can see what's coming to the site soon and stuff like that too.
Yeah, I just want to check because I think.
Oh, there we go.
I think that we will be very shortly having even more flags, because as I'm looking through this list of flags that I was just looking at,
okay,
I think there's some missing.
So
yeah, so I'm going to investigate some of that. I'm investigating now where some of those things are. So we probably are even going to have more flags later on today, which is even like sort of more exciting. And we'll preview those. We'll certainly get all of that going. One of the things that I wanted to show real quick is our consignment how-to. So if you're out there like looking to do some consignment, Christina's made this little lovely how to consign. Might need a little bit updating. We haven't fully updated it yet, but it certainly gives you the quick and dirty of how to do that. So let's take a look at how to consign.
Want to sell your gear? Let us do the work for you.
Get your stuff organized. Box it up. Bag it up. Ship it to us. Use this form on our website to let us know that your stuff is on the way. Uniforms sell much more quickly and for higher prices. Both sizes are included. Do you have performance pictures of your items in action? Send them to us or direct us to your organization's website or social media to locate them. Send us your most recent stuff. The more current your items are, the better. Organize your items by sets. We do not accept items in sets with a quantity lower than 5. Save on shipping costs and check out your stuff before you send it to us. No holes and no stains. Save on shipping costs by selecting the warehouse, either Pennsylvania or Texas, that's closest to you. If you're within reasonable driving distance, set up an appointment for an in-person drop-off. When your stuff sells, we handle the transaction and the shipment from our warehouses. 60% of the sale price goes right back to your organization. You can also choose the 65% store credit option. Thanks for checking this out. If you still have questions, contact me, Christine Ream, Consignment Manager, at Christine@guardcloset.com.
And don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notifications button to get all of the Guard Closet news. Oh, look who it is.
Oh, hey, Jackie's here. And Victor.
And Victor. Oh, hi, guys. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Seems like I don't.
We can hear Jackie. We can hear Victor banging and bashing
right
around. I don't know. Jackie, we got you. I don't know if she could hear us yet. Are you there, Jackie?
It doesn't seem like it.
I think our connection's really bad.
Oh, now it's better though, it seems.
We can hear you. Can you hear us? No, maybe not. She's frozen. She's frozen. Well, she's frozen. Well, as we work out Jackie's little glitch, I did have another video I wanted to show everybody. Hi, Jackie. You hear us? Are you there? She's still trying. I think she's inside. She's at band camp right now. She's gonna
right
during lunch at band camp. But I wanted to show the history of Guard Closet because I think it's super important. It gives us a lot of context as to like where this is all going, because this is where we all start.
Hi, I'm Christine, the consignment manager of Guard Closet. Recently, Brian Prado, the founder of Guard Closet, and I got the chance to sit down together and talk about how Guard Closet got started and shared some pretty interesting stories about where we've come from and where we're at now.
To know you as a student teacher. I actually thought Christine was the drum major the first time I met her because I was mad that the band wasn't moving quickly enough, and I walked in and I said, "Are you the drum major?" And she goes, "No, I'm the student teacher." So that's how we met.
I had wanted to student teach specifically someplace that had a really strong marching program, because at that time I was very interested in that and being part of my career. So I was really glad that I got to come to Carlisle. And, of course, that was a really big year for Carlisle because of having to do the renovations at the high school. And
at the time, Carlisle had one of the larger band programs in the area, with color guards generally numbering in the 36 to 40 kid ballpark. So they had a ton of color guard stuff. In fact, both of the practice rooms that are behind me right now were completely filled with color guard stuff, as was a music library. I said to the band director, there's got to be a way to sell this stuff instead of throwing it away. I ended up meeting with someone who owned a consignment furniture shop to learn more about consignment, and that's pretty much how Guard Closet was born.
the Carlisle community definitely is an important part of the story of Guard Closet, of course, from where it got its start and to where here we are now in the warehouse. Brian and I got to talk a little bit more about how Guard Closet has grown over the years.
Yeah, and this warehouse in Carlisle is about 3,000 square feet.
Something like that.
Yeah, and as you can see behind us, it's multiple levels of boxes. It has grown so much. I mean, the original Guard Closet was a one-car garage in Edders.
Guard Closet lived here in Lemoyne at the State Street Plaza for about 10, 15 years, actually. Once we moved it out of the one-car garage that it started in, we moved into the Blue Dog Pet Store and shared space with them. Eventually, we moved into American Speedy Printing, where I was working at the time. And then eventually, we ended up here on the second floor at State Street Plaza. It was a part of the natural expansion of the business as our inventory grew.
We ended up moving 2 or 3 buildings down here with Assured Growth Fundraising a couple of years ago, and then he had the opportunity to move his business into this warehouse, so we just moved right along with, and now this is pretty much the only thing that goes on here is Guard Closet.
That's right, and this has been our best location also out of all of the locations we've had. This has been the one that has worked the best for us, has allowed us to operate everything the most efficiently as well. And then that also allowed us the opportunity to expand and open additional warehouse space then in Texas a couple years ago too.
Having you still be involved in the business, even though I'm no longer involved with it, it really warms my heart, because I spent a lot of years wondering what was going to happen to Guard Closet someday, and finding Jeremy and Chris and being able to make that transfer happen and have you still be involved has just been really wonderful.
And it's cool too. We each of the consignment items has a unique item number. So we're kind of following along the timeline then of how many sets of things we've had.
Everything started with 001. So the first uniform was 600 001.
Yep.
And all of those first couple of numbers were all Carlisle stuff. And then it grew beyond that with other local schools here in the area.
We're really proud of all that Guard Closet has accomplished in the past 20 years, but there's a lot more to come. So keep your eyes out for all the new things that we've got coming your way.
We had Jackie there for a second. There she is.
I'm back.
Hey, can you hear us now? You good? Sound like we're underwater still.
Oh no, I still can't hear you guys. I don't know why.
Oh no. Well, we're here. We can see you. You look great. You look great.
Victor looks great.
Victor's very excited about this.
We can see you. You can. Hi, Victor. Hi, buddy. Jackie's at band camp somewhere in the middle of, I don't know where, but if she can see that we're here for you, and we're just going through some stuff. How's camp? Tell us. Can you hear us? How's camp? Can you see us in the private chat? So you see us in the private chat there, Jack? Oh. Now she's throwing things. Let me see if I can message her. Let's see. Hey there. We can see you, Jackie.
Oh, so band camp is going really well. I'm actually teaching my high school color guard, one of the high school color guards that I teach in the summertime right now. And yes, it is. Don't you?
Victor says no. Victor says you're lying, mommy. That's so good. That's so good. You're on lunch break? On lunch break right now?
We are on our lunch break, yes. And we're right now, he's ready for lunch. He's starving. He's been eating solid foods now, so it's been a lot easier on me since he can do that. And
sure.
A lot of the drum majors have been doing a lot of babysitting.
That's the way to do it. That's definitely the way to do it. I often said to kids when I would bring Oliver to rehearsal at the beginning that they needed to not drop, because if they woke up the baby, they would be in trouble. So I'm sure that even though Jackie cannot hear me right now, but maybe she can, maybe she's getting it. That is definitely a rule, that you're not allowed to drop in front of the baby, because it wakes the baby up and upsets the baby. And if you upset the baby or any of that, then you upset me, and that's a big problem. So I think that it has been awesome to have Jackie as a part of Guard Closet in general. We have been able to expand our education and offer so many new and exciting things. I'm just so excited that you have joined us, and that you continue to be a part. Look, speaking of, here's mine coming through over here. Oliver, do you want to come and say hi?
Yeah.
You can come and say hi. Look, that's Victor and Jackie.
Hi, Victor. Hi, Jackie.
Hello.
We are here all day, right? We have our kids. This is part of the Guard Closet family. We're all like one big giant family. Christine has her daughter sometimes stopping by. But I do think that Christine was going to grab something so that she could potentially oh, that's right, it's Sadie's birthday. I forgot. Christine's daughter's 10th birthday is today. And so that's exciting. Happy birthday, Sadie. I don't know if she's watching. She's at camp right now, I think. I think that's what she's at camp, right? I can add you back to the stream. Christine, Sadie's at camp, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Sadie's at camp right now, so who knows? Maybe she'll get to do some kind of cool birthday thing or something. I'm sure she'll tell us all about it. So
I'm sure she
the kids of Guard Closet are all here. So well, I was thinking that while you guys are talking, like I have Emily here with me today, and we're gonna maybe do some more processing. We'll show you some of the things maybe that we're unboxing right now.
Yeah,
let's bagging and things like that while you guys continue to enjoy the children of Guard Closet. Hi, Oliver.
Hi.
Who's that? You know who that is? Who is that? You know.
Who are you?
What's her name? We went to her house, remember? You met her at my
Hi, Christine.
Hi, hi, Oliver. There you go. Yes, I know. So
yeah.
We'll do some of that while you guys are talking. And unfortunately, we had noise from our neighbors going on next door here, so we'll try to.
Oh no, I want to see. Bring over. Let's see. Let's meet Emily. Emily, where are you?
You see Emily. Okay. Well, I thought I thought you were talking about the paving business next door, that making all the noise.
No.
So,
no one cares about
yeah,
that.
here comes Emily. Yay!
Hi, Emily.
Hello.
Emily and I are connected, and I didn't know who Emily was until this morning when Christine was like, "Oh my God, it's Ryan Cleary's girlfriend." So then Ryan's texting me, "Are you going to be in Carlisle today?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not going to Carlisle today. Christine is in Carlisle, just Emily." So
yeah.
Well, my girlfriend's there. I'm like, "Yes, Ryan, I know. I found out way ahead of you. So excited that you're here. Emily's here to like help Christine process today, and going to be showing us some looks later, some consignment looks, like trying them on, and like
we got the costumes pulled out, all ready to go. So everybody's gonna have to hang on, though. You know, that's coming later, but we might give you a couple teasers or something. You know, along the way.
Yeah. Well, what are you unboxing right now? Can you show us what you're unboxing?
Well, yeah. Let me I'll kind of like preface this a little bit. Like Emily, like go ahead and grab like some cool looking flag over there or something. Yeah, that's a cool looking flag. Okay, so we'll preface this a little bit. Memorial Day weekend on Sunday, Memorial Day weekend, we had some brand new consigners from Kiski, which is up in the northwestern part of Pennsylvania near Erie. They drove 4 hours down here one way with a trailer and dropped off multiple boxes and multiple bags full of stuff. So throughout this week, we kind of got started on that stuff a little bit, processing through it and checking it out. And we're going to be spending probably most of the rest of the day on that stuff from Kiski, and maybe digging into some other things too. So that's just an example of one of the flags. Maybe like go grab something else, or I can grab something while you're grabbing something. I'll grab something out here too. This was a cool one. Ooh, should I grab a Chanel flag? Yeah, go for it. Yeah, we had those really cool Chanel flags. So we had this one also that has a really cool, I'm thinking like, you know, if you're doing some kind of fall thing or autumn or something like that, there's really cool colors like that. So that's something else that we are unboxing in consignment today. A lot of this stuff is probably going to get listed next week. I'm going to be doing an awful lot of listings during the week next week. This is a really fun one that we found that Emily has there. So if you happen to be doing some sort of like something with fashion or, you know, history of fashion or something like that, we found those Chanel flags. It's something I'd never seen before for a unique design. So that's a lot of fun too. So there's a lot of stuff here. A lot of the things that we've been working on so far today are flags. But I have a feeling that when we get into some of the bags over here and stuff, then also we're going to be looking at some more costumes from that group. And, you know, we'll show you some other, maybe some previews and things like that today too. Some stuff that's going to be listed next week. It takes a good amount of time sometimes to process a set correctly. And we take a lot of pride in that, and checking every flag individually, checking each costume individually so that we can make sure that it meets our quality standards. If something has a hole in it, if it stains on it or anything like that, we don't want you to be in a situation where you're going to have to be repairing the flags or the consignments that you have purchased from us. So we check things very carefully, And if it doesn't meet our quality standards, it doesn't go on sale for you. One thing that I want to kind of show everybody is, like, for example, even if a flag has had a significant repair made to it. This is a flag that I was checking through, a set that I was checking through yesterday, and it might not be real easy to see, but there's been a significant repair made in a large tear in this flag. You almost want to kind of call it like a Frankenstein flag or something like that. You're not going to find items like that being sold to you on consignment. Their consignment items are going to be extremely high quality, and in many cases like new. We have a handful of things that have come in that are from when everyone was kind of working their way through the virtual season or the 2020 indoor season getting shut down halfway through the year. We had people that ran into this situation, and while we started this show and then the rest of the season got canceled, we have all this gear that's really only been worn for 1 or 2 shows. And, we have a lot of people that give us those items on consignment, and are able to, make some money back on those items and then get, something else that they need instead. I was looking through some of the orders that we received so far, and we're going to be able to pull out some of those items from our stock in a little while too, and start to show everybody some of the things that are being purchased. Keep in mind, not everything is here in Pennsylvania. Some things are in Texas also, and there's quite a bit of merchandise on our website that's coming from our vendors as well. So if your order is a mix and match order, it's going to be a lot of nice combinations, maybe some used things, some closeout things, and things like that. We are really working hard to bring in additional consigners as well. If you're interested in consigning with us, the best thing to do is just to email me, Christine@guardcloset.com. I know that earlier we showed you that video where you were seeing the consignment form and things like that, and shipping to Austin and some other pieces of information. There's a few aspects of that we need to update a little bit. So the best thing to do right now, if you're interested in consigning with us and selling your gear with us, is just to email me, Christine@guardcloset.com, so that you can get some more information and we can take a look at what you have to sell and what you'd like us to work with you with consignment. So there's a lot of potential for what's going on with your items. One of the things too that's really helpful is the more often you consign, the better. So sometimes we see some groups that are brand new consigners. They haven't consigned or sold any of their items in, say, maybe 5 or 10 years. But think about it in a lot of the ways that you would think about your own closet at home. How long are you holding on to a piece of clothing? How current is your closet? Things like that. Your color guard closet and your band closets should be just as current as your regular closet is at home. So if you're not cleaning it out frequently, things are going to build up and then they're going to kind of get outdated. So you want to make sure a good habit to get into is after you finish a season, take those items right away and make sure you get them to us on consignment. They're more likely to sell the more current that they are, and you're going to be able to get that money back more quickly, and you're going to be able to turn around for your next season. So we always encourage our consigners to be frequent consigners as much as possible, and to keep everything really current as much as they can. I'm looking ahead to the schedule here and seeing some other things that are coming up. Later on this afternoon, or kind of more towards this evening, we're going to be able to talk to one of our really great customers who is not only a customer for new gear, she's a customer for consignment gear, and she consigns with us. So their organization has had the opportunity to kind of do what I would like to call the trifecta which means doing all three things with us, consigning, buying new, and buying used. So there's a lot of really good options there as well. It would be interesting too, when we see, folks in the chat, maybe you could share with us what you're doing for your show this year. Maybe some ideas that you have, things that are coming up. It's curious to know too, what might be happening with a lot of groups as, you're entering probably the most normal school year that you've had since the 2019-2020 school year. How is that affecting your recruiting? How is that affecting your show planning and things like that? That would be interesting for some people to contribute in the chat too, for us to talk about. I'm taking a look here. Also, you might remember that Jeremy said before, we can see how many folks are visiting the website and things that people are looking at, what some of those top products have been, things that are of most interest to everybody. And again, like we said, we have been adding a lot of inventory in the past week, especially. It's just kind of been exponential in a lot of ways, how much inventory has
and it just hasn't stopped, has it?
Yeah. No, it hasn't stopped. It's not going to stop either.
Hi, Candace.
Part of our process is, sometimes we're not extremely high tech here. Okay.
That's not true.
No, and it's fine. We do what works. Okay. But all of these sheets of paper that I have here clipped together, these are all, each one of these pieces of paper is a set that needs to be listed on the website. Okay.
That still hasn't been listed, people.
Yes, this still hasn't been listed.
There is so much coming.
Yes, there is so much coming. So, and it's just as I literally have the time to do it, So next week, I'm going to have a lot of time at my computer, and a lot of this stuff is going to be showing up next week. So if you don't see it today, hang in there, because there's a lot coming.
Well, and that's why it's super important for you to email us and get on our radar. Work with one of our brand managers right from the beginning, because those brand managers are going to be able to go to Christine and say, hey, I know you don't have these items listed yet, but do you have anything, or Chris Farley, do you have anything in Texas that will work for this show? And you'll get the lead in before anybody else does. That's what happens when you work with us.
It's kind of scary sometimes how well I know this inventory. Earlier today, when we were pulling out costumes for Emily to be modeling for us later and showing us, I could tell her where what school or organization every one of those costumes came from without having to look it up.
I know. So yeah.
But I can do that. And what's great is that when the brand managers ask me, like you were saying, I've got a client who's working on this theme show. What do we have for this theme show? Lots of times I can pull that up very quickly. You might see me pop up on Facebook with a lot of folks too, who are looking for things, and I send out those links and say, here's something we've got, it might work for you. Take a look at it, and consider it. So, yeah.
Yeah. It's really, I just keep saying it. Like, we are the only place that has this ability. I mean, no one else is going to give you this level of service with this level of products. I mean, some of the costumes that you have coming are like $250, $300 costumes easily. And they're not being resold for nearly that much. So I don't ever like to hear that people don't have a budget and they can't afford nice things. It's like, you can. I mean, Oliver grows like a weed, and there's a local consignment shop called Kid to Kid, and I am there every couple of months buying stuff because it's like a one-time use in some situations, right? Like this color guard stuff is the same thing, right? Most of these costumes from most of the manufacturers, I have to say, are going to last you more than one season. There's some out there that should not be, but there's definitely some really good manufacturers out there that their stuff will last, more than one season. So that's the stuff that we have. That's the stuff that we then resell, because it was only worn maybe, like, let's say what? You had a show every weekend, September, October, part of November. So that's 8, 10 weekends maybe, right? So that's 10 performances. And then football games, let's say there's 10 of those, right? So let's say this costume got worn 20 times, right? And it was a $300 costume. So it's going to be good. It's going to have everything that you need. It's going to last. It's going to be those things. But now you get to have it for the next year, you know, at probably more than half off of that, like $300 per costume. And now you have a $300 costume for your kids that you know, paid significantly less for. So
you just have to be open to that mindset. I mean, I'm really glad that you brought up about clothing and, you know, just your everyday clothing. The shirt that I'm wearing right now is secondhand. Okay. I buy a lot of secondhand clothing online from a regular clothing website that's extremely similar to what we do. Okay. And, you know, this is a New Balance shirt. If I was going to buy this new, it would probably be like $45 or $50 just because it has that logo on it. And it's, you know, the wicking material and all this kind of things, right? I don't like to shovel out that much money for my clothing. I really don't. And that clothing, you know, didn't cost that much to make either. You know, so I'm keeping this shirt out of a landfill. Okay. I'm helping someone else and I'm getting something that's nice. And, you know, that's all good for everybody. Another thing that's really good to understand about when things are reused is that in manufacturing for clothing, manufacturing for color guard costumes and things like that, a lot of people don't realize this, but there's a lot of water that's involved in that manufacturing of the fabric and things like that. And the other clothing website that I was talking about that, you know, we use a lot of times as an example for our own business, you know, they showed me a breakdown as a customer about how much water I have saved by purchasing used instead of purchasing new. So I think that's a really good thing. And, you know, we have a lot of customers who are on a budget. They're concerned about how much money they really do have to spend, or maybe they faced a budget cut or something like that. And, you know, when you are purchasing something that is secondhand, that's used, you're going to be able to put your performers in something that looks really good, that fits the show theme, that is really high quality, something like that. I'm thinking back to like years ago when many band programs had a whole army of, you know, the sewing moms. Okay. My mom was one of those sewing moms. And even though I wasn't in the color guard, she still volunteered to be one of the sewing moms.
The sewing moms.
Yeah. And, you know, it's a real thing. And, you know, it was a very prominent thing, I guess I should say. And some of those people, you know, some of those sewing moms had never sewn a flag in their life. My mother had never sewn a flag in her life. She had sewn clothing and quilts and curtains and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, a lot of that skill is going away. There are fewer and fewer people now that own their own. My mother owned her sewing machine. The moms all brought their sewing machines. They set up in one of the classrooms while we're all outside at band camp. They're inside sewing flags. That used to be a thing all the time.
Oh my God. How many like bolts of fabric I ordered and
right.
designing flags terribly and like just, I mean,
listen, and that's the thing, you know, now we don't have those sewing moms. Okay.
No. I mean, everything is mostly digital.
Correct.
Printed now anyway, which is an important point. It's an important point to bring up, right? Like, don't assume, you know, that the skill set of the people that were sewing had a specific skill set. And I didn't know how to sew, so I wasn't going to do any of that. So I had to go to somebody else to get this design done for me. I designed it terribly, but I designed it, but I had to go to somebody else. Nowadays it's no different. You're going to somebody else, but this time to get the design, right? I said this on a live or whatever the other day, like, you don't go to the plumber to do the electrician's job. Or if you go to Uncle Frank and get Uncle Frank to do your electrical work, and Uncle Frank's been handy around the house for a while, but it's not necessarily that like Uncle Frank is a certified electrician. You're going to get an Uncle Frank job on your lighting, right? On your switch. And it might be okay for like a year or something, but it probably is going to mess up again, right? So like the smart play is to go to the experts. They're going to give you the best advice. They're going to give you this. They're going to give you, they're going to charge you more than Uncle Frank. Okay. Maybe they're going to charge you more than Uncle Frank.
You're getting,
but you're going to get,
excuse me, you're getting your money's worth, which is really important.
Right.
And, you get what you pay for. And,
you get what you pay for. You get what you pay for.
I'm even thinking back to, years ago, sometimes the color guard designer would come up with something and bring it to the sewing moms. And then the sewing moms would say, oh, we're not sewing that. It's too hard.
If it's got a curve in it, I ain't doing it if it's got a curve in it.
That's right. That's right. And, now we don't have to worry about that anymore. And, we've moved beyond that. And all these possibilities are endless. But, again, we can be the resources now because, we don't have, that's just not a thing anymore. And it's not a possibility for some folks like it used to be. So one of the things I was thinking about doing here is maybe pulling out one of the items that has sold from consignment. And we can talk a little bit. One of the things I think is kind of fun about this is all the programs that we get to interact with.
Oh, for sure.
And all over the country and things like that. And sometimes it's kind of a fun, thing to see where something has come from and where it's going, and I think it's a really neat aspect of the community, kind of aspect of what we have going on with the consignment.
I did want to say, and mostly because I'm talking with Colton, who is our web person, our master.
Yes.
And they have done just like a phenomenal job at getting our website to where it is. And is currently, even right now, adding more products to the Get It Day sales. And these are a lot of our consignment closeouts.
Yeah, right.
So Christine has a whole bunch of consignment closeout stuff. That if you need something inexpensive, and all of this consignment stuff that's on Get It Day is 20% off also. So you could use the code GETIT20 for any of this consignment stuff that's on here, that's listed. You've got some nice flags. We've got some nice little costumes here, some smaller groupings of sizing if you need, but there's certainly a plenty of, look at this orange one. That's fantastic. This is a fantastic.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of really cool stuff going on there. Right.
that is great. That is 32 costumes for, what is that? $400, and then 20% off of that is like it's like $320 or something, right? Like $320. You're $10 a costume, people.
Yeah, right.
That orange costume right now. If you buy that orange costume right now and use the code GETIT20, you're getting 32 costumes for $320 minus shipping. And you're not going to beat that.
Yeah, you can't beat that.
Lovely little costume. That is a lovely little costume.
Right.
I'm blown away. I'm literally like, I honestly did not expect that. I honestly did not expect 32 costumes. Like, oh my God, look at that. This is cute.
That's a really great, basic kind of look.
Yeah,
you can do a lot of different things. And again, everything that's on here is really high quality too. And if we
I think that's the important thing. That's the important thing that everybody should know. Christine does not let crap get on our website. does not have holes, doesn't have tears, there's not threads falling off. If you're getting something from us, it's because it's well made, well cared for, all that kind of stuff. We don't deal in the crap. So if you want to send us crap, don't do that either. But like,
right.
You know, we're not there for that. I mean, you know, there is some cute stuff on here. Not to mention, here's the clearance shoes, people.
Oh yeah, right.
Clearance shoes, and this is 20% off this price. 20% off of this clearance shoe price is what you're getting these shoes for. Now, we don't have all the sizes. These are clearance shoes, and they are as is. Like all of our consignment stuff is as is items, right?
Yeah, typically we're asking everybody to purchase the full set. There are some larger sets that we will split up, just depending on what it is, how many would be remaining, things like that. And if you have a question sometime about a split, that you want to buy a smaller quantity of something that's on consignment, just email me. We'll take a look at what's happening with that set, what you want, how we can figure that out for you and make it work for you. All of that happens on a first come, first serve basis. We don't do any holds. That's the other thing to remember, is that if you see something and you like it, remember there's one set of those and that's it. So it's not like in some cases where we're going to be able to just get another one in stock. If it's something in consignment that you really like and you really think that is going to work for your production right now, then you got to grab it right away. We can't hold things for people. Now, one thing that you can do and you want to think about, I realize that a lot of people may have to work with certain budget constraints. Maybe you have to wait until the budget opens up in July or something like that. Maybe you have to use a purchase order. Maybe you have to use a check. If you place your order on the website and you choose COD, cash on delivery option, what that means is that we're going to generate an invoice for you and we're going to allow you to be able to pay with a check or a PO. As soon as we get a check from you in the mail, or we receive a PO from you via email, then we're going to be able to ship that to you right away. So sometimes we have some, people are concerned about when their funds are going to be available. Well, that's how we can work with you in those situations. So what?
Look at that.
Well, yeah, those are like practically brand new. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's so 20% off that cute little dress. Come on, people.
Right.
That is look at this.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, yep, that's a really great set. Aren't those great?
Look at that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it is fantastic.
20% off. What is that? So this is like $240. Oh my gosh.
Right. Well, and that's the big advantage too, is that the pricing can't be beat. And again, you're going to help out another school. You're going to help out somebody else get money back into their budget. You're also going to save a lot of time, because everything that is in our consignment warehouses obviously is in stock and ready to ship. You can see there's an awful lot of boxes behind me stacked almost all the way up to the ceiling. So as soon as it is paid for, it goes out within 24 to 48 hours. You're not waiting for design. You're not waiting for manufacturing delays or anything like that. So I think what I'm going to do, Jeremy, is I'm going to go pull out something that's sold and just sold today, and we can take a look at some of the cool stuff that's headed out the door, and we can also maybe kind of have some fun talking a little bit about where it's come from and where it's going, so we can talk to our customers and viewers a little bit more about kind of the neat aspect of this in connecting programs across the country. With them, helping one another and buying and selling. So I'm going to go pull that out, and I'll be
go
right
ahead.
back. If I wasn't on my laptop, you could walk around the warehouse. That'd be fun,
I could go through this a little bit, just kind of like talk about the website. Go ahead.
Yeah, go for it. Okay.
So if you go to Get It Day, guardcloset.com/getitday, there's a couple of features to like kind of like get through these things really quickly, So if you're like looking for consignment, like again, oh my gosh, this is insane. 33 gray, purple, beige uniforms. Look at that. That is lovely. 33 for $275. And these are 20% off. I mean, come on. But if you go up here to the sort and you want to see the consignment stuff, sort it from old to new, because obviously the older items are the consignment items, just, you know, by virtue. So you'll see all and you just, because if you just want to scroll through and you just kind of want to see some of the stuff that's on here, you can see all of the older items that are currently on sale at that 20% off mark. And then if you're looking for like some of the newer stuff, like some of the, you know, the 50% off flags, switch to new to old. That'll give you the design stuff first, and then it starts to get into the crystal clear lame flags by like page 2 or 3. So if you're just looking to like scroll through, you could do that. You might even I wonder, let's see. Oh, look at that. I typed in get it flags in our search bar, and here are all of the flags for Get It Day. Look how easy that was. So you could go right up to our search bar, type in Get It Day flags right here at the top, and that brings up all of the Get It Day flags that are 50% off. 50% off with codes Get It 50. Not the practice flags. Those will not reveal for you in that way. I don't know why that Get It flag. Probably because it says Get It in somewhere in that description. But all of these flags are on the 50% off. On the 50% off. All these crystal clear, all these crystal glass digital flags, which are fantastic. Really, really, really great stuff. All these amazing swing flags that are crystal swing flags, and then plenty more are coming. So I hope that everybody is getting excited. Right at the top, you could go right to shop right here at the top and see all sale items, Get It Day 20% off, and Get It Day 50% off. So you click on Get It Day 50% off, and here's all of those flags that we have on sale for you at the 50% off, which again is pretty great, you know, for these flags. So definitely take a look at it. The other thing I can share with everybody is we will be doing more of these later on in the season. I know that there's going to be another one with costuming coming up in a little bit. And probably like another couple of weeks, we'll do one for costuming. But the consignment that's there now, as well as the apparel, we could certainly go through some apparel items that we have. Again, these bags, which I think are just fantastic. Color Guard vocabulary bag. The We Got It unisex waist bag. Everybody needs one for drill. Everybody should have one for their rehearsals. This is what you guys should use. Cute, right? We don't just get it, we got it. That's pretty phenomenal. And it's 20% off. So $18.95. You know, it's about $15 for these. And if you're looking for bulk orders on any of these items or any of the or show shirts or, you know, anything, be sure to let us know. Because we're happy to give you a discount on those items if you order in bulk. So you look at this price and you're going, well, $15 for a marching band t-shirt isn't what I want to spend. Well, if you're ordering 50, you know, of these shirts because you're getting them for everybody in the band, it's not going to be $15 a piece. So you'll definitely get that reduction, you know, on that. As you order the bulk order. But we do offer marching band shirts that you can that we can do for you for your show shirts, whatever that is. Like I said, doesn't have to be this generic one. You could get one with your school and your show on it. Any of the merchandise that you see under Team Apparel, anything that you see under Team Apparel is going to be 20% off as well. So you just need to use the code GET20 for 20% off your apparel. That's here. The cute little, does the color guard even get it? We don't just get it, we got it. Sweatshirt that comes in a couple of different colors, gray, heather, black. If there are other items you need or want, please let us know. We are happy to provide those for you. Some of the other things that we have available come in some of our closets. Like we have a prop garage, which has a lot of different props. Now these aren't on sale, but we have them. All of the banners, all of the big size, oversized flags, full 14 printed fabric panels for judge blockers, starry night panels. If you're doing that kind of show, big odd size flags are over here in the prop garage. These giant Christmas ball, which are super fun.
Those Christmas balls were in a Macy's parade.
Oh,
yeah. So, I mean, it's kind of fun too. There's like a little history sometimes behind some of the items, but yeah, I mean, those Christmas balls were in a Macy's parade. So, I was thinking of that the other day. What if your band has, a Christmas parade obligation every year? Okay. Why not find something that you can just keep in your storage so that it's ready to use for that Christmas parade every year? And, whenever you need it, it's going to be right there. Or maybe there's something that we have, available, like we were saying earlier, if you need something for the football look or the Friday night, kind of thing, or parade kind of thing, if you have a certain show flag, let's say you did a show that year, like we were saying earlier about mermaids, and those are the only flags that you happen to have right now, and then you show up at the Christmas parade and, with the mermaid flags, well, that's not going to make any sense. So, think about what we can do for you to help build up what you have on hand for different occasions that come up for your band frequently. I know of some other folks that come to us around Memorial Day or 4th of July that are looking for patriotic things. We have a lot of good patriotic options also that you are going to be able to put, in there into your inventory, maybe have it ready to go every year for Memorial Day or for 4th of July. Your community doesn't want to see you marching in the Memorial Day parade with the flags that you used for the biohazard show that you did in the fall, or that you did in indoor. Maybe you have an approach for your Halloween parade. Here in the Northeast, Halloween parades are a really big deal. So rather than using the show flag that you have on the poles right then and there for, the show that you're doing about love or something in your competitive circuit, why not grab something and keep it on hand to use for the Halloween parade? And, who wants to invest a lot of money in something that you're only going to use once a year for one thing? But wouldn't it be really great to have that for your performers so they could feel like they're really a part of that community event and, representing it the way the community wants it to be seen? There are some bands that, in that Halloween parade, which sometimes for a community is a really big deal. And, maybe sometimes the bands opt to march in costume. Well, okay, great. Then why are you going to spin, the flag that's about, whatever. It has nothing to do with Halloween, right? We've got cool things in stock where, somebody did a Halloween show. So, hey, just use that. Put that in there. Grab that for, a low price and consignment. Grab it and you have it there. And it's kind of an exciting new thing for your performers too. Something that they can look forward to. Something, and sometimes for some of our performers, these parades are a tough sell. They really are. Because sometimes, it's in the middle of the week. They've got a lot of other things going on. Sometimes the traffic situation, getting in and out of the parade, isn't real appealing to mom and dad. Sometimes on other occasions, like July 4th, we're going to be on vacation. We're not going to be there at the parade. That's a really tough thing sometimes for instructors to get kids to commit to those types of performances. There's not a whole lot of fame and glory,
but there should be. There should be. And that's the thing. I mean, I'm a parade guy, and we can rail on parades all day long about them being terrible. But that is your audience that buys your fundraising.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Blank. That's the audience that buys your fundraising. So if you're not going to look good in a parade, if you're going to look trashy, going to all the elementary schools, right? Which your band director is sort of thinking, all right, well, this is kind of recruitment. I'm kind of like, if your band director is not doing their job and making sure that you look impeccable and you sound impeccable, then I can't be mad, or you shouldn't be mad when you go and knock on the door of somebody and say, hey, would you like to buy these pizzas? Or, hey, we're having a car wash at the school later. Can you come and get your car washed? Well, no one's going to want to do that if you don't care about the community in which you are in.
Right.
It's fine to be competitive. It's fine to get these amazing costumes. We are here
to be artistic and absolutely. Yes, that has a place.
Be crazy, be amazing, be all of those things, but don't be it in a parade. Don't be it in a community event. Don't be it at the football games, right? Like, be the school, be who you're supposed to be recognizable, be those things. Because here's the deal, folks, right? Like, we as marching band people are used to being marginalized. Like, we're very used to being pushed to the side all the time. It's not very used to it, but we also welcome everybody. Everybody can come, everybody can be a part. We're here for you. But you know as well as I do, if the volleyball team or the basketball team is out in front of the school doing a car wash, they'll have a line. The marching band is doing it. People are like, what's that? What do they need?
It's really interesting. It depends too. In certain communities too, there are certain things that have been a legend or a strong tradition for years. Okay. The high school I went to, track and field is a really big deal because the boys track and field team won 110 straight meets, undefeated. Okay. So that was a big deal. People followed that group. People were excited about that group because
they'll do their fundraising. They'll buy the pizzas. They'll buy the whatever, because this is amazing. And this is a story, and it's about the bigger part of the school, and the school's getting so much publicity because this thing is doing this and like all these things. And we're marching band, and we're out there doing competitive things. We're out there doing things in the community. We go to the places, we go to the nursing homes to perform. We go to the elementary schools to perform. These are all things that we do that deliver a lot of publicity for the school. But the school's not interested in the publicity if you're wearing a mermaid costume.
Right. And we do have some bands that have accomplished this, that have accomplished getting the community behind them, even though they are highly artistic and highly innovative. But it's not easy to do. And I can almost guarantee you that somewhere along the way, they found a way to speak to the community as a whole and get everybody on board and get everybody to understand what it is that they do. And, when you get everybody to understand what it is that you're doing, it makes a huge difference in how people are going to support it. And, I think that's important too. There's a lot of folks who judge how good the band is based on two factors: how big it is and what they look like. They could hear the most amazingly played music or the most terribly played music. But if they will say the band is good based on how big they are and what they look like. So we can't always do a whole lot for you as a company with how big your band is. Right. But we can definitely help you with what they look like.
Right.
And
I think that's what everybody has to sort of step back and realize, that like you need to be there for your school. You need to be involved with that for your school. I encourage everyone to get something, that is school spirited, school related. Get pom-poms, you know, for the school when you're at the football games in the stands, and rah, you know, with the stand dances with your pom-poms, and show color that way. Like, they're not expensive, you know, like $10-12 for a set of pom-poms. Like,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like, it's not, you got 15 kids in your color guard, it's $150 or something like that for pom-poms. And now when the crowd of people walk by that are going to sneer at you and give you a dirty look because you're in the band, suddenly sees that you're like fully participating and like there, and it's not just the color guard sitting there like,
oh yes,
are we ready to go on? Like
this,
what's
right?
going on? What did they do? You know, it's like,
and I think, you know, that's a key to maintaining the membership as well.
Right.
Because, you know, how am I spending my Friday night? How much fun is it? Am I involved and engaged in an activity, or am I just hanging out, being cold, right? Especially here in the Northeast, being cold, where you're not going to be cold when you're up and dancing and you know, participating in that event.
Doing the thing.
Yeah.
Doing
it'll be over before you know it. You're going to have so much fun with your friends. And exactly. But yeah, I've seen many a color guards at football games. You know, it's this pose, right? Oh my God, I'm so bored.
Yes.
Why do we have to do this? Rather than being engaged, you know, in a different way and a lot more enjoyable way.
Right.
Sure.
And so don't tell me you don't have a budget.
Right.
Don't tell me you don't have a budget if that's your color guard.
Right. We're going to figure out your budget.
Like,
and then it's going to get better because you're going to have more kids in your color guard that are more interested in what's going on.
And the community will get behind you. And like that will all be, you know, lovely and amazing.
Right.
School spirit. Do it.
Hugely important. Absolutely. Yeah.
Hugely important. Important. Well, what else you got going on back there, Christine?
Well, I did pull out some stuff off the shelves here that was sold. And like I said, I thought it would be kind of interesting to kind of point out, you know, what it is, you know, what we have, and where it's been and where it's going, which I think is kind of a fun thing,
Absolutely.
a fun aspect of what we do. So this is all one order, actually. So the first one is, and I think that's the other thing too, is that's really important about our consignment inventory, is that we go through and we make sure that if it is professionally made, we let you know that, because I have seen some folks shopping like on the Facebook groups or trying to find something on the Facebook groups where they'll say, I'm looking for this flag from da-da-da-da-da. Does anyone have this flag from so-and-so? Well, you know, if we have it, you're going to be able to find it on our site by looking, you know, for the manufacturer specifically. So this flag is not necessarily professionally made because I'm not finding any information on it. However, it is very well made.
It's definitely professional. That's definitely a professional made.
Yeah. Well, but like I said, I'm not seeing any tags on it anywhere or anything like that. But it is very well made regardless. And it's a nice combination of, you know, polychina and like this kind of organza type of mesh and some lame. But like we were saying before, it's not there at the edge of the sleeve. So it's going to hold up well, which is a good thing. It's also not way down at the edge of the flag either. You know, this set of flags is in really great condition. You know, certainly has a lot of life left in it. They're coming from North Carolina and they're heading to Arizona. So, you know, this is
I love that.
Good thing.
I love that. It's coming from North Carolina and going to Arizona.
Yep, it's exactly what's happening. And they just took a little stop here. And I think the other thing that's cool to point out about this is sometimes how quickly things sell.
Oh my God, yes.
This flag that I'm holding here right now was listed on our website on April 21st. Okay.
And boom, gone.
So boom, it's right out the door. Now, even, you know, that even can be a little bit long sometimes. I've seen things get sold as quickly as 3 or 4 days. It's kind of like real estate. How long was it on the market? Right? Well, that's how long it was on the market. So I'm going to pull out another one here too. This is another really great one that's heading out to Arizona in this order. This is from a major manufacturer, maybe a major manufacturer that starts with an M and ends with an X. And, there is a slight bit more wear on this flag, but not anything that is really, being problematic.
Ooh.
I mean, look at this, a great printed flag. If I hold it up,
a little mountain action.
Kind of a mountain sunset kind of idea.
Yeah, that's lovely.
Okay? Yeah.
That's lovely.
And again, just heading.
And what are you, so typically, because I know like you've got, it's kind of a system, right? With like the printed flags. What is kind of like the standard price per flag you make with the printed when it comes in for consignment?
Yeah, usually, a printed flag is usually going to be around like 17 or 18.
Okay.
Something like that.
Like 29,
Yeah.
29. And
yeah.
Yeah.
I think the thing that's important too to remember is that we're serving two customers at the same time. We're serving the buyer and we're serving the seller. So we don't want to undersell the consigners, okay? We want to make sure that the consigners are, getting as much return as possible. But, and that's why we work really hard to maximize, how we're pricing things, I should say, okay?
Yeah.
Maximize how we're pricing things, make it the most effective pricing that we can so that it is affordable, but also that, we're getting a good return to the consigners too. So, yeah.
I just got word.
Okay.
We can get excited. I just got word that the lovely Chris Farley will be joining us momentarily. They are currently getting Nancy.
Yes. Yay!
Nancy's currently getting dressed, and it was funny because just so everybody knows, the mannequin at in the Texas warehouse name is Nancy.
Correct.
And the mannequin at the Pennsylvania warehouse is Jeannie, because Jeannie performs miracles, and
yes, she does.
Nancy's Nancy. So I mean, you just gotta love her.
Right.
But he'll be on momentarily with some looks from Texas.
Awesome.
So that's going to be super exciting. And he has been working really hard. I'm like really and proud and happy and impressed with Chris and all the work that he's doing down there in Texas to get all of this stuff going.
Yeah.
He's really pulling in some good stuff, really pulling in some really good stuff. And it's a lot of big sets. So oftentimes
that's always helpful. Yeah.
Yeah. When we get those big sets, like if you see a set on our site and there's like 32, or whatever, and you're like, well, we need 16, like we're probably going to go, sure. Right.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to split that set. It doesn't often always happen, but we do.
Yeah.
We do.
If you email me about a split, I'm going to try really hard to accommodate your request for that split, no matter what.
Yeah.
If it's not going to be, let's say, in the best interest of the consigner for us to make that split, we might have to say no, that we can't do that. And what I mean by that is after we split and after we sell part of the set, we always have to have a sellable set remaining. Okay. So at least, say 5 or 10 items remaining, a good range of sizes remaining, things like that. We're always happy to help everybody work with splits as much as possible because we understand that some folks who are shopping consignment may have, smaller groups. Maybe you only have 4 or 5 kids in your guard, and it's hard for you to pull out, the budget money that it's going to take. You see a set that's, 35. Wow, those are perfect. Those are just the flags we need. Those are just the costumes that we're looking for. If you've got a smaller group, we can work with you on those smaller sets and making those split sets work. The best thing to do when you see those and you are curious about that, or you're trying to figure out a split, is just to email me, and we'll figure out the best scenario. And again, we always keep both interests in mind, the customer and the consigner, the buyer and the seller, as much as possible, so that we're not cheating the consigner out of the opportunity to, make the money that they deserve on their items, but also helping you get what you want as well. So maybe, in some of those situations, maybe if you really saw a set and, I just love it, and this is really great, but we can't work it out for you because of quantities, the size breakdown, or something like that, maybe there's something similar that we could find for you.
And if you ask, we're here to help you.
Yes, yeah.
If you ask, we're here to help you.
Yeah. And again, I try to do it first come, first serve. There are no holds. If you come to me and you say you're interested in something, I can only set it up for you when you're ready with your sizes. Because if you say, well, 20 kids and I think some of them might need a medium, but I'm not sure, and I have to go ask them at the next rehearsal, that's not fair to the consigners. So we keep everything live as much as possible, but sometimes it gets a little crazy. I mean, believe it was back in January, not of this year, but last year, January 21. I had at least like 3 different customers asking me about the same set at the same
I remember.
Yes. And it was a wonderful set. It was actually from one of our DCI consigners, the Spartans. And we had several different, I believe, wins groups looking at that same set. And actually, what's really cool about that set is that it started out as a full unitard and a jacket. Okay. That was the complete thing. But a band came to us and they said, hey, can we buy just the jackets? And we let them do that because the unitards that were remaining could stand on their own. Okay. So that's another really cool thing, is that one set of core proper uniforms that came from the Spartans ended up helping like 3 other groups, because one group bought the jackets and then 2 other groups bought splits of the unitards. Like, how cool is that, right?
It's just it really is nice and amazing and wonderful to be able to provide all of this stuff for everybody. Like,
Right.
it's so nice that we get to say we have something for everyone.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's just like crazy. Look, we just got an email from a customer saying we want 18 of this. There are lots we are looking at as well, but we just need 16 to 18. Let's take a look, and we'll answer them live.
Ooh, okay, let's answer them live.
Let's answer them live, and we'll find out if this is worthy of a split. And let's see. We'll just hold on one second.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the most important thing too. If you're emailing us about something, try to find the SKU that's on the description. Okay. Sometimes folks email us and they say, oh, I love these red flags that you have. Well, we have, 18, we have 18 different sets of red flags. So,
So Jesse Tyner from Douglas High School,
right,
is looking at this item asking, can we want 18 of these.
Okay. Well, let's think about it. All right. This is an easy one to answer the question for, because flags, they're all the same. All right. So let's put ourselves in the consigner's shoes, right? There are 34 of those, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So if we take 18 of them away, we
still got a good set.
Right. We still got a good set, and we have something that's very usable and very sellable. So we still have 16 remaining. That's a really good thing. That would definitely likely be something that we could split. Yeah.
I'm going to respond to Jesse. So Jesse,
okay,
actually,
Hank, don't respond to Jesse yet, though, because I have something to add. But yeah, I mean that's a great example, though. Okay, that's a great example. Sometimes it gets a little bit tougher with the uniform sets to do the splits because we have to be mindful of what sizes are going to be left over. So unfortunately, I had someone contact me earlier today asking for a split. And unfortunately, I had to say no because the only sizes that would be left over were smalls and extra smalls.
Yeah, can't.
So yeah, and we can't. We had to help the consigners out as much as possible. But we can work with things, especially these really large sets. We have some really large consignment sets that are coming from some drum corps and some other really big groups. Yeah, definitely. Like we said, that set earlier a couple months ago, or actually more like a year and a half ago, that came from the Spartans. I mean, we split that up for 3 different groups, and they were able to make use of it. So
that's great.
Yeah.
Great. Yes, Jesse went ahead and got the full set of those. So sorry, those flags are gone.
Hey, they are gone.
They said, nope, we're going to take the whole thing. So sorry about that.
But that's all right. I mean, they'll have some extras when they're done using them. They can consign them with us. There's all kinds of options that, just because you have it.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing too, right? Like, yeah. So Jesse just bought that full set. Jesse, if you don't need that full set, send them back. We'll reconsign. You can make some of your money back. Like,
sure. Totally. Or hang on to that full set when you're done using it at the end of the season. Then send them all our way, and we'll just turn it around for you, and get more back.
Yeah, it's totally amazing. It's totally amazing.
Right.
I see. Not on air yet, but I'm watching Chris Farley. He has joined he's in the green room.
Okay, good.
Chris Farley's in the green room getting ready. I see him getting ready back there. Don't worry, Chris. I will pull you on yet. I'll wait for you. I see you. I got you. 1 minute. I got you. He's like, wait, I just gotta get Nancy just one more little finishing touch on Nancy. For sure. I'm gonna tell you all, if you're watching or you have been watching or you're paying attention at all, like, there's definitely things disappearing from the website. Like, Christina and I are watching sales come in as this is going on. So be sure to because these discounts are only here for today. Like, the 50% off, the 20% off, all of this stuff is only for today. So if you're thinking about it, don't wait, just do it. That's very cute.
Sure. Jeremy, check the chat. Check our website chat. Somebody wants to know more about microsites.
Oh.
You see it?
No, was that earlier?
No, it was like just now.
Oh.
Check the no, not the StreamYard chat. I'm sorry. Check the chat that comes from the website. I think that's another thing that's important to point out too. When you're on our website, if you have an immediate question, the chat feature is going to pop up. Stick it in that chat feature. We can reply to you as soon as we can. I mean, I'm doing all kinds of stuff sometimes when I'm answering that chat. And
for sure.
If somebody's available, we're gonna try to answer your question.
And usually someone's available. We just there's like a few hours in the middle of the night that no one is
no one's awake, right?
No one is awake.
So we have Caitlin on our website chat wanting to know more about. She referred to it as a mini site, but we know she's talking about the microsite.
Yeah. So go to guardcloset.com/microsites. Microsite. I think it's microsites.
We can send her we'll just have to send her the link also.
Yeah, we could put the link. We'll put the link in the comment section.
Right.
We'll put the link in the comment section on our Facebook.
Right.
So if you're looking for that link, I just put it in the chat. Guardcloset.com. Well, you don't have to put in pages. It really is. Here, I'll let me just we'll delete that comment. I'll put it in there the right way. So you could go to guardcloset.com/microsites.
Yep. I put it in the chat for her too, the chat that she sent. So yeah.
So guardcloset.com/microsites will take you to learn all about those microsites and how they work. If you have any questions while we're on this live stream, we are here. Put them in the chat. Whether you're watching on Spintronics YouTube, Spintronics Facebook, or our Facebook, we can see all of those questions. We can answer them for you. But yeah, you definitely want to check out the microsites if you're looking for an easy way to collect the money.
You know, I just looked ahead here too. It should be too much longer than that Chris Green is going to come on and talk about microsites specifically. About 45 minutes from now, which is great. So if you're somebody that wants to know more about microsites, you can hang around for a little bit. Wait till Chris Green comes on. He's really good with this. That's kind of like his specialty, is that whole like shoe and glove.
Well, you know why? You know why Chris likes those things? Chris Green likes those so much because he himself was a band director.
Sure.
So
yeah.
Fully understand.
Correct. Yes.
How awful it is to collect all the checks and all the stacks of checks.
Oh,
and
yeah.
give them to the treasurer and like
sure.
All of the things. Yes.
Yeah.
We see you, Chris. We just give me a little thumbs up, Chris, when you're ready to come on. Oh, here we come.
Oh, here comes Chris Farley, right?
Oh, here comes Chris Farley.
Hey,
hey.
Look at Nancy.
I had to get the country Wi-Fi figured out.
Yes, because if anybody has seen any of Chris's videos of choreography or anything like that, there's always a chicken running around or a pig or feeding this. We have to schedule Chris for this time right now to do his video and be on with us, because there's an entire feeding schedule that happens for several hours in a little bit.
Oh yes,
all of the animals on the farm
screaming.
Oh, I'm sure.
In the house too.
Well, hey, since you guys are hanging out here for a little bit, I'm going to step away for a little while. And then later on, when we come back on, maybe we'll have some new goodies to show you and stuff like that. Okay.
I hope so.
All right. Well, you guys have fun. I'm going to hang out in the green room, though, and in the meantime, and see all the
Please hang out in the green room. Please.
Yeah.
Please absolutely hang out in the green room. It's been I'm glad that you are here, Christine. I'm glad that you've been a part of this. You're like the rock with all of this. It makes me so happy that you are still involved in this. I know it makes Brian happy that you're still involved in this. I know it makes you happy that you're more involved in this, that it just keeps getting like bigger and bigger and more exciting and like all of those things. So like it's been a roller coaster. It's been a thing, right? But like it's certainly like has been very rewarding, and I think that your like love, right, for this this activity and giving back and having these things available to everybody has really just made like the entire activity a much more pleasant and wonderful place to be, because you're out there looking out for like both sides. Like you're there looking out for everybody, and I think that that's what's like really phenomenal. So by all means, like congratulations on the amount of time you've been working for Guard Closet, because it's been a minute.
10 years.
Right. And
actually it's getting close to like 11 or 12 now. Yeah, it actually this summer no, it'll be 13 years this summer.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So,
but like really like phenomenal in terms of like just what you've done. I mean, literally just what you've done. So
there's a big team behind it too. So,
And Christine's on top of all of them.
Christine is on top of all of them. On top of all of them.
I'm like the mom, You
are. You are with all the little boys running around and basically.
Yeah. All right. So you guys go and do your little spiel, and Emily and I are going to work on some stuff here for a while.
Sounds good.
And we'll pull out some more orders, and later on we'll come back with some more stuff. So we'll take a look. I'll go back to the green room here, and we'll see what Nancy's up to.
All right, let's check out Nancy and see what's going on.
Okay.
Nancy. All right, bye, Christine. See you in a while.
Bye. We'll see you in a little while.
Hello, Farley.
Hi. Well, I'm good. Be careful with Nancy. I'm scared an arm's gonna fall off over here. Let me.
She's very delicate, that Nancy. She is very delicate. That Nancy.
Yes, I feel like I need some super glue.
Well, I don't exactly know where Nancy came from. I'm not completely sure where she came from, but she's okay. She's serving her purpose. Like she's there
behind the gap.
Okay. So what's going on in the Texas warehouse? Tell everybody your little origin story with all of this.
Well, this is really, so the warehouse is somewhere else, and then I like to bring things over to my actual house so that I can have the AC on the exact temperature that I want it whenever I'm doing things. I'm getting in trouble for the power right now because I turned it down really low to do this today because I want the AC on. We are at a heat wave right now.
Oh, yeah, I've heard.
So I've taken my room. I've put in some curtains up in here in the guest room and kind of blocked all the stuff off and made it look super cute. Got her dressed up. So this is a costume from Seven Lakes High School. And
we were talking about earlier how you've done a really fantastic job at getting a lot of really good, new, different, big lots of stuff. Like you've just, you know what I mean? Like you've just got some stuff.
Yes. And I actually kind of been filling people in today and telling them, come watch if you see it on. I'm going to try to show some of your stuff off. And that's really why I'm here today, is to do that. But we can get to that, or we can talk about anything else because we've got so much going on.
Well, I know. I'm right now. Walk through a little bit of the groups that you are currently like sorting through, and that's going to be going up onto the website soon. I think people would be interested to hear some of those.
Do you want me to show them too?
If you, whatever. Yeah, absolutely.
I've got them in different piles. So let me get my container for Seven Lakes since we're on that right now. And I've been going through some of their stuff. Let me show you the other version of this costume, actually, which I think this would be more for cadets. If you can see, might be able to fit a varsity team, but they have some really great stuff. And I mean, this is like brand new. It feels like right out of the box. I wonder if I can get us a full view here.
Oh, you're good.
There we go.
We're getting all the views.
Oh yeah,
we're getting all the views.
Check this out. Very pretty. Very beautiful. I every time I see it, I'm like, ooh, I could be in a little fairy tale show with this.
You're putting it on, twirling around.
I did it when I first got there too. It was the first costume I picked up. I was like, oh, look at this.
Yeah, I need to twirl around in this a little bit. This looks lovely.
Exactly. This one,
I swear that's my half. I swear that's my half the reason why like you like jumped on board to do it all, just so that you could like put on the costumes and twirl around in them.
I'm like, I'm gonna buy some of these just to have them. So this one I like a lot. I love stuff like this, music note things, because you can always do cool stuff with these designs. And it's got a nice skirt on it.
Look at that. Oh, that is a lovely skirt.
Yes, and then look at this shoulder. So you've got this little hook on right here.
Oh, so move it down a little bit there, darling.
Oh,
down. There you go.
You got
for the back. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so that's coming across your back like that. That's nice. That's nice.
Yes, very
lovely. Nice. Cute. Yeah, that skirt is cute. That little skirt that's hanging off of there is super cute.
I know. So I have one more from them, 2 versions. And let me grab these little bands here. So I think it's 2 versions if I'm correct. Yes. So check these pants out. Super cute.
Oh yeah, little short. Yeah.
And then we've got. Do I have the top to match right here? I don't have the top to that yet. I'll have to look here for that. But here is the other version of this. I love stuff that has this kind of ripple effect in the fabric.
Oh yeah,
all these little pieces.
Oh yeah.
Yes, look at that.
Great movement on the field, like all of that. Yeah, for sure.
Yes, just don't get your wrists caught up in it because you're going to have to rip it off. We already know the rules on that one. Oh, here we go. Check this out. So what I like about this, one is the gold. because I love fabric, especially gold fabric with texture. And then they added these pieces on the arms to match the other costume.
Lovely. Look at all that dimensionality. That's just
Beautiful.
super cute.
Now I just have to
Yeah.
find where the other like 40 of these are,
Well.
and we can get them listed. So
But-
check this out.
Yeah, that's super exciting though. I mean, that's definitely like things to get excited about coming from Texas fans. Like it's, oh my gosh.
So that's
Oh,
just 7 lakes. I mean, we've got, you know how Texas is. Everybody wants to have the cutest stuff. So we have 7 lakes. Like, I have band costumes from them that I was hoping she could get me a picture of, but she might not have been able to find one. It has these really cool plumes, and I wasn't able to get all the pieces here. That's what originally Nancy was going to be wearing, but they actually have a thing that goes on top of them that makes it get smaller and turns it into a poof on top, so that you look like, I think it looks like little Who's from Who, you know, but it's super freaking cute. And once I get that picture, if we get it during this live, I'm going to send it to you so you can put it up.
oh, how exciting.
Okay. We can keep going. I have a lot of stuff that's going to be getting photographed pretty much when we get off of this live, since I finally have this set back up. So let's move on to Friendswood.
Yes.
They have a lot of inventory from many years. So it's going to take me a little bit to get through it. And I've just been trying to slowly move through a few of each people's items so that I can,
Right.
you know, please everybody.
Right. Chris is definitely jamming down there in terms of the amount of stuff that has been brought in, for
Oh
sure.
my goodness, yes. So
Look at
this
that.
is a super cute dress to me. Trying to pick
That
up this
is.
on the side so that we can see it fully. But we have a nice little purple dress here, purple and red. Actually, it's not really a dress. There's gaucho pants to it, but it makes it look like a skirt, which I love things like this where you have that flare in the pant so that when you turn, when they're on, you get that actual skirt flare up, you know? And this itself, it's in great condition. The only thing you have to look at, and you're probably going to want to do it when you get it, is there's pins where the red ribbon is. So you would probably put pins in there anyway whenever you get them, right?
Right.
This one I think is super cute, but it's a little heavy, so it's probably hot if you were to put it on the field. I think they called it dot to dot, which makes a lot of sense because it's this polka dot suit with a nice little skirt over top, and all the dots are sequined. And I'm not sure if they were sewn on by the school or not, but they did a pretty good job.
Yeah. That's cute.
Yeah. Oh, I would wear this out to some sort of like retro night.
I'm like, it's tight little. Yeah, I got you.
Let's
boo.
see.
I got
Oh, okay. Are you trying to get the columns going? Because we have your Greek dress here, ready to go, gold lining. This is the put over top of a costume, by the way.
Yes.
I would say this is a slip. You would want this to be something like maybe in your ballad at the beginning of your show. Definitely a ballad though, because you can. Yes, exactly.
Look at all that skirt.
Mm-hmm.
There's a old Carol Channing video. For those of you who know who Carol Channing is, probably not that many. But she's singing in Hello Dolly, and there's a part, and Carol Channing is like the original Fanny Bryce, I think is Hello Dolly is the name of the character, but Dolly Madison. Hello Dolly Madison is the character's name. So and there's a clip of and she did Dolly Madison for decades. I mean, it wasn't like Carol Channing was like that. As she got older, she was still like doing the song and kind of doing the choreography that was still like the original choreography. But this one, I think it was like, I don't know, she performed it like randomly on like Martha Stewart's talk show that she had or something. And she goes, and what you just did reminded me, because it's old Victorian, like, you know, that's what Hello Dolly was. And she had this big giant dress. So at one point she was supposed to scoop up the dress. And then part of the choreography was like picking up the dress and like continuing to put it on her arm so that she could walk away. So like she's belting it out. And then it's like the little instrumental part where she's supposed to do it. And instead of just doing it, she goes, and dress and dress and dress. Because she wasn't wearing that as the costume on Martha Stewart's show. So she's just pretending this like 100-year-old woman doing and dress. And she's like singing it to the audience and dress and dress and dress. And then she like walks away. I'm like, classic. Anyway, complete tangent that happens after you've been on, you know, for 2.5 hours. Can't wait till like 8 o'clock.
Got a lot more to go.
Yeah, I know. It's like a long way to go. Anyway, continue.
Bodysuit. So I always see stuff like this being super cute for like, I don't know, it's got stars on it. You could do a nighttime show. The kids are in the bed going to sleep. Very sparkly. And I love these sort of backings.
Ooh.
So cute on the back. And look at this fabric.
Yeah, what is that fabric? Is that on the fabric? That's the fabric, right?
Yeah, that is
like that whole thing.
Fabric.
Well, like everybody just saw was all of my wrinkles on my forehead as I'm like leaning like way in. Like, what are you doing?
I have like 50 bobby pins in my hair right now.
Because she's trying to grow it out. She's trying to be fancy. She got that big on the back. She was like trying to like. She got her show hair ready.
Right.
Oh, that's a cute little basic. I love that.
And I love this skirt cut in the back. I call them galaxy skirts because they point
high low.
You like think like space.
Yeah. High in the front, low in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, everybody loves the sequin.
I don't even know what this is. Hold on.
How does this go on? What color is that? Is that gold? It's gold. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's love. Ooh, look at that.
Oh, I see. This is a
like a belt or something.
Mm-hmm. Let me slip that in there.
Oh, it's like a little belted dress that gives you very like 1960s, like, you know, I feel like it's very like backup singer, you know, like doo-woppy, like oohs and ahs.
Yes. It's hard to keep the belt on.
Yeah.
Without a person in it. There we go. Yeah, pretty.
Yeah, look at that cute little thing. Black little pair of leggings or like, little bloomers. Cute.
Okay, last Friendswood thing, and then I'm going into Kempner because the reason I'm going into Kempner last is because they are a really good example of how to send things to people so that you can get it on quickly. Which, sorry that I haven't yet, but I am just getting, you know.
It's inundated.
Learning how to do it. Yep. But I opened one of those bags today and I about cried. It was like, oh, I can take a picture of this right now, send it to Christine. Done. She can upload it. It even has how many are in it, what sizes. But anyway, little black dress,
LBD, the little LBD.
Always need that in your repertoire.
Always need that. That's right. Always need that.
All right. So all of those things aside, all of that stuff that you just saw has been sorted through, counted, figured out, input into my computer. Christine's been harassing me to send her the files.
Well, that's what mom's good for.
Yes, and
Mom will always make sure.
And I'm going to get pictures of all of those so that they can get listed. Okay, let me pull out this big old bag. Okay, so look, first things first. Yes, you can send things in a trash bag. I would recommend if I was you.
Yes, you can send things in a trash bag. Go.
I would recommend if I was you not to send trash bags at Terrysley because look, it is a trash bag and a trash bag.
Oh, reveal. That was not a reveal.
I actually did not know that was underneath. So it's hilarious that I am saying this right now because you'll have to double bag if your bag rips. So then look, we've got a double bagged. I actually have no idea what's in this, but I have to find the little card in here, but they leave a card. No, does this one not have it? Hold on, we're about to dump this out.
See the process we go through to help you all? See the process we have to go through to make sure you get your items?
Very busy. Oh, these are cute.
Oh. Very cute.
Okay.
We heard it her first.
Here's what I'm going to say. I can't find the card in this one, but I will tell you exactly what they do. I opened up a bag today, and I pulled out a card about this big, like a giant index card. And it had listed on it what the costumes were, how many of them there were in each size. It might have even said who made it says who made them. And it gives a grand total. So all I have to do is open these up, lay them out, look at them real quick, make sure they're in good condition or whatever condition I need to rate them. And I can just take a picture, send a picture of that index card over to Christine.
Boom.
And she can literally get it listed so quickly because all the information's there and I don't have to spend time writing it down, inputting it all, and getting it in there. So there you go. Now let's look at this cute costume because
I want to look at that cute costume.
I feel like I'm going to take a guess. Hold on. That this, I don't even know. I think it's like a little Red Riding Hood thing, but it's like a wolf thing, but it's also very regal. So what is this? Look at this. It's so cute.
That is so cute.
Fur. This is fur.
Oh, so we're talking like Roman or like royalty, something like battle. Like that's very like chest plate, like about to go into like what's her name? Joan of Arc. That's very Joan of Arc.
Right.
There you go.
I have more Kempner. Here we go.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I know I wanted to do some surprise ones so that I'm surprised. And
I
maybe
love it.
one of those. Here we go. Boop. So it's got manufacturer. It's got all the sizes.
That's the way to do it, people. Right there. That
long
I
sleeve.
keep not being able to do this right. That's the way to do it. Right there.
Right.
That's the way to do it.
And I'll send a picture of this right to her. Lay these costumes out. Let's check this out. Oh my goodness. More of this wonderful fabric that I love.
Look at that.
And look at this.
I love that you bevel your leg every time.
Right. Look at this sleeve on the left. I can't even get it up. It's so cute.
Oh, like a little like boop boop sleeve?
Yes.
That's just on the one side? Oh, that's cute. Cute. Little nude number. Who doesn't love that?
All right. I think that's enough for now on the costume department. I didn't get any flags to show.
No.
There's a lot of great flags, a lot of great printed stuff that's coming in. And we do have some sewn flags because, you know, those still do exist and people do still use those.
And a lot of them are on sale on our website for Get It Day. You go to Get It Day, guardcloset.com/Get It Day. There's lots of flags on sale, cut and sew, brand new, still on the bag, shoes, everything.
Exactly. So what else do we want to talk about since we're...
Well, I do want to show, because your other major project with Guard Closet is Design Closet.
Yes.
So I want to show everybody your our little commercial that we did. Let me find it again. I had it ready to go, and then I deleted it.
We'll be making this commercial soon. I haven't told you yet.
Oh, we have another commercial we're making?
Sound like a happier person.
Let's take a look. Oh, of course. I've got to fix it. Hold on. We got mine is not doing what I wanted to do. Hold on. I think talk a little bit. Well, so how about let's do this? I'll work on this commercial. I'll get it ready to show in just a moment. I need just a moment. Technical difficulties. Why don't you take a moment and introduce everybody to you? Talk about who are you? Who is Chris Farley? Where are you? What is you doing? Talk about your new color guard that you've got going on. Like, give us all the details.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there is so much going on. So I am Chris Farley. I don't live in a van down by the river. That is the old Chris Farley. So if you were wondering, not there. I'm in a house on a farm across from a hayfield. So there is that. And we do have a water slough in the back that is really great. So I am living in Texas. I moved back from Georgia. I have been living in Atlanta, Georgia for 10 or so years, exploring color guard there, been teaching in a lot of places. And, you know, I got to a place where I wanted to move forward in my career and I wanted to explore new things. So I moved back to Texas and I have been here for the last 2.5 years, just farming with my boyfriend and having all these animals, doing some color guard here and there, and kind of trying to find my little niche in this activity, you know, because I have all different things to offer. Design wise, I can do drill. I've started doing digital design and I'm getting better at that. And I definitely have been doing choreography for over, 10 plus years. So I wanted to start something that I could enlist other people in to give them opportunities, as well as continue to provide opportunities for me and to explore art and color guard and do that on a bigger scale other than just locally. So I started a company called Color Guard Design, which I started advertising, and then Jeremy caught wind of it and we started chatting a little bit and decided to start Design Closet. And once we got, into the swing of things, we really just, things have taken off and we've got a team set in place that we're starting to reach to and pull from when we get requests for those areas. And it's really great. We've already gotten costumes designed for people. We have choreography scheduled to be written. We have a clinic that we're going to do in less than a month. And it's been really awesome so far to just keep going with that. And for it to be 1 month, 2 months into announcing it, I think that this is a really great first step for us in this and a really good trial to see like how much can we handle, how much can we take on and still provide quality to people, at the right price.
Well, let's take a look at the commercial that I have ready and that will describe everything that we have to offer at Design Closet.
Yay.
Welcome to Design Closet. Here in Design Closet, we're offering custom show services such as drill writing, choreography, and music arrangement. We even have custom apparel design for guard costuming, band uniforms, percussion uniforms, even spirit wear. Do you need a show shirt? We've got you on that too. If you need any summer spin clinics, we're here for you. We do training, we offer technique programs and warm-ups, and we even come during the season if you want us to, and do show cleaning for your team. Please fill the form out below, let us know what you need, and we'll be back to you very soon.
Yeah.
Yay.
guardcloset.com/design, right?
I feel like that's right.
I feel like that's
check.
right. I feel like that's right. guardcloset.com/design for everything that you need design wise. I it's great. And what we've been able to do with it, and what we're going to do with it is, like Chris was saying, like we have this ability to have access to all of these choreographers, all of these designers, all of these drill writers, all of these music arrangers. We have every technicians, people that are ready to come to your camps, people that are ready to choreograph for you. And we, when Chris and I were talking about it, I said, look, one of the things that this needs to do is not just be a box. I don't want to just put it in a box and say, here's your show, and that's all you get, right? I want us to be able to help the customer in any way that they need help. So if you're somebody that just needs a little bit of help, we can do that and work within your budget for that little bit of help. Just need, like somebody emailed us the other day, I have the uniform design, but I need the flags and the props. Can you help with that? Sure, right? Like just that one little part, no problem. We got you on that. But like it allows us and allows you, the customer, to have way more flexibility with everything that you're doing. Maybe you just need somebody spectacular that's written for a world-class color guard that you would never have access to ever to write your flag ensemble. And wouldn't that be spectacular? Wouldn't it be spectacular to give that 32 count flag feature or that 64 count flag feature to somebody else that's going to create a moment for you, then you try and spend like 6 hours trying to figure it out yourself? That's what we're doing. That's what it is. Mind you, all the full show, show coordination from beginning to end too. You want to walk in and say, here's my budget, and Chris, I need you to design it from top to bottom. Yes, we could do that. But if it's also, hey, I just need a little part of this done, that's the other thing that we can really sink our teeth into and really make a big difference, I think, is in those things, right? Like in those things of those small little nuggets of stuff. Oh, I'm not good at writing rifle. I can't do the opening body segment. Oh, the band has all this opening movement section in the show. Or maybe I'm good at it, but like maybe I don't have time, or I want you to look at it, or whatever. Like whatever it is. Like that's what we're here to do. Like that's what we want Design Closet to be also, is that place for anybody and to be trained in that way too, right? Like I don't think that we're people that just work with somebody and just go, here's your product, like don't talk to me, I don't want to tell you how I did it, like here it is, you're done. I think that we want you to learn how to do it. We want you to understand why choices were made. We want you to learn and grow from it, because it's hard. This is hard. This business is hard. Choreographing is hard, and drill design is hard. And if you don't know it, if it's not your skill set, then then don't do it, right? Like, I said it and I'll say it again. You don't get the electrician to do the plumber's job.
Right.
You just don't.
Exactly.
You don't. And if you want Uncle Frank to do your electricity work or your plumbing work, you're going to get Uncle Frank pricing, which is going to be next to nothing. But you're also going to get Uncle Frank quality, which is also not going to be that good either. So like it makes a difference. It makes a difference when you have when you have a good uniform design, or when you have good flag designs. Cleaning isn't as awful as you think it is, right? Because you kind of forgive some dirtiness when it's well designed. The drill is well designed, the choreography is well designed. You get kind of by that like dirtiness factor. But when you just have bad design, it doesn't matter how much you clean it, it's still going to be bad design.
Right, exactly.
It could be the most perfect of things, but bad design is bad design.
And I'm sure you're working very hard.
I'm sure you. Well, I know you're right to say that, though. I think in people's own minds, like, of course you want to give your kids the best. You're not approaching it like, I'm going to write this terrible choreography, right? You're approaching it from like, you really want to be helpful, but maybe you just don't know. Maybe that's not the skill set you have. That's okay. That's okay.
Even everybody, I'm going to segue now into my guard that I'm starting, because this is a perfect, like what you're talking about. I have to reach to people to get help with things, because I could start an independent guard. I could be the director, the choreographer, the drill writer, the flag designer, all of it, but it's not going to be as good as it could be if I didn't reach out to all the people that are making up this team to create it, and I know that here's how I'll be in this situation if I'm given the responsibilities to do everything. And I just couldn't do that. I couldn't possibly deal with the stress of that. So I manage my responsibilities by asking other people to help with them, which means maybe I won't write the drill for this team, and that's my thing. I write drill, but maybe I'll pass that on to somebody else, let them be a designer, let it, facilitate that experience for them. And then I will listen to their expertise. I will let them tell me, what I should do and learn from their perspective, and that's the thing we do in this activity, is that we use each other in that way, and we help each other to gain new perspectives on how to do things and to get better at them. So you call us one season, maybe for a whole year, we do your marching band, we do your winter guard, and then the next year you feel more confident because you've learned new skills. You've learned, how to even talk to people in a certain way where they learn things differently. So that being said, yeah, I started an independent guard this year with a group of people. We started an independent guard together called Ether Independent, and it's based out of Houston, Texas. And the idea behind this color guard is that when I was in high school many, many years ago, we joked about making Oak Ridge independent, which was the school I went to. And we were fairly good. We made WGI finals both years that I was in the color guard. And so I got to experience, color guard on the highest levels. And it just hooked me. And that little generation of us that were with this one color guard director and all the people he brought in to be our mentors and to teach us about color guard and life, it made us love it so much and love each other so much that to this day, over 15 years later, almost 15 years, 15 years later, over that, we still know each other. And we have reconnected, right? I called individually all these people, and then we came together, and now we have created something that is so unique, and it's bringing back this really great thing that we got from this activity that we're going to share with a whole new set of people. And we get to bring back as many of those people that we can get to participate in that with us, that were our teachers in high school, that were our peers being taught, being in the shows with us. And that for me is just so special. And then year 2, right, we'll bring in students from the year before. We'll start bringing in more staff members, because ultimately what we're creating is that family that we had when we were marching, and that's going to keep growing. But yeah, even I'm going to have to reach and manage the responsibilities, which I'm okay with. I think it's going to be a really exciting thing. And I cannot wait to be at WGI and get to have that whole experience as a director. And from the instructor's point of view, it's just going to be a really cool thing. And to get to see the look on the members' faces when we make it to Dayton and when we're going on for prelims, I'm already getting like jitters just thinking about it, because we're all making a comeback. And I think that this year was a testament to that. So that's kind of where I'm at, where Ether's at, like what we're doing here. I am sorting through your things as fast as I can. Those of you that have given it to me, and some of you that have been waiting for a while, we're here. We're getting it done. Texas is going to be popping. Y'all really know how to make some cute outfits, and you really love your fabrics. Let me just say that.
Perfect. I love it. It's so, it's exciting that you are sort of getting to experience all of this. And I'm not going to take away from your education because you have a vast one, an experience level. But I wish that I was in your position when I was starting my color guard, my independent color guard, that you're in, right? That I had access to like all of this stuff. Like I was like a big giant dummy that was just like sort of kind of trying to figure it out, right? Like, and like I didn't have this like wealth of knowledge, like that I could just like, even just like a quick text to be like, what do you think of this flag? You know what I mean? Like, and because of now you working here with us and you get to see all of the new stuff and you get to have all of that like access to the insider stuff, it's like a whole new thing, right? Like it's a whole new thing. It's super exciting. I'm really glad that you're on board and you're holding down that Houston area, Texas stuff that's going on, and some of the rest of the Midwest and Design Closet and Consignment Closet and all of the closets. Chris is over there like opening doors and closing them and moving things from over here to over there. Plus his boyfriend's doing the web design, and it's like, Chris Farley's in like a text message chain is as many text messages chains about Guard Closet as I am. because you're basically in all of the ones that I'm in, because it's like, okay, we didn't talk about this, and okay, we gotta talk about this, we gotta talk about this, we gotta talk about this, we gotta talk about this. And so we have like all of these things from all over, which is just like amazing. Amazing. Well, we have a guest that's joining us for hour 3. If they're ready, are you ready, sir? Your little thumbs up there from you, just to make sure you're ready in the green room. Okay.
Always on time.
Always on time. A little early, always on time. But this lovely person is going to be taking over for a little while and talking some of the other things that we do here at Guard Closet that isn't just color guard and that vibe, right? Like our friend that's coming on is a little bit more nuanced than maybe even we are in some ways. So please welcome Christopher Green, one of the other Chris's in Guard Closet. There's literally like so many. My husband is Chris. There's Chris Green. There's Christine. There's Chris Farley. I think we had another one too somewhere along the line.
So basically, it should just be stay calm and let Chris handle it.
Let Chris handle it. Stay calm and let Chris handle it. Yeah, the email addresses at Guard Closet are Christopher, which is Chris Farley, Chris G, which is Chris Green, and Christine. It's like a whole lot. It's like a whole lot. There's like a whole lot going on. But I mean, I have you been watching any of the live stream? Have you seen us earlier, Chris? How's it going?
I've seen little bits here and there. There's been some cool stuff talked about, and a lot of helpful tips that I know I'm going to pick up on and share with my clients. And hopefully people are joining in at various times in their schedule and getting little tidbits here and there of just how cool and vast Guard Closet really is, and how today is really special because it's Get It Day, as we've been saying for 2-3 weeks now, all the big discounts and things that are going on, which is just awesome. So if you have access to your budget, or the boosters have a credit card, great day to get some stuff knocked off that list at big discounts, which is awesome.
Yeah. Apparel, flags. We're going to be doing costuming like later on. We'll definitely be doing another Get It Day once everybody's budget's open, all those kinds of things for sure. But Chris, we did talk ever so briefly about our microsites.
Okay.
We're going to talk a little bit more about. But we can also play, which we played earlier, but we could play it again. Our little microsite commercial. So before before Chris takes over from Christopher and I for a little while, here's what microsites are. Here's kind of one of the preview of what Chris will be talking about. If I can get it to work, I'm like leading up to it. I'm just gonna like be able to like dump it right in, right? And it's like suddenly like, oh, it's not working. Hold on. Oh, it's the new one. I was trying to show the old one. 1 second.
Okay.
1 second. Right. I was trying to show the old one. That was the problem. But wait. Oh no. Hold on. I need to have these like ready to go, don't I? That'd probably be more helpful. than than how I'm currently doing it. Oh my God, where'd it go? Oh wait, there it is. Okay, let's see.
Tired of collecting money and taking orders from your students? We take the orders for you. We collect the payments for you. Students purchase directly from our website. We ship it to you, and then you're done and ready for the season. Anything you need your students to buy, we can stock in your microsite. Don't use up your rehearsal time collecting orders and money. Guard Closet. We're here to help.
That voice is
Awesome.
that voice is of the lovely Maeve Saint Ange, who did us some stuff in the past couple of years, and she's fantastic. She just graduated from Sacred Heart University. She was at WGI. We got to see her. It was so fabulous. So I'm going to turn it over to Chris Green, who is more than capable of talking about all of the lovely things that are extra in Guard Closet that aren't just Guard Closet, all of those things. And I will tell you all, if you have questions about shoes, now's the time to ask, because Chris Green is like band shoe master. So if we have any of that, definitely ask him about that. And then I'll let you introduce the other topics you're going to talk about. But I'm here. If you need anything, we're here. If you need anything, Chris,
as long as my second window is able to be screen shared, I've got that on there. So a few things queued up already on my side.
Okay. It says devices not connected.
Well, I turned off the.
Okay, maybe that's why. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have the mic or cam on. It's strictly for screen share, which looks like I have available. Yep, I do, which I won't do starting off, but I have the ability. So if you need to go into the background for a bit, I'll take it over.
Okay. All right. So Chris will talk to you later. See you later. Chris
I'll
Farley.
see y'all later.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Now it's just me. Well, first of all, I'm going to introduce myself. I am Chris Green. I go by the virtual assistant director because when I moved from Texas, where I was a band director for almost a decade, and lots of drum corps, and everyone had an assistant, it seemed like, and all this money was there with UIL. It was wonderful. And I come to Florida to represent Fruit Off Uniforms and Guard Closet and some other organizations, and realized that most people down here, band directors, do not have an assistant. Oftentimes, the band director is also the orchestra director, sometimes the choir director. They may be doing mariachi, they may be doing all this other kind of stuff. And a lot of them just needed somebody else to be there. Now, thankfully, some of these schools will have another teacher on campus that maybe helps out, or maybe they have enough budget in their booster program to hire a guard tech or a percussion tech or just someone to be there on field trips or whatnot. So I've been billing myself as a virtual assistant director. I do like being the person that you can call and say, hey, I need help. Here are the things I need. What can I do? And because I represent multiple lines with Guard Closet and other organizations, I'm able to give people the best price available, give them tips of tools of the trade, things I've learned over the years. And on the team Guard Closet, I'm one of, I think, 2 non-guard people. Maybe there might be a third one in there somewhere. So I understand things a little bit differently. As a teacher in Dallas, I started off without an assistant. It was a very small program. I walked into 12 students that were very eager and loved doing band. I left there with over 250, which is incredible. So I've been through every step of a program from I don't know what's going on. I just walked in. I got hired in late July, early August, coming off drum corps tour, and I walked into a program that didn't have their marching band show picked out. Definitely didn't have uniforms. Music wasn't picked. The kids were told a vague concept and listened to some audio files, but nothing was arranged for them. I've gone from there to writing my own stuff, to writing things for my band, and then being able to hire people to come in, both with prepackaged, with custom design stuff, and I was actually a customer of Guard Closet. First couple of years when I knew I needed something other than the 2 sets of flags that I had in the band room, I browsed the consignment categories and just found things that would work. I begged and borrowed and shared and everything else we could to get things going. So I feel like I'm in a unique position to help people who are not sure what to do, or maybe are very, very advanced and just need to save some money or time. So I'm going to start off by showcasing the t-shirt that I decided to wear for this. procrastinators, leaders of tomorrow. So this is not for you guys and gals out there that just get stuck in a situation. Budgets aren't there, fundraising is weird, or like we're all been experiencing the last decade, it seems like, with all the COVID protocols and things, that you may not know who's coming into your program. Numbers change and things. So I'll start off by saying the more time that you give on anything, the better. That's whether it's a uniform, a flag, a prop, and even sometimes shoes. We all know the last year there's a lot of supply chain issues with different aspects of just about everything we use, and that did hit the marching arts as well. So the more time that you can have up front, the better. The second thing I'd like to say is know your budget. When you start to sit down and figure out what you're going to spend in the fall, some things are very, very easy when it comes to it. You know how much your buses are probably going to cost with your district. You know what uniform budget's going to be, but the smaller bits and pieces of that you may not. You know, how much are you actually paying someone to instruct your band? What pieces do they need? It's not just I have this flag and this pole, but the weights and the stoppers, and how many poles are you going to need? Are you going to do different transitions? Just different aspects. So it's good to speak with someone else as you're walking through this if you're new, to kind of think about all those small, tiny bits and details that you may not have thought of the first time you've done it. Or if you've done this for years and you've kept up with how things have changed and developed, maybe you're in great shape. So I'm going to start off first and foremost with a little audio feedback. Let me make sure. Pull this up. Okay. Hopefully this sounds a little bit better. I've had a little feedback issues with StreamYard on my own personal broadcasts that I do on occasion. So hopefully this isn't too bad. I'm going to start off with just a couple reasons why people use Guard Closet with us. And I'm going to start off with two different videos that were done by different customers that I had this past year, and why they chose to go with Guard Closet. So let's see here. Get the right window. Not sure if you're able to hear that or not. All right. Stop sharing just a minute. Let me see here. Were we able to hear that? No sound. Okay. I'm going to send the links over real quick to Jeremy. Awesome. Give me one moment here. We live and die by the technology, which is also a good thing to think about when you are working on your electronics for the field. Because, as we know, we live and by the electronics, and you want to make sure you always have a backup. So I'm going to give two links over here to Jeremy, and I'll continue on another idea first. Okay, so let me jump around a little bit. I've sent those over to Jeremy on Facebook Messenger, so as he's watching, he can hear that. And I'm going to do a screen share for just a kind of basic microsite and a little overview of the web page to give us a few minutes here. Okay. Screen. Doom. Okay. So first of all, if you haven't been to our website in a while, we have a brand new design. And if you kind of scroll through, it's very mobile friendly. You'll see a lot of really cool stuff that's going on in the basic categories that we have. We do a lot of consignment. We do that for several drum corps and a lot of marching bands. So you can shop your consignment. You can also find out how to sell your stuff. The thing that is best tip I can give you when it comes to consignment is to sell your newest stuff, the stuff that you just used this past winter, the things you are using this fall. That's going to get the most money back into your program, and you can always take the option of either getting a store credit, which will have a higher percentage of return for you, or you can get cash out if you need to for other purchases. Fresh looks, we have custom design work that we're doing now. You can kind of see here some of the sublimated top stuff going on, as well as show design. Go through, there's a nice little preview of a lot of the products, some of the commercials. I'm going to go all the way back up to the top up here. I'll go to the shop area, and you'll see that we've got some of our get-a-day supply things. You can shop all consignments, all products, full costumes, flags, shop all closets. Right here, there's a formal closet I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. And I'm also going to talk about, on the Learn More tab, microsites. And we saw a quick little video about what a microsite is. So a microsite, and what I've used this for, I think Jeremy's got that queued up. Okay, cool. That has sound that time. All right, so on microsites, the reason why I push these a lot, and I have several people who are in the process of getting theirs up right now, is when you look at it as a band director, one of the biggest frustrations that a lot of people have is collecting money. It is a challenge, whether you're going through your school district or you're going through your boosters. It's just a lot of time wasted and a lot of bookkeeping and keeping track of who is paid, how much they've paid, and all those elements. The thing I like about a microsite is we're going to take everything that you need for your season, all your gloves, your shoes, flag bags, maybe some extra things, apparel, practice kits, thermoses, anything that you want your students to purchase or your parents to purchase for your students, we can put on that website. We give your own little unique moniker to it, and you can basically just promote that website to your students and your parents for 2 or 3 weeks. Now, I'll say if you want to get your things at the beginning of band camp, let's get your microsite up now for it to close on July 14th-ish. That way we have time to get everything ordered. If there's something that needs to be made, like a practice kit, a certain shirt, something with specific branding on it, then we have time to get it to you in the beginning of band camp. If you want it by the end of August, let's close your microsite by the first week of August, by August 5th. That'll give us time to get it to you for that first game. But again, it goes back to my procrastination. If you're planned out well now and you know everything you need in July, get it up, get everything ordered. We'll give you a spreadsheet that tells you who has ordered what. You can give me a list of the students that should be ordering, and I can go through and tell you who hasn't ordered yet by a certain time. If you have 20 students that need to order and I have 14 orders, I can look at that list and say, okay, here are the 6 students now who have not placed their order. And I'll give you a chance to track down those 6 students as opposed to tracking down all 20. Now, 20 students, maybe that's not a huge issue, but what if you have 250 students? What if you have 100 incoming freshmen that are all brand new to marching band? You need some assistance that'll help you make the most of your time so you're not having to run around and catch everybody so often. So let's start off first. What's available on a microsite? So here, and I won't read it to you, but it says, microsites are built to fit your exact needs. We can do everything from the undergarments, practice flags, all the stuff I mentioned before, custom flags, spirit wear, basically everything. So this is really simple. The first thing I'm going to do is just request a microsite, and it's going to pop up an email window that basically just says, hey, I want a microsite, help me out. That's going to go to the main guard closet address. You're going to tell us what information you need to get started, and your representative will reach out to you. Now, if you're in Florida, Georgia, or Alabama, that will be me. We do have representatives all over the country. So someone will reach out to you and say, hey, I got your information. I have some questions. Maybe it's just to find out what specific sizes you need. If you have certain things that are specific, maybe it's just verification of colors, of style. Maybe you gave us a SKU number that you saw in the DSI or Style Plus catalog, and we're having trouble figuring out which one that is. So we just want to make sure we clarify everything with you. So we'll have a conversation, email or phone, or even Zoom, that kind of walks through everything that you need. We'll set up the microsite from there, and then you're good to go. So let's look over here on the left-hand side of the screen, microsites for band and color guard. So first of all, let's just look at a sample microsite. And here it is for Main Street High School Band. Any resemblance to a real Main Street high school band is completely fictional and not intentional, or whatever that little blurb at the bottom of the movie scroll say. So here, it's basically everything. So we have pick any band glove. It doesn't matter if you want special grips, if you want long-wristed, woodwind gloves, brass gloves, or even some of the new ones that go down further down the arm that are designed. You pick any kind of glove. Now here we just have sizes and stuff, so it looks like what the store would look like, but you're not actually picking items from here for your microsite. This is just to give you an idea of what's all going on, because I can't tell you how many times I'm working with a director and they get everything going and they say, oh, just ordered my shoes through so-and-so. Oh, could I have done that through you? Yes, you can. I would much rather be that first point of contact for you for everything that you need and go through and say, okay, here's what I see. If there's something that I can't get for you, then I can tell you the companies that I work with that can, or at least directions of where to go. There are definitely some specific items that are only done by certain companies out in the world, but we do carry everything from the entire DSI and Style Plus catalog, plus Drill Masters and Dinkles and basically any marching shoe you can have. So when you look at the next area, pick any band shoe. If you have something that you want to match, you've got a certain black Dinkle that you have in your closet, like, I want everyone to have this and this is the one. We can do that. It's very easy. If you happen to have a school that used a brand of shoe or a type of shoe that's gone, but you like that style, maybe you need an indention underneath because your band wears spats, we can help you out with that. So I have a lot of people come through and say, well, my band used this for 30 years and I need something that looks like it, but maybe it's more comfortable for the students. Maybe you're in a military band that's trying to get a little more comfort based instead of the harder shoe, then work out there. So you have pick any band glove, any band shoe, pick any glove. Here we're looking at style gloves for the color guard. EverDry, the fit, all these kind of things are available. Scrolling down, pick any guard shoe. This is it's a big thing because as you start looking, especially on a band director side, where you're not as concerned with the guard shoe because you maybe don't know. You're thinking, well, as long as they're black, they fit. That's fine. But the guard shoes are all designed differently. If you're going to be on hot asphalt rehearsing all the time, maybe we need a different shoe than if we're going to do something that's indoors for winter guard season. Is your band very dance oriented, or are they just more marching, maybe traditional, maybe HBCU or a military style? So knowing these elements, we can help walk you through these shoes. Pick any product you need. That is as vague as we can be because honestly, you can pick any product. If you do a Style Plus design band top, but you want every individual student just to go ahead and buy theirs up front, you can put that on your microsite. Once the microsite closes, everything's made at that time or ordered that time. So again, looking at the production windows and times, if you plan it out properly, you'll get those in time. And pick any flags. If you want certain practice flags or show flags or anything that a student is going to have to own, then you have that. Right here in the middle, yes, you can play with your card a little bit if you'd like to. We have these, they also kind of sold out because it's not a real store yet. You can view your cart, start a microsite. Yes, I am. It just takes you right back to that window that pops up a new email and says, okay, we're good to go. We can make that happen. And then down here, some optional team apparel. Maybe you have some fan gear you have. Maybe you want to do a dry fit undershirt for the bibbers. Maybe you want to do a practice uniform that you will wear for a parade when it's hot and rainy, or for the first couple of football games when the heat's a little too much and you're not doing your full halftime show yet. Or maybe you're doing some things for fundraising. We can do all kinds of spirit wear as well. So that kind of walks you through a little bit of just what the microsite is. And back is under Learn More, Microsites. And then it just comes up with the two windows, two little categories. One that talks a little bit about the microsite, and view the sample, and then what's available on the microsite. And of course, the commercial that Jeremy showed us just a few minutes ago here. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing this screen. There we go, back to me. So why use a microsite instead of just Googling on the web and finding various things? Because some of these things may be on Amazon or on various other websites, and that comes to convenience. If you go in Google, you're going to find what Google tells you they want you to find, whether it's someone who has paid for a higher promotion in the Google results, whether you're clicking on shopping, whether you're clicking on style, this and that. What working with me or any of the brand managers does, or Guard Closet itself, is you have someone else on your staff. You have someone who's only worried about one aspect. We're not trying to design your show and pick your color guard uniform and all these kind of things unless you bring us into that part of the process. What we're here for as a brand manager is to help you through to find the best prices, the best products for the needs that you have. And that's why I choose to represent the companies that I represent. A lot of times salespeople just have to we're trying to get as much as we can for you to purchase from us, highest profit margin, where are we going to make the most money? Well, that's not this company. This company is all about helping you. And it keeps growing and changing and adding new features because we found that we have the tools to help you out. And again, with me being a virtual assistant director, I think a lot of our brand managers have the same sort of mentality where they just want to help you out. So if I'm not designing your show, but you're calling me and say, hey, I need a prop. We're doing the show about shamrocks and I can't find anything and everyone's telling me that green is out. The first thing I want to do is I want to contact Christine on the consignment window and say, hey, help me out. We're looking at some stuff. They need some props. They have some uniforms, some flags, maybe some other accessories and things that aren't going to come in time. Do we have something in consignment that would work? And we'll give you some options. If you have tons of time left, I may say, okay, here's some people that can do a 6-week turnaround or a 4-week turnaround, depending on what the product is for new stuff. But we're going to work with you on that. I'm not just trying to give you the most expensive anything I can. I'm trying to make sure that I can give you options that are going to work for you. And so I've got 2 videos ready. Jeremy, if you go ahead and start the first one with West Forsyth High School.
I really love how at West we can order everything we need from Guard Closet, including flags, show flags, practice flags, poles, tape, rifles, and we get literally everything we need. It makes life so much easier, and it's a relief to know that we can consistently get what we need when we need it.
Awesome. All right. Yes, Jeremy, go ahead and cue up the other one. I'll talk for just a minute before we get to that one. So West Forsyth is in Georgia. That program is run by Sharon Riles, who's done a lot of drum corps and marching band over the years. She reached out to me, maybe 2 years ago. It might have been 3 years ago for the first time, of just having frustration and finding everything that she needed. What we've done for West Forsyth is both new. We've looked at consignment, old and new, just all the supplies that they need. And I can get a call, I can get a text from Sharon all the time. I need a few extra rifles. We've had some that broke, or I thought this was coming through. And it didn't come through.
My name's Dave.
All right. And our next one up is a good friend of mine, David Duffy. You may know him from drum corps or marching bands. He's taught marching bands in Virginia, North Carolina, and Texas. And he's been at a new school the last couple of years going. And this past fall, he had an issue last July. He was walking around trying to find a certain styled hat that he couldn't find for his marching band show. We actually had that on our consignment side and was able to get it to him very quickly. More so than everything else he was finding, which was international shipping or not exactly what he wanted. So let's go ahead and look at that video from David Duffy.
Hi, my name is Dave Duffy, and I'm one of the band directors at Mo and Jean Johnson High School in Buda, Texas. And we use Color Guard Closet. They actually kind of saved us this fall because they were able to locate some headwear that we used that we got from the cadets consigned, and it was awesome. We've used them for winter guard costumes and things like that. So you guys, I'm just telling you, if you really want great people to work with and people that'll work on your side to help get what your program needs, it's these guys.
Awesome. Nothing speaks stronger than the band directors and the color guard directors that have experienced with us. So hopefully those two kind of give you a little insight about why they chose to work with us. 2 incredible programs, and as you heard David Duffy mention, the cadets in there. The cadets, Jersey Surf, the cadets 2, and I believe there's another corps or 2 that have been there in the past. And we have one that's joining us very soon. I don't know if that's been announced. And a few more that we're speaking with. So what we're trying to do is get you guys the coolest stuff from all the programs that we can. And on a consignment level, so you can get the same stuff discount and keep those programs, money going back to those programs, so they can continue to get new stuff. It's a very small world when you think about this, the degrees of separation in both the color guard and the band world. We're all out there trying to do our best. We're all tight on budgets. Money is hard to come by in many, many ways. And this just helps. Spartans and Reading Buccaneers consign with us as well. Those are the 2 that I was forgetting. Those are all Northeast so far. We have one that coming up that's not in the Northeast. And if you know someone who's interested, oh cool, who's interested in consigning with us, definitely reach out to us. Now I'll go back for just a few minutes, and then there's a guest I'll bring on in a little bit. But I want to go back to my screen share over here, and I'm going to walk you through another cool thing that I actually head up with Card Closet, and that is another one of our closets. Now, when you pull down the shop menu, you'll see Shop All Closets. Band, Battle, Formal, Guard, Percussion, Prop, Garage, and Twirling Closet. You'll see that we have definitely expanded our reach and our realm into the pageantry and performing arts world. I'm going to go up here to Formal Closet. Okay, so in Formal Closet, all it really is, it's new and consigned things for your concert attire. We work with both Style Plus and Cousins Cousins Concert Attire to give you their entire catalog of formal, both custom and some of their standard most popular items. So the first thing you kind of see on here is something that's in the consignment category. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this and show you just how easy it is to pick up. So this one is going to show you exactly, because it's on the consignment side, the number of items we have, any description we have, the approximate sizes or the exact sizes if there's labels on them, what they're made of, and the condition. And you can add this right here. You add to compare to other items in the shop. You can add it to your cart as you continue shopping, or you can go ahead and check out with that. And that is on a consignment order, and that's a cummerbund. I'm thinking, okay, well, that might be a marching band thing, but that could also be a show choir. It could be any kind of other options on here. I'm going to go back. And now what you're going to see here are some of our more popular items. Okay, like this one is called the Finale Dress. So we're going to pull up here. You can kind of click on the image, which will give it a better look, so you can kind of see what the texture style is. The description, everything that comes with it. Sizes, if it's machine washable or dry clean only. All the big key things you need to look at when you're trying to pick out your formal wear. And then you can order your quantity right here. Now, when it comes down to quantities, and you're going to order directly on the website, if you're ordering 1 or 2, this is probably the easiest to do. If you have a certain brand manager you work with, you can always put their name in the comment section of the order, so they know that's coming up. Oh, okay. So we're going to bring Andre on for just a minute. He's just got a few minutes. We're going to bring him on and let him say hi. So I'm going to pause it here for just a moment. Hi. Oh, Andre, you're in the car.
Yes, I am. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm just talking about all kinds of things on here. And then Jeremy said that you were available to come on and talk for just a minute. So I'm going to pause what I'm talking about and let you introduce yourself and talk to the folks here on live for just a minute.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm Andre Williams. I am the brand representative for the Midwest area. So Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, Chicago, Kentucky. And I've been teaching for about 10, 11, going on 11 years now. And right now I'm actually heading to Fishers High School to go and work with their winds and color guard.
Oh, nice.
So I'm in quite the busy week. We're in DCI season / band camp season / dance intensive season. So I'm actually teaching at a dance intensive down in Columbus at Dancer Studio Incorporated this week.
Oh, nice.
And then in the evenings, I'm either at Mount Vernon High School, which is the school that I'm the visual coordinator and guard director for, or I'm at Fishers today.
Okay.
So,
Oh, very
It's
cool.
a crazy week. That's why I was like, I need to pop on. I need to pop on. I just don't know when.
Well, I'm glad you could, jump on here for just a minute because I will say for the beginning of my time on this that I am one of the few band director only kind of people. I dabbled in color guard. I knew enough to teach for the first year or two. Then I got to a point that I needed someone like you to come in and just assist. How do people go about finding someone like you? If like I need to find a color guard, like how do these groups find you, and how did you find these groups?
A lot of time it's networking. To be honest with you, most people kind of like hire their friends and do all that sorts of stuff. I have a few places that you can actually reach me. You can always reach me at Guard Closet. So my email is Andre at Guard Closet. Other ways that you could reach me or maybe someone else who's looking to design. I know that WGI often puts out posts. You can actually go on WGI and normally your local circuit and put out a request about information about a job that may be open and someone will contact you. However, if you're looking for someone, you're more than likely always going to have to go and find them on the Book of Faces or, find somebody on their own website or on Instagram. But most of my contact information is out. You can even find me personally on Instagram at Andre Williams _1018. You can find me on Facebook at Andre Williams. But the easiest way to contact me is probably through Guard Closet. And then you can also probably get a handle of me on relevations.ad@gmail. That's my dance company email. And it's also my art and design company as well. So there's a couple things that go under Relevations. And you can always email me there, and I'm normally able to answer in a few days, if not within a few hours.
Awesome. I'm really glad you brought up the point of the local circuits and friends. We all have these huge networking sections, and it's hard sometimes. The best thing to do is ask. I know the first time I put an ad on to one of the local circuits, I got so many emails back of people like, oh, I'd love to help. How much does it pay? What are your time? What is this? What is that? And it overwhelmed me. But knowing people in the activity, I said, okay, this is what I'm looking for. How much should I pay for what my program is going to be? How much time commitment? And so I knew that going in. So thankfully, I had people like you that were able to help guide me to ask the right questions to find the right person. So I'm really glad that you brought that up, because I think a lot of people maybe get concerned and confused over what to do and how to do. All right. Well, I know you're on the road, so we want you to continue driving safe. So we'll let you go here, but I'm so glad you popped on for just a minute to drop some knowledge on the children. So it's all good. So good to see you, Andre. Hopefully I'll see you up at DCI.
Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to pop back on later.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. You'll
Anytime.
definitely see me. I'm working with Phantom Wretch and Legends this year, so
Okay.
I'll be on tour. You'll see me somewhere.
Oh, great. Well, stop by the Fruhoff booth and say hi. I'll have some snacks for you.
Yeah, I'm definitely stopping by then.
All right, drive safe. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks. See you soon.
All right. Well, that's pretty cool. I like that he kind of brought up the idea of checking out the local circuits. A lot of the job banks for different states will have color guard, percussion, tech categories. Some states don't. I mean, Florida's lucky that we do. Texas definitely has a lot of job banks, and there's local circuits sometimes too as well. So it's a good place to look. So as we're kind of going back, and we were talking about like the finale dress here, it also will suggest some other things. Maybe, I mean, this has got an Everdance shoe, but if maybe that's what you want if you're doing like a show choir situation. If you want to find something that has different colors, it's going to come down and tell you what colors are available. The Angela Classic Short Sleeve Scoop Neck Dress is definitely one of the more popular dresses. And you can look down and it'll tell you it comes in two different colors. There's a solid black or a royal blue. So what I like to tell people when they go into the formal closet and they're looking for things is this is an idea generator. There's no way we can show you everything all the time. And even if we have the full catalog on for a DSI or Style Plus, there's still other things there may not be. So what I would say is if you're going around and figuring out what you need on your microsite or what what you need for your order, just click around a little bit, get some ideas. If you want to know, well, I'm kind of curious what the different cut necklines are for ladies. Then you can pull up different options here. This is called a sweetheart neckline. The Stephanie Sweetheart neckline specifically is what they have here. It tells you where the zipper is, available in black only. And again, we'll always highlight some other items you may want to add to your cart. But when it comes to doing a full formal closet order, the best option is to get a couple ideas going or to know what style you'd like, and then reach out to me, Chris G, at guardcloset.com, or any of your brand managers that are local, and we can walk you through the process. The biggest reason of that is if you're going to have to do, let's say you've got 45 girls in your color guard, in your choir that you want to get measured. Well, you have two options. I can either come to your school and measure, and we'll have a band parent or someone there as well to assist so that everyone feels comfortable. Or we can give you, there's a really handy video I can give you that tells you all the different dimensions and sizes we need. Collect those sizes and do the order all at one time. When it comes to the formal wear stuff, and it's the same thing with color guard, winds, or percussion indoor stuff, is you want the fits to be as comfortable on the students as it can for them to look good. If they look good, they're going to feel good, and the stuff is going to last how much longer. Yeah, let's pull that measuring video, Jeremy. That's a good idea. I've shared this video at least 5 times this week with people who have said, well, how do I go about measuring my students? What do I need to do? What are we looking for? Is it just bust and waist? Is it hip? Or, where does the tape measure need to be? And Christine did a wonderful job of putting together a video of just how to measure the students and to get the right dimensions. So I'll tell you, every time I judge in a marching band category, especially in general effect, and I notice how baggy things are on students, it always detracts. Even if you try not to think about that, it detracts. So the better your students look in their equipment, in their uniforms, the more comfortable they are. Does it fit correctly? Can they move correctly? Can they do everything that you're asking them to do in that uniform or that tux or that dress? They'll be able to perform better. It's just the way it is. Your scores are better. Your kids will feel better. They'll just have a better experience all around. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about some accessories and actually some custom stuff while Jeremy's queuing up that video. Anybody ever heard the word sublimation? Sublimation is a very cool, it's not really new, but it's definitely taking the world by storm. And the pageantry arts, we've seen a lot of sublimated images and things on flags, digitally printed flags and uniforms. It's now making its way over to the formal side of things. So if you have a mascot or a theme or a concept you want for a show choir or for a tux jacket or something, we're now able to take those images and sublimate them into the formal uniforms as well. All right, looks like we got the measurement queued up. Let's go ahead and fire that off, Jeremy. Awesome. And that link can be found on our YouTube channel for Guard Closet, and the brand managers have all these at their fingertips. We can send you anything we need to. We know every school is different. I know, especially with the last 2 years, it's been very challenging to get on campus as a vendor to come in and help. So I've done a lot of Zoom with directors and band parents, kind of walking them through what we needed. And then a video like this, which really helps a lot, just make sure that we get all the measurements that we need. And understand that, students are going to change. If you're measuring your students in May and they have a very athletic summer, maybe they're marching drum corps, that fit may need to be adjusted a little bit in the fall. Or maybe they had a hot Cheetos on the couch kind of summer and you need more room. So we want to make sure that we give the students things that they're going to feel the most comfortable in all the time. So we're here to help any way we can. If we can physically get to your school, glad to do so. I think all the brand managers have the same mindset there, that we will definitely come out and help you any way that we can. If there's any situation that prohibits that, then we do have educational tools, videos, and things like this. We can Zoom in and chat with you on the phone to kind of walk you through everything that's going on here. So hopefully, if you're watching this live, if you have any questions, you can feel free to send them to me. Let's see, Chris G at guardcloset.com, or you can send them on the chat here. So let's see, what else can we talk about? We've talked about some of the microsite things and why that's important. We've talked a little bit about formal closet. Let's go on the website a little bit more. This website is still new for me, so let's just discover a little bit together, because we just did a brand new launch. Let me see, share screen. Okay, let's just find our way around this side a little bit more. Okay, so if I am a band director and I am not ready to design color guard, but I know what my show is, let's just say maybe my color guard person is left, I have to find someone new, and I don't know what I'm looking at. So if I go just to the Guard Closet site and start scrolling down, ideas are going to start popping out. We've got performance unitards. It's like, okay, well, let's see what this is. Click on these performance unitards. It'll tell me here how much the cost is. It tells me what the material is, the sizes that are available. That could be quite important depending on my band students as to what is even available for them. So if I look at this and I'm like, okay, I like this, but I want some different images or different whatever, this is telling me the size and shape of that uniform to do. Now I can change colors and everything else, but we do that with our brand managers. We email them and let them know that, hey, I saw this performance unitard. It has the shape that I'm looking for. It has the right material, has the sizes. What can I do from here? And they'll talk you through. Maybe there's a different unitard that kind of fits the idea better of what you're trying to achieve. Or maybe it's that exact one that you looked at, but we can help you to mold and make that customized for your program. Okay, so I'll go back and I'm like, well, okay, well, color guard I've got covered. I've got someone who's working on that. But, I need to do some other things for my band. Well, just clicking through here, and even with more products, I'm able to find, let me go back real quick. I jumped hoops just too quick. Okay, hoods, printed hoods. We've got band tops, tunics. We have flags. So I can click around and get some basic ideas of some things that are going on. Here's a performance hybrid flag. If I don't know what that is, ask your brand manager. We'll walk you through what things are. It tells you right here it's 75% polyester China silk and 25% tissue lame. 2 years ago, I couldn't tell you the difference between those two, and I still get confused sometimes. So when I do, I call the people on our team that are guard oriented, and they walk me through it. And that's the cool thing about this team. You're not just talking to a random person who's picking up the phone that doesn't know the catalog. You're talking to people who've been professional in this activity for years. This is actually the 30th anniversary of the first year that I marched drum corps. Yes, I'm old. And I'm teaching drum corps again this summer. I got convinced to go on tour with Heat Wave in Florida this summer, so I'll be on part of the tour, and then I'll finish the tour with Fruhoff side for the DCI part of the tour. So I'm available. You can kind of stop by and see me at certain shows, as well as DCI itself. But my background is brass. That's where I come from. There's other people who have done a little bit of color guard, a little bit of brass. We have percussion people. There are people who have the same kind of experience that you need to pick up and ask those questions. All right.
Hello, sir.
I see Jeremy popping back on.
I'm just popping. I mean, I guess I'm just popping in with you for a moment.
Okay.
I saw that you had Andre on. I was streaming you guys live on our Instagram while you were talking to Andre. I was just like holding up my phone to the screen. I'm like, la, 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 like, so there were people watching you, me watch you watching Instagram. Well, I don't know. There was like
meta.
Yeah, there was like a whole lot, and so you know, this screen that I see is like all of the videos down at the bottom, and like everybody's just seeing what they're seeing on the screen. But the Instagram people, they got the show, they got the behind the scenes. So me like, I have to do the video now. Like I have to figure out. I was like, oh, I have it, and you're like, yeah, let's show it right now. And I was like, not right this second. I can do it, but not right this second. Like I can't forget that right this second. Like, you know.
Back to my T-shirt. Yep.
We should turn that into a little waste bag or something. Did you see the little bags that are on 20% off now? Yeah.
Yes.
Super cute, super like exciting, super exciting little things. I want to create fun stuff like that to sell for people, like that is fun. Like, you know, you get the merchandise from the band and it's the show shirt and it's like, that's fine and that's great. But to like give you know, to really like give the gift of like actual fun color guard stuff, like that's a little bit more exciting. The one thing that I was like, I have to bring it up too, because I feel like I genuinely feel like this is something that you as your somebody's going to town on the color guard color guard shirts now that we've got going on. Oh my gosh, hold on. What's it called? It's called vocab. Okay, there it is. There's something that I specifically designed with the band director in mind.
Oh.
Yes, with the band director.
Okay.
In mind.
I definitely want to see this then.
Yes, is the color guard vocabulary.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So I would suggest buying this for your band director because it's a travel mug. And we all know that the band directors like a good travel mug.
Right.
And
especially for those morning rehearsals where they may need 15 ounces of coffee.
And maybe something a little extra, who knows? But now all of the vocabulary is right there that they can learn. And if they asked the color guard members every day, what does this mean on my cup? By the end of your like drinking of the day, you could be fully invested and aware of what all the color guard vocabulary is.
Well, I'll tell you, as this is up right here, the first two things I learned were cheater tape and windows, because I had friends who would come by like, I'll come help you for a little bit. They would give me like a little quick cheat sheet of 4 or 5 things, like focus on these things for the next 2 weeks. I'll come back and help you out again. And just knowing a little bit of vocabulary went a long way. And we spoke about this at the College Band Directors National Association.
Yes.
And I spent a lot of time talking about vocabulary words, because as a band director, I may know a little bit. And like I said earlier, I did teach my own color guard for a while. So I learned enough choreography and enough stuff to give them enough tools for where they were. Yeah. And we hit a level where I needed someone else to come in and take the team to a new level. Yeah. But some of these color guard terms are similar to band terms. I know you talked to me one day about blend, and I was like, it makes total sense. I talk about blend all the time with the horn line and the percussion and the musical ensemble, but that can also apply to the color guard.
Yes. Well, and that's the thing for me, and that's why we were talking about it. I mean, you and I having the conversation leading up to the CBDNA presentation, is it super important to be able to speak to your band? Like, I mean, and it's super important to be able to speak to the full band, not just the playing band. Like, I was saying it to Christine earlier when we were first starting. And if anybody that's new that's watching, like it's so true that the band director that complains the most about the size of the color guard or who's involved is generally the one that's probably the most disrespectful to them. And Because why do I want to be standing on a field when somebody up there is like, color guard, what are you doing? What's going on with the this and the that and the this and the that? And literally saying those words and not acknowledging, my presence. But you're looking at the trumpet players or the pit players or the battery players and able to talk the language to them that makes them feel like they're a part of it, or you see them every day in your band class so they feel a part of it. If you as a band director are not doing your job, learning that vocabulary, tisk, shame on you, because like you're doing yourself and your
a disservice,
a huge disservice.
I mean, I when I'm speaking in just band terms, if I'm on the podium and I'm hearing a wrong note in the trumpet section, and I know they're it's like, you know what? They're playing A nationals with A flat. The fact that I can say trumpets, it's 2 and 3, not 1 and 2. That's a direct educational moment between me and the trumpet section, and I know that. Or if I'll say, you know what? This is out of tune. Clarinets, use the alternate fingering on that F where you are. Those things we do it all day long on the band side. We're used to it. We may not be as comfortable on the color guard side. So one thing that stuck with me is you just said, you're doing all this kind of stuff. What is this? What is this? But that person did not know what to say. They're not saying, the tendu is not together. Where are we facing?
Right.
Where's your hand position on that flag? And if a student came up to me and said, okay, I was so confused on count 4, is it here or is it here? And I don't know, I need to make sure I have that resource, whether it's me or not, of someone that says, I'm watching you color guard, I'm giving you credit when you get credit, and I'm helping you when the skills are not there.
Yeah.
And that's just, it's important. So what'd you bring up here? Did you bring up a fanny pack? What is this?
Yeah, see, now you got like a little color guard vocabulary fanny pack. This is perfect. If cool. You don't want to buy the cup for your band director, buy this for yourself to wear on the field. And so every time you walk by, somebody can you can say to them, oh, look my color guard vocabulary.
Very cool. I mean, the thing, if you're a teacher, and we know teachers are the worst students, let's just be honest there. All you have to do is come to any professional development class and you'll know we're the worst students. But if you're constantly trying to learn more and you're showing interest, my color guard people, after the 3rd or 4th year, they knew that I was not a color guard person, but they knew that if I came and spoke to them about something, that I was intelligent about what I was saying.
Yes.
I knew what they were mentioning. Yes. Or I'd say, okay, we're going to do this part again. Color guard, let's reset, but go ahead and reset to the first spot. We're going to run this once or twice with the band because I knew they needed extra time to reset equipment in the beginning. Because what I don't want to see are students running unnecessarily. I don't want them. Go ahead.
We had that conversation too, right?
We
had
sure
that
did.
Conversation too about timing and how much time you need to give your students. And oh my God, you're going to do a run through. You're going to do at least one run through at the end. But you are going to do chunks and then say reset, and the color guard has to reset their entire field. And because all of their equipment is not coming from one place, it's coming from here and here and here and here and here. They have to run their show. Then you want them to do the run through, and then you're like, well, maybe we need to do one more. And no.
I'll tell you, it's simple, small stuff. It could, and this specific example before, I say, okay, color guard, go ahead and reset to 1. Winds, percussion, take water. And once color guard set up, winds, you're set up. I want to run this section standing still. Color guard, you take water. And because I did that, then the color guard had their 5 minutes to get things set up. They weren't rushed. They had a great run through because they got to get all their stuff together, and they got the same kind of break everybody else
Run
did.
the opener with just the band. Let the color guard that up, run the opener with the band, and then set it again. And then run the opener with the color guard and do the whole thing.
It's the exact same thing that we do on the band side. If we run the opener, you know what, the mellophones, you need to run this by yourself. Mr. Tech person, would you take the mellophones over? We're going to do the opener without the mellophones. And it's fine, because at that point, they need some specialized attention. What we don't need is the entire band running that section over and over unless it helps the entire band.
Right. Which brings me to
one more time, the biggest lie that a band director or a color guard person ever tells on a daily basis.
One more time, no matter how you say it, does not always mean one more time. It generally never does.
No.
Generally just never does. Just generally just never does.
No, I always said one more again. Kids are like, okay, that means 5 more times. All right.
Yeah. And that's what it is. And
it is.
But the one more time thing for sure is like where you gotta go. There's lots of people starting to watch again. It must be like mid-afternoon. Maybe we're gonna start like happy hour people. I was thinking about that last night when I was like falling asleep. Because I was saying to Christine this morning when we first started, I was like, I know I'm going to be on here all day. I've like settled into it. Like I'm just chaining myself here. It's totally fine. I had like several thoughts, right? The thoughts that went through my head were, one, I have to know what my Christopher thinks about this. Hold on, I have to post this comment because Misty is so excited that I got some swing flags.
Oh, nice.
Yay. Very excited that you got some. That's super exciting, Misty. Misty, we've been chatting for a while about some of your swing flag needs, so I'm glad you're finally able to get that taken care of. So that's lovely. That's what we're here for. Yeah, so I was like laying in bed going like, okay, I'm going to be on this entire time probably. I don't think I'm making a fool of myself. No, I'm not making a fool of myself. I think this is genuinely who I am, which is fun.
Yeah. We're all fun people in different ways.
Well, yeah, some of us. More fun than others.
Perspective.
I was like, I know my Chris, who's at work, is going to be popping in and out and watching this live stream like all day, just popping in. And I want to know, like, I want to wrap my head around what he thinks of this because that seems crazy to me. But the other thing I was thinking about was like, I wonder if at like the 4 o'clock hour, if by that point I'm not ready to like start happy hour and get it day doesn't really turn into like getting it day anywhere. It's like now we're just having happy hour with everyone, and that could just be lovely. I'm not here to be a drunken mess online.
Please don't.
Live for everyone.
No,
I've done that enough in public. So it's fine. But I was just like, oh, that's the answer to that.
That is.
I was like, it might have to be at least the last hour. The last hour may need to be like at least a glass or two of wine. See, if you could break out a fan, I could break out a cocktail.
They're not the same thing.
You're right. No, I'm totally. But I was like, I get that vibe, and I was like, I could kind of just be like, all right, well now it's band director time, or now it's like professionals are getting home from work, or whatever, people that weren't able to watch during the day, and now we're just like hanging out, like having drinks, like chilling out. Because I feel like what's his name would do that on his show.
What's his name? I know lots of what's
across
his names.
the pond.
The Global Band Room.
Yes, Global Band Director.
Yeah, Keith Kelly.
Global Band Director happy hours. I think it's fun.
Yeah.
As long as it's all in good fun, right? As long as it's all in good fun.
It is. And the whole point is we are fun people.
Yeah.
We are a wide variety of personality types and experience, but we've all been doing this for so many years in so many different ways. There has to be someone on the team that can completely relate to the situation that you're in. And you know that because there's times I'll get something, I'm like, I'm not sure what to do with this. And I call you and say, hey, Jim, this is the information I have. What do I need to know? Because, I want to make sure that I'm doing what's best and the suggestions for that customer. So, I call them resources. Yeah.
And you get the answer. So like, I mean, that's what we're here for. We're here to give you the answers. It's like, it's so nice to have worked with Jackie so much and all that.
I love Jackie.
Because I think that's also sort of what has encompassed like the philosophy of Guard Closet, like kind of like put the final like puzzle piece into it was having her like come in, because that's all that she is about. Like she's only about education and being there for everyone, and I think that's what this is. Like I don't think that we're here for the top 10% of our activity.
Right.
I don't think we're here for that. I think those people have those people, and like
they've had their established relationships for years. They know their people.
The budgets are there. They can hire a me and a you, and like our entire Guard Closet staff probably comprises of like one band staff. You know what I mean? In some cases.
It could be. I'm
getting a full staff if you don't have any staff. Like that's the other side of it, right? Like if you have nobody, if you're a band director and you have no one, like with us, you're literally getting a full staff. I mean, a full staff.
Well, I can't tell you. I mean, while I don't write marching band shows anymore or drum corps, I've written for world class, open class, I've written for BA finalists. I've done all that. I understand that, and so I'm not trying to write someone's show. You know, I don't participate in the design side of our stuff, but I do come in as a clinician a lot, and I'll say, hey, listen, this is what my experience has told me. This is what I'm seeing, or I see what you're trying to do. Here are the challenges you should be ready for, because I know that going in.
Yeah.
And having Jackie on staff has been wonderful, because she actually marched Memphis Sound. I was the choir director of Memphis Sound a different year. So we have some similar experiences, and we all kind of keep crossing ways.
It's constant. It's constant.
It's nonstop.
We're on top of each other like nobody's business. I have to show this. We have to add it to the stream. I don't know what's going on, but this is Christine is setting up, I think, for the next hour. What's going on?
She had just said that Emily's getting dressed.
Oh, is that what she said? Oh,
yes.
Okay. Emily's getting dressed. Okay. So Emily's getting dressed. We have Emily, who was here earlier. Some people got to meet.
Oh, cool.
We were watching earlier. And the weird thing is that I found out this morning, and you might put some of this together. So it turns out that Emily is the girlfriend of Ryan Cleary, who used to do the marching drill down and all of that video stuff.
Oh,
so
yeah.
So it's always a small little world.
It's always a small world.
He was texting me, look, Christine, hi, we're sneaking in a peek on you.
Hi, guys. Well, you see, I'm set up in a different place than I was earlier. So
yeah, she's mobile. That's another part of the warehouse. Ta-da-da-da.
Ta-da-da-da.
I hope that right now. And look, Ryan must be watching. I feel like Ryan's watching. He's texting me. Why the shout out? Why not, Ryan? Why not the shout out? And why aren't you commenting on our feed?
Yes.
And getting all of your people hype about the debut of your girlfriend as the Style Plus consignment model for Get It Day. I mean, come on. Come on. I don't see the love on the other side, Ryan. You're texting me.
Oh, no. Lord.
So funny.
So how's it going, Christine?
Well, I mean, since I was on earlier, Emily and I have been plugging away, mostly a lot of flags from Kiski, because they sent us, they didn't send, I should say. They dropped off a lot of stuff. I don't know, Chris, if you caught this story, but the Sunday of Memorial Day weekend, we had the folks from Kiski, which is kind of up near Erie, drive 4 hours. Oh, look, Ryan just said hi down.
Ryan says hi, everyone.
Nice. So we had the folks from Kiski, the band director and his wife, who's the guard director, drive a trailer 4 hours one way and unload this trailer.
Oh my goodness.
And it's turned into about maybe 25, 30 sets of flags.
Wow.
And it's turning into about probably 20 to 30 sets of uniforms. So
they needed a consign. They needed to empty that guard closet. Yeah.
So, hopefully that's an initial clean out for them, so to speak. And then they'll get into that cycle of cleaning out with us more frequently.
Oh, yeah.
So
you won't get another 30 sets. You'll just get the one.
Right?
Hopefully just get us involved with just the one. That's what happened with Chris too. Chris in Texas went down and got all these schools and didn't think when he was asking for consignment that he was going to get all of it at one time.
Everybody, anybody that hasn't cleaned out ever, wants to clean out. When they clean out, they want to clean out everything. Right? That's why, when we brought the cadets on board a couple years ago, a U-Haul pulled up to the warehouse. We opened the garage door and the U-Haul came in. And it was about 10 years worth of the cadets that we went through at that time. So, it's good. It's great to get all that stuff. But the best thing is when you do it frequently. And segue, perfect segue, because Emily has a great costume on right over here. She's going to come on in just a second. That is from one of our consigners who comes back to us frequently. Okay, so this is a band in Kentucky that we work with frequently. And what's really great about how they, have done their consignment is that they come back to us, every 2 to 3 years, something like that. So their stuff is much more recent. It hasn't been sitting in storage for a long time, things like that. Some things that Emily and I were pulling out today, unfortunately, have been kind of stored too long. And they just, it didn't hold up well, So this is a really great example, something that is recent, from one of our consigners who comes back frequently, and also is a band that has jumped on board with having that total package, having coordinated a guard costume, a show top, a Shako cover, and flags. So what Emily has is the guard costume, but keep in mind that's just one of the elements of the entire package that we have for this look. Okay, so
cool.
Drum roll and all that fun stuff. Yay, right? Okay, Chris and I are the band people. We're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
So, all right, so Emily's going to go to our wonderful photo area.
Ooh.
Kind of isn't that cool? Look at that.
Oh, Emily, yes, I thought this was the set that we were going to get to see.
Oh, see, you predicted it, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, that is much better light.
Isn't that cool? Yeah, that fun skirt. I'm so excited about these too, because it's a really cool look. It's very it's very current. It's very trendy, kind of thing. It's got really great design to it. There's a lot of neat texture to it, all that kind of stuff. Emily says it's very comfortable. That's a key. That's very, very important, of course. So there's a lot of neat stuff going on with this costume. I like Emily. Would you say, of course, you can move in it. You can do what you need to do, as a performer.
It is not restricting, and there's sequins all across the top. I've been in a sequins uniform before, and it was very uncomfortable. This is very comfortable, does not bother me whatsoever. No,
Yeah.
I love this uniform, and it's fun to play with the skirt.
Very cool. Yeah. So that's really good.
It is.
Can you still hear us okay?
Yeah. Oh, I think
Okay.
you're back now, Chris. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
It's just me.
So yeah, this is definitely a highlight of what's in the consignment inventory right now. And again, like I said, there are show tops that go with this, and there are flags that match this, and there are Shako covers that match this too. The show tops have kind of like the circular pattern that you see there, and like a silver kind of sleeve to it. And then the Shako covers also pick up that circular pattern as well. There's a set of flags that are like a hot pink and black that are that circular pattern. And then there's a set of flags that are like a lime green that are also that circular pattern. So, when this arrived, and like I said, this is a consignor that comes back to us frequently, which is a really good thing. These are really recent items that have been used recently. And they look great, and they're ready to go for somebody else to apply to a variety of concepts. I think that's the other thing that's cool about this costume too, is the fact that there's a lot of different thematic material that you can, different thematic approaches that you can do with this. It's not extremely specific in regard to what kind of a show concept could go with this as well. So yeah.
Cool.
Fun stuff. So that's our first one. And we're going to try to highlight too, like different categories of things. Okay. So like we've got a skirted unitard. And these skirted unitards seem to be very popular lately. These big giant skirts.
I'm gonna go live on Instagram too, because this is I feel like this is the
so you're going to double broadcast, right?
Absolutely.
Is that what you're saying?
Why not, right? come on.
He's already pulled that trick once.
Chris, if you're free to watch it. You hang out as long as you want to, Chris. No one's telling you have to leave, but if you got to go, sir, I completely understand. We're just watching. we're just looking.
See, Chris has his fan, so.
Ready.
There you
Okay,
go, right?
I'm ready.
Well, I am going to hop off this because I do have two other customers that are waiting for calls from me over some stuff they've got coming out. So, but I will be tuning in because I want to keep looking at some of this new consignment stuff because I do have some people looking for specific things, and I might have to text them and say, "Grab it, it's coming up now."
Don't even put it on the website. Don't even put it on the website.
Caller,
See,
caller live on it.
If you work with a brand manager, you get that type of service. Christine will pull it off the website for a brand manager. If you see it on the website and you're just emailing us and just being like, oh, like maybe I want it. I'm not really sure. But if you're the brand manager and Chris Green goes, Christine, I need this. Don't put it on the website. Right. Go on the website and it gets held.
I've called her many times when we're looking at something. She'll do a couple research and give me some options. It's huge help. And you're saying the website, but doesn't it still show up on the Facebook shop too as well?
It does.
Yes.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
So,
everything is really starting to get integrated into the Facebook. That's another shout out to Colton and all of his work on the back end of stuff, just pumping it out. Yeah, it's actually even funny you said that, Chris, because one of the bands I work with, Cherokee High School around here, he texted me, a band director texted me, and he was like, I want that hood. And I was like, what hood are you talking about?
Right.
What hood are you talking about? And he was like, he screen captured it. It was from it was from the Facebook post. And I was
nice.
Look at that. It's just stuff that just magically happens. It's just
it's all interconnected. It's all connected.
It's all connected.
It's all connected.
Well, thanks, Chris. And stop by later. We're in the big wrap up. Maybe all of us can be on, as many Guard Closet peeps as possible can hang out and chat at the end and just play if you're around. So yeah.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
All right. I'll keep tuning in. See you guys soon.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
I like that Emily's still in the background changing her pose.
She knows how to do it, right?
I know she knows how to do it.
She knows how to work it.
She's working it out.
And it's an asymmetrical skirt,
right? Even better, right? Even better.
So it adds.
She's trying to throw out those color guard words. She's trying to throw out those color guard vocabulary words.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
All right. So should we dig into a new one now?
Dig. Go. Dig.
Yeah, go. All right. So Emily's going to go. She's going to make a magical transformation. I still have to move this light. It's making me crazy.
Yeah, that light's a little bit. That light needs to be a little bit more in the. Yeah, that's a little better.
Yeah, I just laid it down. There we go.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, so we'll see what Emily pulls. She was really excited when I pulled out. I said, "Hey, these are the things I pulled out for you," and she was geeking out over it. So it was fun.
Good.
This is what fun consignment can be,
This is what fun consignment can do. We're live on Instagram. I'm gonna maybe try. I maybe go live. I'm gonna stop my live on Instagram. I'm gonna go check out TikTok because, as you know, I've been TikToking a lot lately.
Yes, I have heard.
What do you mean you've heard?
I heard it was like a rumor that was going around.
A rumor. Or something. Wonder who started that rumor. Let's see let's see what's happening over here on the TikToks.
Okay.
I gotta figure out how to go. Wait, hold on. I know you can go live on. Look, now I'm the old person trying to figure out how to go live on TikTok. How stupid. Yeah. Wait. Where do you think it is?
I might be one of those people that's trying to figure out how to spell TikTok. I would put a C in it or something and not know what's going on.
But can't you go? I don't know. Maybe
I don't know.
Maybe somebody wants to put in the someone's
see.
Oh, this is very nice to say, even though it's not about TikTok.
Oh, awesome. We like that feedback.
Yeah. Misty has been we've been going back and forth with Misty on some flags. So, wait, I think I figured it out. Oh no, this is who is live. But how do I go live? That's what I can't figure out. It seems like it would be so obvious, doesn't it? But I guess not. Wait, what's this? I don't know. You can keep. Now I'm just now everyone.
Oh, you're just trying to TikTok and things.
I know. I'm trying to figure out how I go live.
All right. Well, I think the costume that Emily has on right now is way more interesting than TikTok.
Go. Oh well.
Right.
Yes,
okay. So here's an important thing before she comes on. An important thing to remember is that again, even though we're called Guard Closet, there's a whole lot of other stuff here for marching band, winds, indoor percussion, things like that. And I'm really glad that our inventory is expanding to that. for a long time, we had just a lot of strictly color guard types of things, but we really have expanded in the last couple of years, especially with percussion uniforms. We have Dan Richardson now, who's working with us specifically with Percussion Closet, with percussion design, and working with, you know, that whole genre of people who are a whole different group of people. And there's a lot of things that are really important visually in the percussion world as well. And sometimes in the percussion world, maybe, you know, some folks don't have as many resources as they really should to help with their visual package. You know, maybe a lot of the guys teaching the drum lines are guys that like to work with the hands, but they don't like to work with the feet quite as much. And, you know, maybe you're pulling in somebody from the guard staff or something to help you with some of the visual or things like that. So if you're a drum line, an indoor percussion that maybe is struggling a little bit with maxing out your visual package, we can help you with a lot of that too, with a lot of the consignments that we have and the design services that we have too. So Emily's going to come back on here. Come on over, Emily. And she is going to, I get my mirror effect here. Yes, there we go. So this is a great percussion costume that came to us a couple of months ago. And what's really great about this one is that these are practically brand new. You can tell that they were only worn a handful of times. They were used when many ensembles were doing the virtual option for WGI and things like that. And, you know, maybe really only wearing them for 1 or 2 performances to make their recording to submit. So, I mean, think about the great savings that you would have if you would invest in this costume. This definitely is a percussion designed to be a percussion costume in a lot of ways, because it is a set of like a bib unitard underneath, and then it's a top over top. So it's a 2-piece uniform, which a lot of times works a lot better for percussion. When we receive percussion consignments, we really carefully check them. You know that there are some groups that will cut holes in the tops for the harnesses, okay? If there are holes cut in the tops for the harnesses, we typically are going to take those out because that depreciates the value and the life of that top. And we're going to make sure that you are starting fresh with all costumes where there haven't been any holes cut or things like that. Because think about your sizes. What if there was a size with the consigner that was used for a battery person and the holes were cut in the top, but that size for your group has to be for a member of the pit. That's not going to work if there are holes in it. So we take those out and we make sure that we check through all of those. But this is really, I love this set. Very versatile. Again, like we were saying before, there's a lot of cool things you could do with this. I'm thinking like ice or space, or, I mean, there's all kinds of things. There's that neat shimmer underneath the mesh, which is very cool. It's a really nice, sleek look and a lot of versatility too. So that's another one of our great consignment sets to check out specifically that would work really well for indoor percussion or work really well for winds. I wouldn't rule it out either if you had a smaller outdoor ensemble, if you have a smaller marching band and you want to go with a costume look for a smaller marching band. Those are all options too. So yay. All right, let's go on to the next one. We pulled out a couple of different looks from just here in Pennsylvania. I know you got to see some looks from Chris earlier from Texas. And again, there's a lot of inventory coming in all the time. And we're going to keep listing more inventory over the next couple of days. And actually, I should say we're just going to keep listing inventory as we finish processing it. So there's a lot coming in over the next couple of days that's going to keep being added to the site. You know, maybe you want to hang out and wait for the next Get It Day, or maybe you're waiting for your budget to roll over in July or something like that. So, you know, keep browsing the site, keep, you know, maybe writing down some ideas, writing down some SKUs, saving some screenshots and stuff like that as you're getting some ideas together. You know, maybe you see something so far that's going to work for just part of your show, but you're not quite sure and say, oh, I need something else to go with that. Well, hang tight, and we might have something on the way that's going to fill that idea out. Maybe you need to talk to one of our designers and they could help you to fill out that idea. Maybe you need to browse through what some of our vendors are offering from their in-stock items to fill out your ideas and your concepts. Okay. So Emily's coming on in just a moment here with another really great option, and something that I'm really excited about that we're building a lot in our inventory more recently is what we call performance tops or show tops. And we know that now to be kind of on trend with what's going on in marching band is that the expectation now has become that you are going to have a full costume package with your ensemble. You're not going to be able to show up in a lot of settings in that traditional band uniform anymore, especially if you are in a competitive DCI artistic pageantry kind of style circuit that really looks for that type of thing. And if that is a direction that your marching band is going, but you're not sure about how much you're going to be able to invest in a brand new set of performance tops, we have a lot of performance tops now coming in. That inventory is growing for us, which we're really excited about, because again, it's going to help you with some of those total packages that you might be looking for, or a really easy way to get your band to try out that performance top look. If you've been a band that really just follows that traditional route of the typical bibbers and jackets and, a full uniform that is purchased and has school colors and is meant to last for 10 or 12 years. Now, as many of us are aware, things are really evolving, and the expectation now is that the entire band is outfitted, in a particular theme that goes along with that total visual package. So we have a lot of options here for you coming into consignment. They're going to help you out with that. So Emily's going to come on. This is a great show top that we got in recently. Okay. And she's wearing just a standard set of bibbers with that. And keep in mind, a lot of your bands might already have a standard set of black bibbers that has been already fitted for every student, might be part of the traditional band uniform. Maybe you have the traditional jackets that you are wearing for parades and football games and things like that, like we were talking about earlier, showing that school pride, making those community performances, making those community appearances. But when you get into the competition or your competitive areas, you get into your competitive shows and things like that, and your students want that outlet for the for a whole different approach and to meet the expectations of what's happening in those performance venues, then here you go. Just keep those bibbers from that you have with your regular uniform and swap it out into a performance top. A lot of these performance tops are very lightweight, right? Emily, would you agree? Yes?
Yes, it is very lightweight.
Very lightweight material. So if you're in a warmer climate, it's not going to be a big deal to have these. I would say, it would be safe to say that if you're in a colder climate, you can put on the compression gear on underneath that. You can put the Under Armour on underneath that, and you would be fine, especially for the performances and things like that. It would be easy to change out of. Hey, maybe if the football game, if your community has the expectation that you're going to do a pre-game kind of school spirit pep thing, that the students could wear the regular band jackets. When you get to halftime, if you want to have the opportunity to showcase your competitive program, showcase that artistic side of your band, why not have them swap out just during the football game so that they're ready to go to show that whole other look and start to build that community support for your competitive program on top of what's happening with them supporting the school and school spirit wise. So that could be a really cool option too. And I think one thing that's really cool with a lot of the performance tops is that there's so much, that you can do. If you can think it and they can print it, they can stick it on a performance top. And we have a lot of options on our website for new performance tops. There are some that are pre-designed already There's some that maybe you see a particular design and you think, well, I might like to tweak that just a little bit to make that work better for what we want to do. You could do that. You can also check out a lot of the consignment options that we have for performance tops as well. So this is something that it seems like a lot of the manufacturers are jumping on board with, and we are starting to increase our inventory when it comes to consignment performance tops. And it's definitely an option for you, and it can be an affordable option, especially if you use them for that 1 year and then you consign them and get somebody else to buy them. You're going to get some money back for them and then continue on to the next year and just keep that cycle going and be able to work this into your budget. So I love these performance tops. They're so cool. I love that color concept and that design. It's really great. Okay. All right, let's do the next one. It's kind of a surprise. I pulled out a couple of different uniforms. So Emily's going around the corner, and then I don't know which one she's putting on next. So it's like, whoa,
surprise.
So it can be like, I'm not looking, and now we're gonna see,
that's
surprise,
awesome.
which one's gonna be next. Isn't that cool though? Don't you love those performance tops?
Well, I'm excited about how excited you are about them. Like, I love the fact that you're like, we have performance tops. Like so exciting. So exciting.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
excited.
well, and over the years as I've been out, adjudicating or just, watching shows and going as a fan, I've seen them start to trickle in. And as soon as they started to trickle into, being on trend and being, where we were going with, how we were costuming the full band or the band proper or the corps proper, I thought, oh boy, here comes a whole new market of stuff for people to, to consider. And again, like I was saying before, you might have a community that expects to see that traditional band jacket in school colors at certain events. Like we were saying earlier, if you're going to march the parade, if you're going to be at the football game, you better look like you belong there.
Yeah.
But what an easy switch. You can still wear your bibbers.
Yeah.
That
switch it out.
Right. You
Make
can
it
still
easy.
wear your
Make it
bibbers.
nice.
Put
Make
the
it simple.
performance top on and you're done. Then
Well,
you're all set to go. And I pointed out some of the new ones that we have as well. Some of the pre-designed ones.
Yeah.
And
like
and
I
how
was just,
also you could work with somebody, one of our design team, if you want to tweak that a little bit and say, okay, I really like this look, but there's a little something that I might want to change on it. You could do that. You know?
I was just thinking you said, yeah, school spirit, blah, 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 blah. And here's more of these flags. These are great, like little simple flags that we have on the 50% off sale with the code GET50 that work so beautifully with all of this stuff. I was like, here's the shaded metallics, which I just love shaded metallics. This is like the fact that the shaded metallics are on this sale right now is kind of blowing my mind a little bit.
Right.
Because like this one is about the most beautiful thing. Like when it moves, so good. It's like a printed lame. So it's shaded, and this is $25, so it's 50% off. This is $12.50 for a flag, and so you could get this consignment stuff that we're showing, and then get one of these flags, and it's still so inexpensive to like. Right. To make a whole show happen. It's crazy. I'm so like, there's so much good stuff here all the way through that has 50% off. Get 50% off. I even see some of these flags we have on consignment.
Yeah, that's true, right? Yeah, some of those look familiar.
These great monochromatic ones with just a little bit of lame, and then it's ombre. Like, it just looks so good. This design that I like, that's this design that I have. That's just so good.
Yep.
It's just so good. It's just so good. Anyway, I'm sure Emily's ready, so I just.
Oh yeah, she is. Oh, this is cool. Okay. Oh, you're gonna put. Oh, I see what you're up to. You're gonna
Oh,
do
she
this
like.
later,
Is
right?
she like?
Yeah,
Is she
no.
like
Yeah,
gonna
do
like?
it later. No, do it later. That'll be better. Okay.
Oh,
So,
is she building to an effect? Is she building
well,
to an effect?
we are building to an effect. Why
Ah.
not? Right? Why not? GE calls the show, man. Every single time.
Ah.
GE calls the show. We have a saying in our house if we watch those cooking shows, you know, and stuff, and then it's like, who's going to win the cooking show? Well, I mean, Jeff and I sit there, we say GE calls the show because every single time, you know, whoever has the dish that had the most GE wins. So hey, you know, why not work to an effect here?
I hear you.
So we're going to bring on something that's pretty more specific color guard. Has a really modern look to it, and is a really great costume, and has a lot of cool texture to it and a lot of cool colors. So, and this is also one of our repeat consigners, somebody who comes back to us frequently, who's got a really strong program. They're very smart over the years of coming back to us frequently, bringing us their most recent items so they can keep the cycle going and keep getting that money go back into the budget, and then they can use that money to keep purchasing what they need going forward. Okay, so here we go. Again, this is like a more of a guard specific kind of look. Okay, and what we thought was really cool about this one is, again, like kind of like we saw in that percussion uniform earlier with the mesh with that shine underneath it. This one has a lot of really cool lines to it, that accent on the shoulder that gives the performers that little extra presence up there on their shoulders. And this was used for a show about artificial intelligence. But really, I mean, think about a lot of the things that you could do with this as well. There's a lot of space with this. There's a lot of modern kinds of ideas with this. You know, circuitry, electricity, all kinds of things like that. And that's one of the things too, like you're talking about GE. You know, one of my opinions regarding GE is that if you're going to do a concept, it has to be something that everyone can grasp easily, that everyone can relate to in some way. See some folks getting to some really specific concepts, and then it's not always as accessible to the viewers and the audience as to what's going on. So if you think about broader concepts and not being so specific, it makes a big difference too in how your performers understand your show, how your audiences understand your show, and how your adjudicators understand your show as well. So let's check out the extra cool aspect of this one. These have hoods also, which is really neat. Okay. So that could be a really neat look also to change things up a little bit for your performers too. Maybe you start the show with the hoods and then the hoods come off. Maybe the hoods come on later. That's another thing that comes with those little extra kind of bells and whistles with some of our consignment sets too. If it comes in with the consignment set, it's going to stay with the consignment set for the most part, unless it has some potential to be sold another way. So if something has cuffs or sleeves or hoods or anything like that, we're going to try to keep those together for you so you can get that total package. At times we do split some things up a little bit to kind of increase the sales potential if it has the potential to kind of branch out into some other things. I think that's one of the things that's cool about our inventory is there's a lot of mix and match that you can do as well. But I love the lines on this. It's really, really good. And this one is also comfortable, probably.
Oh yeah, this one is very comfortable. Again, lightweight, but it can definitely keep you warm if needed. If you got a layer underneath it, there's definitely enough stretch for that. Very comfortable, easy to move.
Awesome. I was thinking too that this I know was used in outdoor and probably would want to be used in outdoor, especially in, you know, this uniform is from the Northeast. So, you know, it was designed to be a warmer uniform also. And I think that's an important thing to think about too. You know, the comfort of your performers in the venues that they're going to be performing in. Are they going to be in gyms most of the time in the winter? Or is this going to be an outdoor kind of thing? And what climate are you in as well? So that's an important thing to keep in mind too. Are your performers comfortable and enjoying themselves? Yeah. Oh, Chris Green likes that one. Is that great? Yeah. So like we said, that was used for an artificial intelligence show, but there's a lot of other, cool directions that could go as well. So, yep, very cool with the hoods also. All right, let's move on. We're going to get some more out here too. How many do we have left?
Just one more.
One more. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Well, with only one more, you better figure out how you're going to fill out the rest of this half hour. You better.
Hey, there's all kinds of things we can figure out. Trust me, I know. We can play dress up in here all day long.
Well, I mean, of course you can. I think that's what you do. I think that's what you're doing most of the time when you're telling me that you're like getting this done and getting that done. You're like, I think she's over there playing dress up, honestly.
Nope, not me. I've never been a dress up kind of person anyway. So, yeah. I mean, to me, it's just it's do the job and get as much stuff on the website as we possibly can. Get those orders shipped out as quickly, as possible when they come in. Get the stuff into the people's hands. That's what I am. Well, I mean, it's fun for me to open the boxes, though. Right?
It's always fun to open boxes.
Wow, what's in here? Look at this cool stuff.
It's always fun to open boxes. I wanted to add, here's another flag that could have gone with that look. I feel like.
Look at that.
That is a big swing flag, folks. That is $40, but with the get 50, it is only $20.
That's amazing, and it's a brand new flag.
It's
too.
brand
That's
new. Yeah, this is not.
That is not a consignment flag. That's a brand new.
No, this is brand new. This is brand new. There's limited numbers of them. Like all of the stuff on our Get It Day, on the 50% off Get It Day Style Plus clear out. So that's what our Get It Day 50 is our big Style Plus clearance. We are the overstock of color guard, it seems, Christine, as we've discovered. We've done overstock for creative costume, we've done overstock for algae, we're doing overstock for Style Plus. I think there's several other ones we've done it for as well. So it's like really great, and I really feel like QVC right now. Like here it is, ready? Like
oh yeah, I do too.
It's really great. It's really great that we get all of this stuff and we pass the savings on to you.
Oh, I know, right? But we did do it.
It doesn't get any cheesier. It doesn't.
Right? We did do it today's special value, but I mean, everything is today's special value.
I know. I was thinking about that too. I was like, what is today's special value? What is today's special
value is the whole website,
That's what
and you know what else we didn't do is we didn't do Easy Pay. Right?
Oh, we didn't.
Easy Pay.
Well, we could do Easy Pay. We do Easy Pay on the design services. That's
sure.
What you do Easy Pay on. Yeah, you do Easy Pay. You do Easy Pay on the design services. Yeah. I'm gonna go live on Instagram again. This is just to see.
Oh, you are? Okay.
I just like pop in every once in a while to tell them, hey, over there in Instagram land, we're over here on Facebook and YouTube and doing actual Get It Day stuff with like inexpensive items. So you should go over and check us out. Right now we're talking about this flag, see, which went lovely with a costume that's in our story right now that the lovely Emily was wearing. Emily might be at her phone right now checking the fact that she was tagged in several Instagram stories.
Emily's gearing up for the most exciting one. When I pulled it is her favorite. When I pulled this out, she was so excited. She geeked out over it and she called Ryan so that he could see it.
Ryan got a sneak peek at everything.
Not everything. You have to go. No. This was the only costume that he got a sneak peek about.
Okay? Like the viewership just went up. The viewership just went up. I mean,
really?
Like,
see,
look,
that's because we're doing.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. If you're watching on Instagram, you need to go over to Facebook on our Facebook.
An amazing wealth of knowledge.
And Spintronics YouTube and watch there because we're about to have the big reveal of some big costume. I'm not sure what it is. All right, I ended that.
I did the latest Instagram thing.
I know, it's so funny. Hold on, I'm just gonna share it. We'll just let it go. There's lovely Chris Green still watching in.
Right.
Okay. So, all right. Well, hold on. Well, I gotta get you prepped. So I'm gonna remove myself from the screen so you could do a fabulous intro. I'm gonna record it for the Instagram stories.
What? Oh my goodness.
Well, listen, we're gonna get double duty out of this, right? I mean, that's just what's gonna happen.
You gotta max it out, right?
You gotta max it out, honey. Oh wait, here they. All right. So I'm gonna give you the full screen, Christine. And you like take it away.
The pressure's on with the full screen. Yeah. Okay. So we like to really highlight a lot of all of our consigners, because all of our consigners are very important to us. But we especially want to highlight the DCI consigners that have come on board with us. And in the last couple of years, our very first DCI consigner was the Jersey Surf. That's because our former owner, Brian Prado, is the operations manager for Jersey Surf. So they were our first DCI consigner, and basically we sold their items for them exclusively. A couple years after that, since Brian is a cadets alum, he was able to bring the cadets on board with us. And we were able to do a lot of sales for them and really help them recoup a lot of budget money from some items that were sitting in their storage for many, many years. We've had the Spartans come on board with us more recently as well. And we're looking forward to somebody else coming on board with us down the road really soon. So, if you have contacts or are part of a DCI organization, we'd love to help you out. We know that storage can be an issue at times for you. We know that you are changing out, your looks frequently, which is what the expectation is, of course, in your performance venues and things like that. So, we're here to help you as well. We have some special consignor rates for world-class and DCI consigners. That also is another really great thing. And we'd love to help you out and help you use the funds that you make with consignment in whatever way you need. We know that a lot of the gear and things that you get are coming to you through sponsorships. So maybe you just need that cash to put fuel in your gas tanks. Maybe you just need that cash to, pay the food bill or fix the food truck or whatever has to happen for your organization. So, we're here to help you take care of a lot of that, especially if you don't necessarily have a full group of volunteers that are ready to inventory your items or get them listed or get them sold and things like that. We can take care of that for you too. So here we go with our last big costume for the afternoon here with Emily. So here she comes. Yay! So we're really excited about the fact that we have this in our inventory. This probably will look very recognizable to a lot of people. And basically, this is the entire core proper costume from the cadets, from Behold. Pretty exciting. And it is a rather specific look for the cadets, but think about all the potential that it could have for another ensemble. And, it's not too recent that everyone still has that look in the back of their mind. We moved on to a lot of other looks now, and maybe it's time to bring this look out for your marching band or your winds group or something like that. There's a lot of potential here with this, a lot of versatility and a lot of really cool things. It's a separate bibs and jacket combination, okay? With that sash on the side, it's short sleeve. So if you're in a situation that maybe you want to consider this for your indoor percussion, maybe you want to consider this for your winds, so you can put your performers in short sleeves so they're comfortable indoors and not wearing something that's really hot or restricting indoors. Short sleeves is probably not going to work too well for outdoor if you're in the Northeast or the Midwest or something like that, where it's going to be a little bit colder. But, it's something great to consider. They've got a lot of life left in them. Yes, they've been through an entire DCI tour. We understand that, but there's a lot of life left in them. It's a beautiful design. think about all the design fees that you would have to pay if you were going to get something like this new. So all of that is taken care of, that great design, that great manufacturing and craftsmanship that's coming from the uniform company that made these. That's another really important consideration too. So there's a lot of potential here. And I would say this one looks really comfortable too, doesn't it?
It's very comfortable.
Yeah.
And there are actually some pictures of when they were lotting before a performance where they took off the jackets and there's still a design underneath.
Yes, right. So go ahead and unzip that. Yeah, see, so that's the other thing, is that there's this whole other look then that comes with this to reveal that look. So you could start out like this. You could start out with the jackets unzipped. Show us that snap again. So like, yeah, put that back on. And then that snap kind of works to secure that. Yep, perfect. So then, you're still staying connected and put together, even though you reveal that inside. So I know that a lot of folks, a lot of times, are looking for a reveal costume. They're looking for a way to change the look during the show. Here's your opportunity to do it,
And I was just thinking, like, as soon as you took that off, that's why I had to jump on. I was like, as soon as you took it off, I was like, I would never know really what that was. Do you know what I mean? Like, that costume underneath could literally be anything.
Right.
For any show, like movement, running, anything like that. And like, I feel like even with some minor modifications on the jacket, whether it was just like adding instead of like that being that traditional like fleur de lis, that little design right there that looked like buttons, if you just literally took like a strip of sequin or something and covered that up, and like, or like big mirrors or something, like you could very easily change that look. Like, that's the thing I think that people should also think about when they're looking at these things, is like, what could I do to easily change that? Because as soon as you took that off, Emily, I was like, oh, can you take it off again? I was like, oh, it's like a completely, and this is total QVC now, right? Like, this is, Emily, can you take it back off, please? And like slick it over your shoulder, like walk away. Anyway, yeah, see,
she's going to the food truck.
Giving it to you. So funny. Yeah, but like, that doesn't look like any look I've seen, you know what I mean? As in terms of like a recognizable, like, I would know exactly what that is. But
yeah, I mean, I think, I like kind of what I was trying to get at before is we're far enough removed from that production now that that our brains can kind of take on this look in a new light now. Okay. And it's okay to rework this look for something else. That's fine.
That's fine.
When somebody comes out in this, with their band proper or something, not every person is going to point and say, oh, look at that. That's the Cadets. No, not necessarily, because again, we're far enough removed from that production now. These are still in wonderful condition. There's some excellent craftsmanship and design behind these uniforms. Why not make it work for your group and figure out something new to do with it? You could also, I mean, if I was an adjudicator and somebody came to me and had said, hey, we figured out a whole way to spin, this.
I'd be like,
wow,
you better get it.
Applause, right? Good for
Absolutely.
You, as one of my favorite judges says, good for you to, to figure out a whole new way to create a new effect, in a whole different way. So
look at that. I have a lovely little flag to go with that.
Right? Ta-da!
And that wouldn't change. I mean, that would completely change what it is. That doesn't, like, how you're wearing it now, Emily, with it open. Like, I would, if you wouldn't even have to close the jacket. Like, if it was just at the bottom and left open like that, that doesn't look cadet at all. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have that vibe. It's all broken up. It's very like, I don't know. Like, it is still very like kind of like warrior or like, futuristic, like kind of like ready to take on the world. Like, it's like that sort of like apocalyptic, like future but past type of like vibe, where it's like,
there's all kinds of vibes behind it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing. You gotta kind of put your blinders on a little bit and forget, if you're considering it for your group, just forget that it belongs to the cadets, right?
Yeah.
Forget that it's Behold. Just think about it in a whole different way. And your audience and your viewers are going to think about it in a whole different way too. And really, come on, has half of your football crowd seen that show?
Right.
Probably not.
Especially if, especially if
Your
you're not a
judging
competitive
community has
band.
seen that show.
If you're not a competitive band, for sure. I mean, and you want to dabble into like uniforms that are like different for everybody, like absolutely this is a way to go, because you could use that uniform and walk on the field and everyone thinks like, oh, they're going to do this like traditional band show and like that's what it's going to be, and you come out and like it looks like the whole thing and it's like, no, like we're going to do this like this other thing.
Yeah, right.
I mean, probably a little less but that's
right.
just
right.
That's just I just go there by default for some reason. I always feel I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of cool stuff with that. So I really wanted to highlight that because, we have several of those items in our inventory that are rather specific. But, kind of think outside the box a little bit. Don't get caught up in a certain thing. Just and some of the uniforms that we saw earlier, the costumes we saw earlier, just because somebody said, hey, this was used for an artificial intelligence show, doesn't mean that you have to do that.
Right.
And I honestly, I've seen some listings floating around out there on social media where people say specifically, this was used for a da-da-da-da-da. Okay, but you know what? I leave that off of our listings intentionally.
Yeah. Well,
because I want to leave you with a blank slate. I want to let, you as the instructors and the designers and the show designers, you guys think about what you want this to be. For your band. Yeah. There are some orders that go out the door that I'm scratching my head sometimes, like, my goodness, I wonder what that show is going to be about, and but that's where, it comes to you. Yeah. There's some great pictures there of those in action.
Yeah. And I mean, of course, you look at it in that viewpoint, that's all you're going to see.
Right.
But you just gotta remove yourself from that.
Yeah, you have to remove yourself from it and just let it be its own thing, its own animal, and it really can be its own animal. And we have a good amount of other things in the inventory that are somewhat recognizable or maybe look very specific, but let yourself think outside the box and what you could do with it.
I will say this, and this is probably something good to talk about too, especially with the launch of the new website. And I know, Christine, you like pushed for this like pretty hard. Is when you go to our website, like it's really intuitive now. Like the Guard Closet website wasn't as intuitive as it really is now with this redesign and this relaunch. So like, if you are looking for red, you can now type that, right? Like if you have like fire and it's like in the, like you hit fire and it's giving you the looks that have fire on the website.
Yeah. Yeah, we absolutely have to do that. We have to, because I mean, I love to shop online. Okay. It's really the only way I shop. I don't have time to go to stores. I don't like to go to stores. And half the time the stuff isn't there as it is. I can't find the size I need and all kinds of stuff. I'm very picky also. So it'll take me, like 4 hours to find one pair of pants that I like to buy. Okay. So, and I'm jumping around between this site and all this that kind of stuff. And like I said, when I'm shopping online, it's really important for me to be able to search that site the way I want to be able to search it and find exactly what I'm looking for. Sometimes, and I drive my family crazy, I shop backwards. I get an idea in my head, and then I go and find it. Rather than
I do that.
browsing.
Yeah, I do that. I do that.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's a good point that you say it that way, because that is not what you should do. Especially if you're especially if you're coming to us as a resource, right? Guard Closet Jean Consignment. Like, don't come with a hardcore preconceived notion. Colors, sure. But like, I mean, if you're just like, well, we're doing an 80s show or whatever, and it needs, there's neon to the 80s.
Right.
You
Right.
know, I think someone had emailed us about that. Like, you know,
Yeah.
oh, I'm looking for flags and props and blah, 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 blah. Well, I just typed in neon and
Yeah.
now there's like all of this stuff that could be, oh, look, there's those cute flags that match that outfit from earlier, that show.
Yeah, there they are, right?
There they are. Lovely, lovely.
There they are.
But like, yeah, I mean, so and what you also get with our site that you do not get other places is the combination.
Yeah.
So we have the consignment and the new stuff. And when you put in green, you get all of it. You get the new and the consignment. So
and the vendors. And
Right.
that's why we mark the manufacturers on the consignment, so you have an idea of which manufacturer. If you happen to prefer certain manufacturers over, you know, another because of quality or craftsmanship or whatever it is, or just fit or use of fabrics or whatever, that's going to help narrow down your search too. Like, remember earlier we were talking about, you know, buying consignment clothing. There are certain kinds of consignment clothing that I look for because certain brands fit me better than others. So maybe you're an instructor who prefers certain brands over others because of how well they fit your performers, how well, you know, the craftsmanship has come through for you in other years. That's really important when you're looking for consignment, I would think.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
why we try to do that.
numbers. I just typed in number. Oh, look.
Yeah.
Some of your old blogs came up too. But I just, yeah, I mean, I think that if you approach consignment and, you know, from the standpoint of I need a big broad stroke of something, like that you're not looking for something super duper specific, right? If you are, we could do that for you, and that's not a problem. Like, we could do super specific. So the first thing I would say is, if you're looking for consignment and you don't see it on our site, well, I will say this, let me say this. So there are Facebook groups out there that sell consignment stuff, and there is you know, individual groups that put their stuff out there, all of that. But we have the good stuff. We have the good stuff. I think that if you can't find it on our site, you're gonna have a hard time finding it any other place.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. And we work really hard to you know, make sure that you know, you are able to find everything. I'm just kind of switching over here since we're kind of done in the photo area. So back over here. I'm gonna go grab my power cord real quick.
Well, while we're waiting for you, we have a special guest that has arrived. They're going to add to the stream. So everybody has to get excited and welcome Carlos.
Oh my goodness, it's Carla.
Hello.
Yay.
Well, hello. What a great surprise.
Hello. How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I'm so happy I can see you guys.
Yeah, that's awesome. You're like, we have been here for a while. I've been here for 5 hours. Got here at noon. Got to eat some lunch while some other people were doing some things. But, you know, Christine just took us through a lovely new look at some new consignment things and some old consignment things, actually, some consignment things that have been around for a while. And now she's going to be, I guess, chatting with you a little, and I think she has some customers coming on. So what's up with you, Carlos? How are you? What's going on?
I'm doing very well. I was working today a lot from 7:30 a.m. So I was like, let me jump on with the interview and say hi to everyone because I need some good energy, some positive vibes around me today. I was, let me go inside and say hello to everyone. So yeah, I'm doing very good. I'm planning with my winter guard team for the next season. I was doing the design for the next season about how it's going to be our new project for next season. Making some different rules for my winter guard to make more concrete on my organization for the future. So yeah, it's been a while. I'm working very hard for my winter guard. Jeremy, your microphone is on mute.
Every time. No, that's exciting. That's exciting. You made it to WGI for the first time this year. That was exciting. How was that? I don't really think like I got a full like recap of like how it was, I guess.
Oh my God, making the first time appearance in WGI this season was so amazing. Like that was a very huge experience for us from Puerto Rico royalty. Since it's the first time Puerto Rico have a representation in WGIs for the arts. Also, it was the first time a Latin group came to the WGI and make a performance in this season 2022. So I was very, very happy. So let me tell you from the beginning, when I started making this whole project for this season 2022, it was very hard for me working with show, drills, choreography, other stuff. And then I get the help with Dark Closet about your support. And I was like, oh my God, thank you, Lord, for these angels. And that was very, very hard for me working with all the process in the administration area. But in the professional area was a whole experience for me, like a new whole experience. It was amazing. It was a nice adventure, a nice opportunity for the kiddos to see all this color guard world, the color guard family, enjoying all that environment. It was a whole experience that I love it. So
that's so good.
Yes,
that's
I'm thinking to going back again this season to WGI, but more stronger than last year.
Well, let's hope. Well, listen, you the first time, like, I mean, you can't be mad. You know what I mean? Like, I remember the first time I went to WGI, like with my group that I taught, and I don't want to talk about that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like the best thing in the world, right? It was like I got them there, and they had a great time, and they were inspired. And then you go back the next year, and you make it better, and that's really what it's about. Like, that's really what it's about, for sure.
Also, I know this is not 100% yet, but I just want to officially invite you and Guard Closet to come next season to Puerto Rico on March, since we want to make a circuit here in Puerto Rico and bring some performance out of Puerto Rico to come perform here in Puerto Rico. So I have some fellas and other Winter Guard teams I just want to invite, but it's a surprise. It's not 100% yet. Just a little bit of flavor what we want to bring next season.
That's so fun.
Stay tuned to our social media, because I just want to bring Guard Closet and I want to bring you to Puerto Rico maybe on March 2023.
Yes, I'm all for coming to Puerto Rico. All for coming to Puerto Rico. I have no problem coming to Puerto Rico. Although the first time I've only been to Puerto Rico one time, and I got and it was like, okay, get off the boat, get off the cruise ship, go to the Bacardi factory. Your Bacardi tour starts at 9 a.m. and by 9:30 you're having shots. And these 2 or 3 other people did not want to have their free shots, so they gave them to me and my husband. So by like 10:30, like there were 4 of us that were like completely wasted, and I was like, okay, welcome to Puerto Rico. And I know that's how you do. So I am here for it. I am here for it.
I can tell you that if I would go to Puerto Rico, the closer to the equator I get, the more sunscreen I need, and it's not good. Oh my goodness.
It's very hot. It's very hot. Like you can get.
Oh, you're muted. Something happened with your sound. Oh,
I'm here.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. It's very hot in March, so it's gonna be like 80 degrees or 75 degrees in March. Right now it's like 105, 104. It's hot. Also, a nice cocktail is a very good idea for that time.
That's why we come to Puerto Rico.
That takes care of it all. There you go.
Well, I don't know when you have scheduled, Christine, to talk with our guest, because we do have a guest waiting in the green room. But obviously, Carlos was stopping by for a visit. And Carlos, you are more than welcome to hang out and co-host with Christine, because Christine has a special guest that is like, I won't. Okay, I will say. Can I introduce? I'll introduce. I think I should introduce. Oh, don't hide your face. It's like hiding your face in the green room. Don't hide your face. Be proud of this, because, well, or maybe the entire internet world wants you punished for this. I'm not sure. This could go either way. The person that's this person that's coming on is literally the person that got me started in this activity. Like literally day one, this is the color guard person that handed me my first flag and was like, here, you're going to do this and you're going to wear this. I'm not going to talk about what that was because we're just not going to talk about what that was. But I was set on a trajectory that has now taken me here to where now she is a customer, a friend, a consigner, just all around like volunteer, like coworker, like it's just all of the things, right? Weirdly, all of the things all in one. And Christine was like, hey, so I want to invite a customer on to like talk about who do you think? Do you think Michelle would be good? I was like, yeah. Let's just do it one more time. So everyone, it's Michelle Adcock that we bring on to the stream.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Oh. So there's a bug flying in my face. My goodness.
I forget that I was your first like color guard instructor.
I know.
It
was just merely like 2 years ago or something, right?
Yeah, I swear. And you were playing percussion in Blazers, weren't you?
Oh,
Oh my
yes.
god.
Oh yes, I was playing your very best, like carry the bell mallet, like tingy, like
So
back
we
when you
had to
played
fix
it with like hard mallets on like the ringy tingy bell and like like
back in the day.
No. I'm gonna pop out and let you have a lovely time with the amazing Carlos. I don't know if Michelle and Carlos you've ever met before.
I don't think so. I've seen you like around
Yeah.
the color guard internet.
Yeah. Carlos is.
Yes, he did it. Yes.
That's all Christine wanted all day. She's like Carlos just has to come on and just be Banda Viva just for the moment. So like now you guys have to host together because it just seems like the perfect little matchup of the three of you. So have a lovely time.
Carlos, if I'm ever having a bad day, I just have to find a video of you saying Banda Viva and it makes me feel happy. And it's just like, it's the most wonderful thing, you know? So there we are, right?
I can do it again if you want.
What, do it again? Is that what you said?
Banda Viva!
So it's like on cue, you know? Every time we just hit the button and we hit a special button and Carlos says Banda Viva.
I love it. We need to have like permanent streaming rolling GIF of that.
Right? Exactly. Yeah, Carlos could turn into his own meme or something, you know? So, oh my gosh. Well, Michelle, thank you for setting aside your precious summer teacher time, as we say.
Wonderful summer teacher time.
Oh my god.
Well, you know, this is really interesting though, because Carlos, you have just graduated with a degree in music education, correct?
Oh, congratulations.
That's right.
Yes. So Carlos is an aspiring teacher as well, which is a wonderful thing.
Welcome to the club for better.
Yeah, welcome to the club, right? Yeah, I mean, Michelle and I are both teachers. You know, education is an important thing to us. So, yay! This is so fun. We got all the teachers on at the same time. But, I mean, you know, Michelle, we invited you on just because, you know, we've been talking Guard Closet for 5 hours straight now.
Wow, that's huge.
I know. I've been peeking in and out. I'm like, 5 o'clock. They're still going to be on. Okay, all right.
Well,
the old
telephone.
telephone.
Still going to be on at 8 o'clock. I'm not going to be on yet at 8 o'clock. No, I'm running out of steam here. Let me tell you.
Isn't your little one's birthday today?
It
No.
I know.
You're coming on at 8 o'clock, girl. You will be there at 8 o'clock having a drink with the rest of us. You will be on. You will be on. Yes.
No, because Michelle just said something very important because it is the young one's birthday today. And we are taking her out to dinner because I've been tied up doing this all day. So we're taking her out to dinner at Red Robin. So because they have balloons there. At least some of the Red Robins have balloons. And even when you're 10, you still get excited about a balloon at Red Robins.
Like I got a balloon before school was out because I was one of the teacher summer birthdays on our team.
Oh, right.
I was really excited. I was very happy about my balloon. So I get it. Tell Sadie I understand her.
See? Or, it's just like how big kids can still get excited about stickers or something like that, right?
Absolutely.
So I'm speaking of like big kids. Like how are all your Avongrove big kids doing? Like, did you guys start rehearsals so far? Or not?
Well, we did. We're on a break right now. We had like what we call experience days, like before school was out, where we did like little clinics. So we would do like just, you didn't have to sign up to come, you didn't have to commit, you could just come, and we would do like they would do like icebreakers with the leadership team, and then we just did like little kind of mini rehearsals, just a little bit of everything. But it went really well. It looks like we're going to have a huge increase. We're still small, but a huge increase from last year, which is really important. This year, we finally got permission from the district to allow 8th graders to participate in marching band. And so that's been a really big help for us. So we have a great 8th grade class joining our 9th grade class. So we're going to be very young, but they are just so excited. They're the kind of kids that you're like, no, you have to put the equipment down and go get water. Then you can go back. So they're that kind of kids.
That's awesome.
So I am so excited. I mean, we're on a much needed break right now. And then we start summer rehearsals in July, and then band camps August 15th. We're ready to go.
Wow, August 15th. My goodness, I'm going to be back in school already by that point.
Now, well, we're really excited. This year, we're opening a new high school. So so it's given us an extended summer because they want to make sure they have all that time. So we're actually the kids aren't coming back till after Labor Day this year.
Oh, okay.
First time in a while.
Sure.
But it's exciting.
Are they going to be able to do band camp at the new school, or is it still?
It's kind of, we would probably do it we can't get into, we're kind of homeless right now. We can't get into the new school, and we can't get into the old school because they're actually renovating the old school to turn it into a middle school. There's this whole domino effect right now. So all of our gear that we need for camp is at the middle school. So that'll be our home base. It's right next to the stadium. So
that's a big help.
Yeah. So that's where camp will be this year. So that's exciting.
Yeah. Do you realize that a renovation is how Guard Closet got started?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because, I mean, like 20 some years ago, almost 22 years ago now, they were renovating Carlisle High School.
Okay.
And, that was when Brian Prado was there as, the visual guy and everything. So they had to clean out the band area because I guess there was new floors being put in or something like that. And, I mean, we put together a whole video of this. Of course we did. But, I mean, they had to clean out all the storage areas. There was like a whole percussion practice room or something like this that was shoved full of guard stuff, and they had to clean it out. And then everybody's looking at each other saying, what are we going to do with all this stuff, right? And Brian Prado said, well, let's try to sell it. And, he met with somebody who was doing a furniture consignment business and kind of got, like how to do consignment and how to set it up financially and things like this. And then, I mean, all that stuff from Carlisle originally ended up in like Brian's garage.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then, it just kind of branched out to other local schools a little bit, like other people that he was working with or had worked with, they started doing it. And, oh my gosh, I mean, the pictures used to be taken like outside on the grass or something like that. I mean, it was crazy, But I mean, look how far we've come. But I mean, anytime somebody tells me about a renovation, that's like what I'm thinking of, right away. So,
Yeah, and it's funny because I did a big drop off to you last summer in anticipation of knowing that this was coming. So my clean out of our guard closet as it was a lot smoother. Now there may be a significant amount of it in my basement right now waiting for me. It's like my little satellite guard closet waiting for me to go through it.
Sure.
But yeah, it definitely inspires you to just clean everything out.
And it's a good feeling too, right?
Mhm.
When you clean out. I mean, it's just like in our houses. I mean, think back to, the depth of the pandemic, so to speak.
God,
When
yeah.
everyone decided to clean out their closets and everybody decided to do,
Mhm.
this, and all the donation bins were just overflowing
Yep.
and all this kind of
Oh
stuff.
yeah, absolutely.
But, I mean, how important is it too, and how good it feels to get that done and get that stuff out? I'm actually kind of feeling that here at the warehouse right now because we have so much stuff come in.
Yeah.
And people are just starting to buy for for the fall. So we have
Right.
so much stuff in here right now. It's like
Mhm.
becoming overwhelming. And I'm really looking forward to people like starting to buy for the fall so we can
Right.
get, things out. But after last fall and after last winter, it was getting really thin around here. Like
It was. It really was because we picked our show. I want to say maybe February, Marchish. We still had a detail, but we kind of had the idea of what we were doing.
Sure.
And my first visit,
Yeah.
I'm like all the search terms I could think of, and I'm just like, nope, come on, you gotta have something.
Right.
That was my and I was like, and I remember saying, oh, it looked really thin. And then on like Facebook, like Dark Closet's on my feed, and I'm like, oh, look at that. Oh, Christine's got boxes.
Yep, and now it's starting to trickle back.
Yeah.
It's starting to trickle
And
back.
there's
Yeah,
some really cute stuff on there too.
Oh yeah, there's.
girl.
I was showing earlier. Like
Yeah.
next week, I'm actually going to be out of town. Okay,
Mhm.
but even if I'm out of town, that means Guard Closet doesn't stop because there's all kinds of stuff that I can do that I have prepped to do. Okay, so even though we are relatively high moderate tech business, there are still some low tech things that we do around here. So every one of these sheets of paper, right, that I have here is a different set of things that has to be listed. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So that means somewhere on my phone, well, not somewhere on my phone is bad to say. On my phone, because I do know where everything is. Okay. On my phone are all the photos of these items. And then I have a write up, all the description, the sizing information, all the stuff I need. And all of these pieces of paper are all stuff that I have to list. And it's a lot of it's going to get done next week while I'm out of town. So, I mean, get ready, everybody, because
That's a lot, girl.
Oh, it is a lot. And I mean, Carlos, you should see like the boxes there are boxes that I haven't even opened yet. And, bags of stuff that I haven't even opened yet. I don't even know for sure what's in some of them.
About that, I have like 8 sales of flags that I want to send it to you so you can sell it.
Yeah.
I use it for the Pride Parade this
Okay.
weekend.
Oh,
so I can send it to you. Yeah.
Yeah. You know where to send it.
All right.
Now, unfortunately, you're going to be in line behind a whole bunch of other people, but that's okay. Not only have boxes been showing up here, but boxes have been showing, not necessarily boxes so much, but drop-offs have been showing up at my house, too. So our good friend Todd Marcacci pulled up the other evening in his truck.
Oh.
And dropped off.
I can tell. I'm sure that was a lot.
Well, actually, this was kind of a more of a tail end of some stuff. Before that, he made a big drop off. For a time, there were tubs kind of like lined up in my garage, almost like a wall of tubs, okay, of all this stuff from Todd, right? That stuff has all been listed, okay? But
this stuff, Michelle, you'll know exactly what it is. You'll know exactly what it is. Red jackets.
Right.
He's finally
There it is. There it is. There it is. There it
swear that when your son was able to do the Thanksgiving Day parade, he was going to be wearing a red jacket.
Well, he still might because we have them and we can rent them out too.
Yes.
And the purple flowery one, or I'm not the ones from the Beethoven show, not Beethoven.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh God, they were all like orchestra directors or whatever, like those. Yeah.
Those are really
anyway. Sorry, I had to say the red jackets.
You were
the red
excited,
jackets is what I knew would get you.
The red jackets are actually in my bedroom right now because I had it. They were in the garage, and Todd dropped them off, and then we had my daughter's birthday party on Saturdays. We kind of clean out the garage because I didn't want them to get messed up, with people walking around the birthday party. So they're actually in my bedroom right now. So I get to kind of sleep next to them at night. And then,
what more did you want?
Right? So over the next couple of days, then they're going to come down here. We're going to figure out, the best way to get them out to everybody. So yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff, coming in. And I mean, like cool stuff too from, all kinds of different states. Like I got stuff from Arizona a while ago and, Virginia and Kentucky and North Carolina and all kinds of cool things, So yeah, definitely. Right?
Oh, yeah. All right, guys. I have to leave. It was a pleasure to come here and say hello to Christine, to Jeremy, and to Michelle. I really loved you guys so much. Thank you for this short time for me. I really need that vibe today. Believe me, I really need it.
Awesome. Good stuff, Carlos. Hey, one more Band of Viva before you go.
Yeah. Tell me.
What? For me? No, you have to do it. One more Band of Viva.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
Okay, ready.
Banda Viva!
I love it. Yay! Yay,
Yeah.
Carlos.
I love you.
All right, now Carlos is allowed
Bye,
to go.
Carlos. Good to see you.
Bye.
Right? So, Michelle, did you guys pick out your show for this year?
We did.
Oh, see, you guys usually pick things really early, I think.
Yeah,
right?
well, we do.
Or you're like
and
on
then,
the ball with it.
like, well, what we do, usually this is the Avongrove way. We will have an idea and we will work it out month after month after month. And then approximately 4 days before we have to announce it to the kids, we change everything. That's
I love that. What a great idea.
pretty much what, and we came close to doing that. I guess it's not top secret, I can tell you. The kids know.
Yeah.
So it's called The Devil You Know. And it's our mascot, like the school mascot's the Red Devil. And it's kind of like a chance to kind of tongue-in-cheek the show about the mascot with the new high school opening and everything. But it's kind of like also dark and twisty, but more mischievous than evil. So we're doing Inferno, which is Robert F. Smith, I believe.
Robert W. Smith.
W. Smith, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
And we're doing, let me see, what else? Oh, Bat Out of the Hell by Meatloaf.
Okay.
Wicked Games for the ballad, and then a little snippet of Bad Guy, because apparently that's what we do at Avongrove now.
Right.
So, and yeah, so we're still putting together like the arrangement. I am not.
No, right.
But the music people are arranging it
Sure.
and putting it together, and I'm working on costumes and flags and things, and
yeah,
it should be exciting.
I think that's so cool though. Like, and this is one of the things like Jeremy and I have been talking about throughout the day, is that I love how you came up with that idea, how you incorporated your school mascot into it. All right. And we were talking, in a lot of different ways throughout the day about how, our bands and our color guards and stuff, they have two jobs. Okay. They have the job of representing the school.
Yeah.
And you and I, as public school teachers, know how important that is. Right. And they have the job of representing the school, but they also have the job of, or the role more so to, experience pageantry and artistry and things like that in the competitive arena. So, we were talking earlier today about how, bands, and I know you guys have done this, you've gotten something for your students to wear for parades and for football games and things like that represent the school, that represent the community, and let the viewers and audience members who, aren't going to maybe be as engaged with the artistry and the competitiveness. They're going to be engaged with, that's our community, that's our school, those are our kids. And like that's such a cool idea though, to incorporate the school mascot into the competitive aspect of the show.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a unique opportunity, and it was funny. We'd actually were playing around with this idea several years ago, and we kind of got stuck. You know, sometimes you work an idea and you just get stuck, and
Yeah.
then this year it just kind of, you know, it just exploded. But yeah,
Right.
I think you're absolutely right. I think there's, you know, we talk in the activity constantly about the differences between the three modalities, but drum corps versus marching band, so many of us in the activity forget, I think, that marching band is not drum corps. You're never going to be a drum corps. And it's not just, you know, your service to your community, but it's your own livelihood. If you want that program to continue, then you have to be seen. And in order for that, you know, that's fourth grader it's sitting in the audience to see, you know, because her big brother plays football and, you know, she's in there looking at like, oh, wow, I want to do that, you know, and that's, you know, that like having that continuum year after year after year. Yeah, we actually through Guard Closet, through Style Plus, 2 years ago, I took advantage of the pandemic marching band where it wasn't really literally our show t-shirt for that year says Evergrove High School presents a marching band show. Like literally, that's what so because you know we were kind of like nobody knew what we was doing. We were kind of doing virtual shows and maybe we're doing a football game, maybe we're not. It was crazy. And I took advantage of that to be like, okay, let's get school tunics. And they look great. We don't do a lot of things other than our field shows. We don't do a lot of parades or stuff, but the kids wore them for the Memorial Day parade. I literally just like come in with the tub. Okay, this will fit you. This will fit you. This will fit you. And Jeremy's not around, but I'm going to need help because for good reasons, I'm going to need a couple more for this year because now that we've let eighth graders in, they're tight.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
So we need to get a couple more.
Yeah. We were talking about that before too, about how, you know, you got to plan for the different types of performances and you know, things that you're going to do. So you have to speak to that performance and make sure that you're planning for that so that the audience gets it. And we were talking too about how, you know, when you're doing Memorial Day parade, you can't show up with the flags from the competitive show that are about, you know, like mermaids or something.
No, exactly.
Memorial Day parade. You can't do that. You know,
I haven't pulled the trigger yet, but I do. It's one of my frequent searches on the site is I want like a set of patriotic, but I'm like, I just don't want to spend that money because it's one show. Right now I have, I use what I use with my cadet team.
Sure.
Which I just have a set of solid maroons. So we just do that. And they look, that's cool color. That's fine. Someday I'll get around to investing in a patriotic flag.
Yeah, we were talking about that too today about how, you know, like some of the consignment things we have or even the new things, all this Style Plus stuff that's on here, it's like 50% off and everything. You know, find something that you can keep just for those specific things and use it year after year. It only gets used once or twice, but, you know, it's not going to get really hard wear on it, but keep it and use it year after year so that you can look like you belong at the Memorial Day parade, or if you happen to have a Christmas parade obligation every year, look like you belong at the Christmas parade, or even, you know, and we were talking about how, you know, especially here in Pennsylvania, the Northeast, the Halloween parades are a huge thing.
I know they are. I don't know. For some reason, our community doesn't have that. I'm not mad about it. Okay. Because right around that time, you know, looking at all my friends that do color guards, like, the Halloween parade. I'm like, and I've taught schools that was a big deal, but no, absolutely. And I don't think I've ever in the history of teaching, at least with the current program with now, ever had a show where every single thing was brand new. Either it's used from us for a previous year, or I've bought it used, or I've borrowed it from somebody. We usually we'll get maybe we can afford to get one new flag. The costume usually is new just because that is so crucial. There's not as much leeway with that as far as
that's a tough one.
And costumes I find really hard because, you know, you find a flag, you're like, okay, I have 13 kids, I find 14 flags, perfect, I'm good to go. With a costume, I have 13 kids, I have 14 I see some with 14 costumes. Nope, because I need 3 extra smalls and all you have are double. Costumes are really hard with a consignment thing, not that it's impossible.
No, it's not. It's tough though. We recognize that. I mean, That's just one of those things. We always work really hard to try to, get costumes sold for people or find costumes that work for people. But it's always that sizing that's a little tricky.
Yeah. That's why I always look for I'll use the sorts and I'll look for the drum corps when drum corps are when you have those or the colleges groups or something because I know they're bigger. So there's a lot where like the ones we got for our middle school guard this year. I think they were from Towson originally.
They were, yeah.
And but there were plenty of them.
Yes.
So we were able to size 15 kids.
Yep.
And that and just throw on some black leggings from Amazon and there you go.
Yep. It was great. They look so good too. And we were talking about it earlier. We were showing some consignment items earlier. I mean, and how, you can't get, the stuff that you guys bought was very, very versatile. It could be anything, and we were talking earlier about how, you can't get hung up in, well, what did they use it for previously? It doesn't matter what they used it for previously. Give it a new life. Think of something different. And, now it can be this, and it doesn't have to be,
it also and this kind of, we haven't got, well, I shouldn't say that. We did that one year, but the kids bought them where very rarely will we do a digital print because it's so unique to the show. We did that one year. We did that cowboy show. Those were digital print costumes. Jeremy got those for us. I think he was see that. And they were great, but you never would have been able to use them for anything else.
Very specific. Yeah.
So, I mean, a lot of times you look and it's you're just looking for a color scheme or a silhouette.
Sure.
Something that will work. There are times I'll go on the site and I don't even I just I just like this and I'll just favorite it, and I'm just because it goes in the vault, how that playlist. That's on in the vault, and it's one of these days I'm going to pull it out. We're going to put a show together.
Some year when we do a show about this is what we're going to use and that kind of thing. Yeah. Well, and you know how it is too. When your personnel changes, there are certain shows that certain groups of kids based on their personalities or their experience and their work ethic and stuff like that, you're going to be able to do certain things with certain groups. And then other groups, it's that's not the year to try this one. We're going to have to table that idea.
Yeah. Post-pandemic, we're very we're going to be in a rebuilding mode for a while. And so I feel we're very into, we have to do things that are easy to grasp now.
Yeah.
That aren't too ethereal, too hard to grasp, things that kids can be okay,
I get this.
What I'm doing, super simple. Just because they may not we may be this way for a while and they may not, our performers may not get to the point where they're into something that's super deep. And that's okay. I mean, sometimes I think, and this is me being old and doing this for a couple hundred years. I was the kid that got off the bus and was like, why can't you do these twirls that I just did? We were all there,
Right.
Now I'm just they're in high school. They're in high school. I'm going to give them a foundation. Well, me, I start them in 4th grade.
Sure.
Give them a foundation. Hope, my biggest goal is to make them enjoy the activity so they come back and not just enjoy it with all the things we talk about all the time, performance and learning new things and all that, but just to have fun with their friends.
Yeah, and they want to keep showing up and they want to keep coming back. And I think sometimes that's the unfortunate thing is some people get a little too deep with some of this stuff, and the kids don't get it.
You can. I mean, if you're in Avon High School, Carmel High School,
right,
that's great. But we don't have, and I think very few of us in this area have the community, the administration, the support that takes, and that's something. It's just a different, groups in Texas. It's just different.
And I think too, some of those larger programs, they're pulling from a different set. The pool of students that they have to pull from, pool that they have to pull from is much bigger. than a lot of our schools in the Northeast that tend to be a little bit smaller compared to those Midwest and Texas schools. Right. So, we're pulling in every kid we possibly can to fill out, a decent size ensemble.
Yeah.
Rather than, we've got this many spots and this is how many spots we're going to fill and, that sort of thing. And I mean, that makes a big difference. And I think, the other thing is too, is that, sometimes, in our area, we have like a pocket of certain genres within a music department are really strong.
Yeah.
But maybe another genre in the music department isn't as strong. And
Yeah.
some of these bigger schools really have the ability to build like top to bottom. Every genre is really strong.
It is.
Who was it this year that got the triple gold?
Yeah, it is.
WTI. Who was it?
The Avon High School. Yeah.
Avon, right. Yeah, I mean,
everything.
That's like unheard of. And
Yeah.
then you hear their concert ensembles, it's the same caliber of stuff.
Well, and it's something. It's excellence breeds excellence.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
And we, it's, I feel sometimes we're competing with so many other things for members, and then even once we have them for their attention. But that's why I don't want to say I lower my expectations. I don't think that's the right way of putting it, as much as it's almost like differentiating.
Yeah.
Ooh, for the kids we have. And for what their goals are.
Right.
So-
Oh my goodness. Who would have thought that Michelle and I would be throwing out the education terms here while we're sitting here
Listen.
talking? But
So
yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
absolutely
talk about synchronous and asynchronous.
makes my brain explode.
Trauma.
But yeah, I mean, it's absolutely true though. But I don't think you're not talking about lowering expectations. I think you're talking about making them appropriate and achievable for your kids. There's always that idea in education that you set the bar just above, where they're achieving.
The zone of proximal development.
Right. Ooh, there it is.
Yeah,
Yes.
I remember from child development, which was only slightly longer ago from when I taught charity.
But it's having appropriate expectations. Oh, I was just looking at the guard closet website chat. Somebody said question, but then they didn't say anything else.
Well, I'd like to answer that question.
I know, right? So I might just say, what can we help you with?
Yeah.
And we'll find out what's going on.
Yeah, so I don't know what people want to know about consignment, other than I find it a lot easier, and I kind of wish more people, because I have to scrounge all those Facebook groups.
Yeah.
And it's so much work. I do like the like if it would all be centralized.
Right. I know. We
I love how you pop in all the time.
Oh yes. Well, I mean,
and I think that's great. I think
I'm just trying to help people, because I realize that a lot of the Facebook groups, there's a lot of tricky searching and things like that to go through. And if I can find, that quick solution for exactly what somebody's looking for, there it is. There's the link right there. Hit the button, add to cart, check out, you're done. Right?
Yeah.
And you don't have to work out a transaction with anybody.
I know, because I just got done doing that. For the record, I did search guard closet first. You didn't have to renew it, but I just bought 2 sets. You'll get them eventually. So how's that? They'll be yours eventually. I just bought 2 sets of flags, and it was great. I worked with great people. They were very helpful. But just going through the process of, they have to wait till they get to their school. I need them to get me an invoice, because I just Venmo them, but I would like the boosters to reimburse me. Of
course, right.
So getting the address, all of that.
It's extra legwork, right?
It is, and it was fun, because we got out of school, so I literally spent the first 4 days finding flags.
Yeah.
And funny, you talk about the searching is so hard. I use my search terms like in these little groups, like color guard equipment, all those little Facebook groups.
Yeah, right.
And I don't know if I'm doing something wrong, but it always shows me in all of my marketplace things, like my community ones, and like so I'm trying to look for flags with fire in it, right? Devil show fire. And it keeps trying to sell me these fire pits that people in Kennett Square are trying to sell, and I just can't. It was so frustrating. I mean, I'm good now,
right?
But yeah, it's
well, I love to shop online. So, I mean, you know, for me, it's way easier. I don't have to go to the store. I don't have to, you know, drive all over the place. You know, it's if the size isn't there at that store, you know, and it's someplace else, it's fine. So I love to just hit add to cart, check out, done, and
I literally like, was it 2 weeks ago? I went to do my laundry, realized I was out of Tide Pods. Went to Amazon, got one by the end of the day, and I'm like,
wow,
this is the future. I mean, there's certain things, you know, certain things you can get by the end of the day. I'm like, this is the future.
Well, see, that's the interesting thing is, I mean, yes, we are very efficient right here. I mean, you know, all the boxes
we're not going to get it same day,
right? I know. Sometimes folks get a little anxious, especially towards like, let's say like the ends of seasons or like right before their band camps are going to start. Sometimes folks get a little bit anxious. And they
yeah, you get to that point, you've taken the group out and some judge told you that flag.
Oh, yes.
And then you're like, crap, but I don't have any more money because I spent all my money. What do I get? Like this, I have Guard Class a story from, I don't know, this was so long ago. I want to say 2008 or 9.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So we did a Joan of Arc show.
Okay.
And I sometimes I get too much into the theme. I'll do that. And so I had the whole thing. She was, you know, they were taking her to burn her at the stake and she was going to be a ghost. I don't know.
Sure.
You know, we all do. It still turned out great. But I remember the judges complaining to us because all the color guard had like this little, Bob Beck made these for us. They were really cool. They had they might still be like they had like this crest, and they had this medieval look, and they looked fantastic. But he was like, well, why would they all get themselves and take themselves to go get burned at the stake? And I literally went to Guard Closet, found these robes, these brown, they were the ugliest things, but they made sense.
Yeah.
Brown robes, and put them in the show and had the kids put them on just because it helped carry that story.
Oh, I remember this brown robe. Yes, now I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, right? I mean, yeah. And I think you gave them back.
I never said, I'm going to reconcile these in about a month.
You did. So I don't think I was actually on board yet when you bought them. Okay. But when you consigned them and then they came back, I remember when they came back.
Yeah.
Yep. See
how
cool is that though? Because, you know, they got used, you know, you solved a problem that you had in your show. You worked out a solution. Ta-da. And then, you know, they're on their way to help somebody else, you know, find a quick solution. Yeah. I mean, sometimes, you know, it gets into that heat of the season. You're absolutely right. Some judge says, I don't get this. Maybe you should try and then everybody scrambles and goes nuts. And then, well, you're not going to get something, you know, from a major manufacturer, at least something that's not in stock, you know, that quickly. So yeah, we can find a lot of those really quick solutions, you know, like now what we were saying before, like with Amazon, we don't have a fleet of drones, you know, here, Brian and I would that, you know, we do not have a fleet of drones.
Get it day 2023.
Right? You're gonna have to wait a day or two until we can get it for you. But you know, we've done some interesting things over the years. I've done some crisis shipping where like I'm racing to the UPS store to get it there by 5 o'clock by the time the truck shows up. You know, I've done that from time to time. So, you know,
and that's the other thing is, you know, I mean, dealing with you, obviously I know you from outside of Guard Closet, but you guys all you get it. You know what we're dealing with.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. We all speak the language, and you know, we understand that, you know, we have a show and what that means. But we have a show on Saturday. Well, you know, we know what that means, and sometimes it kind of like, you know, can make it or break it for, you know, all that. And really, like, you know, sometimes people say, okay, well, let's get some perspective here because it's just flags in a gym. Well, you know, yeah, it is just flags in a gym, or maybe it's just kids on a field, but okay, but it's a lot of hard work. And it's a lot of dedication and time commitment that those kids have made.
Absolutely.
And, we as educators in particular, we go the extra mile to make sure that the kids have a good experience and that they have a positive experience. And sometimes if that means, doing something extra that's a little, maybe outside the box, or that extra, effort on top of it to make sure that the kids get what they deserve,
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot. I find it funny. Sometimes the kids don't know what goes on in the background. They just know when I show up with boxes that it's Color Guard Christmas. That's all they know.
Right. Right.
They don't know the search fields. They don't know they don't know any of that.
Yeah.
And that's okay. They don't need to, but that's why we're here.
Right. So I have to ask you really quickly, do you have like cat television on behind you?
Yeah, I do. Because that's my old thing I learned from Zoom teaching, that if they and they're all in their after dinner nap, so it's pretty quiet here. But I usually just run that in the background so I can get work done. I'm a bad parent. I just put my kids in front of screens all day.
Right? Put your fur babies in front of screens. Yeah. My fur baby is so old, she's 18, that she just sleeps on my bed most of the day. So, but yeah, I love the cat television. That's a great idea, because otherwise they'd be walking across the screen, right? Or sticking your noses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was actually 2 summers ago now, or I guess maybe, I don't even remember. Everything's all running together. I was teaching a workshop, for school on Zoom, and I mean, the 18-year-old is just crawling around. It's like, get out of here, So
I know. I mean, if I have to, I can close the door, but it's fun.
So here's a fun question we could talk about.
Okay.
Do you have anybody in the Guard this year say, like, because I know you have, you've done so much with like building your recruiting and having clinics and things for the younger grades and bringing kids up through. But do you happen to have anybody who's like brand new this year in the Guard? Somebody who's never spun before.
No, not this year. Everybody, and that's been getting harder and harder. Because I find just because kids sort themselves.
Okay.
Like, I'm the kid that does this. I'm the kid that does that. I did have one this winter. I had one brand new to Guard kid this winter.
Yeah.
But this upcoming season, it's all kids, returning Guard kids, a kid moving over from band, and kids from the middle school Guard. So
nice. Yeah. Right.
They're starting, I mean, it's one of those things. And I find with kids these days, no matter how many times I tell them it's okay if you don't get things perfect at first, that's a really hard thing.
Sure.
For kids to get over.
Yeah.
But I think it's just the nature of our biggest issue is just getting kids in the door. And getting them to commit to the time. A lot of them are really nervous, especially going into 9th grade. I find they're so nervous. Like, and I get it. Like, the middle school teachers have them like, oh, you can't do this on high school. And I get it. I tell the 6th graders that you won't get away with this in middle school. And I, but so they kind of get nervous. We historically have always had very few kids in 9th grade, but then more kids will come in 10th grade.
Yeah.
But it's hard. Like, recruitment is the biggest thing. And even though I'm really excited about how much we grew, we're still not where we used to be.
Yeah.
I mean, about 4 years before the pandemic, we were all I was like, oh, almost hitting 30. So close.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we were a group 4 band. We were 100, 115 members.
Right.
Now we're in the 50s.
Yeah.
And it unfortunately was like trending that way before pandemic. But I mean, my whole thing is, as long as we're going the right direction. And we're trying. I mean, I think a lot of the kids, a lot of families get really nervous about the amount of time, even though we rehearse way less than most of the other bands in the area.
Right.
Like, we do 2 days a week, and then we don't do any Saturdays unless it's the day of a competition.
Sure.
We don't rehearse before football games on Fridays.
Right.
So that's already less than a lot of other groups.
Yeah. But you know, I mean, think about that though. I mean, you know, you and I see this as teachers, you know, and the time commitment, you know. I mean, if some of these kids that are doing athletics, oh my gosh.
I know. And I still don't,
you know, they're playing baseball tournaments out of state, like for the whole weekend, you know.
And I wish I understood the thought process behind that being okay for sport.
Sure.
Versus what we do. And it's not everybody.
No.
And often, you know, I often think we say that it's the time, but a lot of people, if it's not something they want to do, that's just the easiest excuse.
Sure.
I don't want to put the time in. I want to focus on my grades.
Yeah.
And every single kid in our program, because they go out and they do a lot of the recruiting, and they tell the kids, and they're very honest. My grades are better. My grades are better when I'm marching.
Yeah.
And we've all been through that.
Sure. Yeah, definitely.
Because, you know, we all know why that is. But,
yeah.
you know, we gotta keep trying. And I think, you know, making the best possible experience we can for the kids.
Yeah.
That goes a long way.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and we were talking about that.
Yeah.
We were talking about that earlier today as well. You know, is making sure that the experience is positive. They're going to want to keep coming back. And if they're not having a good time and they're not enjoying it, you know, then they're not going to come back. And, you know, if they understand, you know, why they're doing it and what they're doing and all kinds of things. And if the community gets it too and gets behind them, you know, that's the key also. Or, you know, if the administration gets behind it, other teachers in the school get behind it. I mean,
that's just, I think the problem is a lot of people that don't do it think they know about it. You know, so we'll have these people, like, I had one girl, so funny. Like, her mom's email me all these concerns. She's, you know, whether they do it or not. And she's like, well, like stupid things like they're going to freeze at football games because they're not allowed to wear coats. I'm like, where do you hear this stuff? I jokingly said, you know, it was a really warm fall. The kids never wanted to wear coats last year, but they're allowed to wear coats. They're allowed to bring blankets. We have like guard jackets. They wear no. We're not going to put your kid out like in the snow and make them free. Like, it just like how, and just an example of how, you know, some mom sitting on a soccer field says something to some other mom and woo, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that ties in. We were talking about that. It's something similar to that earlier today too. We were talking about our microsites. Okay, I mean, you know about our microsites, how that works, right? But what we said was one of the really key things, or very helpful things about that, is for the parents and families who are new to this, okay, who don't understand and don't realize that yes, your kid is going to need these shoes or these gloves, and they can't just go out and buy, you know, these shoes that look like these shoes, because they're not going to be the right shoes, or they're not going to be the appropriate shoes for what's going on. And, you know, we explained earlier when we were presenting about microsites today that when you do the microsite, we have the specific information right there. If your child plays the clarinet, they need these fingerless gloves. If they do not play the clarinet, they play this other stuff, then they're going to need these gloves. And if they're the guard, they need these gloves. Because, you know, and we were talking about how even just that helps people feel like more at ease, like they understand what's going on, especially if their kid is new, you know, freshman nervous. Well, a freshman parent will be nervous too, you know?
And it's so hard. I wish I had the answer to just get everybody, like, just give them like the perfect word when they walk in the auditorium for the first meeting and be like, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
You know, nothing to be afraid of. You're gonna be okay.
Right.
But no, and I agree. Anything we can do to make things easier for them.
And make it accommodating. I mean, I think we have a lot of success sometimes with the kids who are the kids of the people that were in band themselves. So they can communicate to their child what to expect and things. But you know what? I can guarantee you that if, you know, my child was signed up for some sports team, that I would be clueless.
You wouldn't know what was going on.
Yeah. I would not know what kind of equipment she was going to need or anything like that. I would be totally lost. And I'd be totally lost up with like some of the jargon and the how the terminology and things like that. So I would feel the same way. So I think some of us sometimes take that for granted, and we don't realize that there are parents and families out there that their kid is maybe the first kid in the family who is a musician or a color guard person, and they don't know anything about
especially color guard, because I am still explaining what it is to the civilians of the planet.
The civilians, right? Is that the flags that they twirl around?
Like I went to I had PT a while ago, and I'm trying to explain to her what I do. It's like, this is why I can't be here 3 days a week, because I do this.
Sure.
And just trying to explain. I'm at the point where I just pull out a video and I'm like, look, this is what it is. This is why I have no social life. This is why this is just it. But no,
our social life is the activity, right?
Absolutely. One of the things we try to do is, like, the first meeting is we have the parent, like the booster officers are there too. And sometimes if we leave the room with the kids, it's not official, but they kind of stand around, how they will, and they'll, and that's really helpful, because I feel they just need to hear from other parents.
Sure.
That sometimes, I don't always know what they need to know. But at the same time, I'm always thinking, okay, that packet's going to be 12 pages. Is anybody even going to read it? So, so you're trying to get to the point where you just don't want to smother them with information.
Right.
So they don't read any of it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, not, forget anything. So
yeah.
One of the things I try to do is checklists. I think checklists are so helpful.
Yes.
And I have my leadership team help me with this, because a lot of times I just forget. Things like, they always make checklists for the kids before we have to go to their first show, all the things they're going to need. And I forget a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of none of it's hard, but just a joy. You have to sign up on this Google form. You have to turn in your medical form. You have to, you have to do whatever this is for the district, whatever. And you pay your fees, you pay your activity, whatever it is. And making a checklist, because I think sometimes it's just so overwhelming when it's all over the place, because you have a nice little packet where you break everything down. Well, this is because you always want to give the why, but then it's like so overwhelming. So I'm like, that little feature in Google Docs that you can make a bulleted checkbox.
Oh yeah. I know. Well, anytime we can make things easier for people or more accessible, absolutely. Michelle loves a packet. Look at that.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
But it's good.
There is an ongoing joke with my staff where sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, and I'm sure none of them are watching this right now, the people I teach with are the worst at knowing what's going on.
Oh.
But we have this ongoing thing when somebody will walk up and say, oh, do we have a competition Saturday? Because it will happen. Not from kids. I'm talking about instructors.
Sure.
And you just turn around and say, oh, it's in the packet.
Uh-huh. See, there you go. Right?
Yes.
See, well, that's kind of what we try to do here too. It's on the website,
Yeah.
If you need to find out about it, we put it on the website somewhere. And, that's why we make all these videos and all this kind of instructional, things, and like build the YouTube channel and all kinds of stuff. I need to know about this. Well, we have a video for it, or it's on the website somewhere, or, somebody's going to talk about it on, the Secrets of the Guard Closet thing that Jeremy and Jackie like to do on Thursdays. And, so we love education. That's a good thing, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I wonder if Jeremy's hanging out back there still.
He's just listening and just making.
He's listening, right? Yeah. I know. Well, I don't want to hold up your time too much longer. Where your wonderful teacher summertime, but we do appreciate you coming on with us today.
Sure, anytime.
And you're one of our favorite people, and we love how you're a customer with us and a consigner with us and all that good stuff. And, we also love how you support, the educational aspects of this activity, which are really important to a lot of us.
Thank you so much.
you are really somebody that I think focuses on that in a lot of good ways with your performers, and I think that's a good model for a lot of other programs too.
Well,
So
hopefully we try.
Yeah.
We try.
We all try,
We put the effort in, at least.
Yeah. So that's good stuff.
Well, thank you so much. No, this was fun.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun to chat and see the scroll going down at the bottom the whole time.
I was like, they're getting ready to leave. Michelle's getting ready to leave, but I have to still readjust. Like at this point in the day, like
you're getting
my window's just right here, and so the sun is setting, and so if I'm like, this is how we'd be normally sitting at the computer right now, and I'm like, I gotta figure this all out. My lighting's all wrong. Well, no, thanks. I obviously I was listening and trying to get some other things done as everything was going on, but
multitasking as you're prone to do,
as all of us are prone to do,
yeah.
as all of us are prone to have to want to do. Well, thanks, Michelle. Thanks for hanging out with Christine. This was a lovely chat. It was lots of fun information y'all were sharing.
Ordering things soon.
Absolutely fantastic. So.
All right, bye guys. Good luck with the rest of your day.
Bye, Michelle. See ya. Oh, I've got to work out this lighting issue that we've got going on. It's just not so lovely right now.
Right.
So, how did you enjoy your chat with Miss Michelle?
Michelle and I always have great chats because, of course, we're both teachers, and you get two teachers together, and we can just talk all day. But when Michelle and I get to talk, it's not just talking about teaching, but it's talking about the marching arts kind of combined together. And I mean, Michelle and I have judged together also, so we have that background too. I mean, I've judged Michelle's groups from time to time, in the past. So, I mean, we have that great rapport, and, it's always good to talk to her because she's got a lot of great insight on, what's happening in the marching arts. And, I think what's happening, with students and the student experience in the marching arts.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. That's what she's always, that's what she's always been about, right? That's what Michelle has always sort of been about, is that student experience, that specific experience that student can have. Oh, I'm trying to find my light, so that I can get this going. Is super important, and she does love a packet. We know that she loves a packet. I'm like, this lighting thing is gonna get me in a second.
But
hold on, let me remove my. Ooh.
Oh,
how about this?
You need to get a blind or something.
I know. I need to rework my life right now.
Just find an old catalog and stick it up at the window or something.
Well, no, I have a whole setup that I usually do, but I just don't. I don't have it ready to go, I guess.
Yeah,
is the major issue. So what I wanted to do was, I know where it was. I was going to. One of the things that we were going to do was the digital design studio tutorial.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
That Jackie did from Spintronics.
Sure.
A little while ago. So I'm trying to locate that. I thought I knew exactly where it was, but now, maybe it's here. Digital design tutorial, flag tutorial.
There you go.
I think this is it. Okay. This is the full. Let me see if this is it. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna show a little bit of that video from the digital design studio tutorial that Jackie did a while ago with one of the designers at Style Plus, Alan. So this talks a little bit about the digital design studio, and we'll come right back. So there's lots of discounts going on. In case you haven't been paying attention all day as we've been talking about it, it is the Get It Day where we have 50% off tons of flags and other merchandise. And then 20% off apparel and all this kind of stuff. If you go to guardcloset.com/get Get It Day, everything is there that has the discounts. So if you have any questions, you can answer in the chat below. You can comment, you can message us. If you go to guardcloset.com and you're like, I'm confused, I don't know what's going on.
Let me find everything. Yeah, definitely.
We're literally like live replying, Christine and I, to all of the questions that people are asking on the chat, even on Guard Closet's website. So if this is all confusing and you just want to go to Guard Closet's website and ask a question there, that's fine. If you have a comment that you want to share here, or a question that you want to ask here, like, by all means, we definitely want to encourage you to ask all of those questions.
Definitely.
So we will let this roll, this little digital design tutorial roll for a little while, and we will be back. I know that some people from Guard Closet are stopping by real soon. I know Brett's coming on. I see him getting himself into the green room.
Awesome.
And a few others will be stopping by very shortly. So I know it will be a fun time.
Very cool.
Hello, spin enthusiasts and everybody watching on Style Plus TV. It is Jackie Brown, and I am here. I would like to introduce to you all a friend of mine. This is Alan Mason from Style Plus.
I'm Alan Mason. I'm working with Style Plus as we're developing the digital design studio. So what we're doing is actually creating an online 3D designer program that you can actually go in and create a tunic, a band top, a flag, which is what we're working on tonight, and then have it really ready to go. It saves you time, saves you energy, and it gives you the chance to play the designer using all the stuff that we have in our library. All right. So what you start out with doing is exactly the easiest thing that we can do is go to styleplusband.com. And as soon as you get to styleplusband.com, you'll actually see that we have our website. The front and center on it is our design studio, and it clicks Design Now. When you click on that, you're actually going to see you see one of the tutorials that we've already posted, but you're also going to see the other kind of patterns that we have up there. We have our Performance Plus top, Premier top, the unitard, the tunic, and the digital design flag. We also are already and have completed a couple of other products that we're going to start putting out there very soon. But really right now, we're just going to go down to the design flag that we can do so we can create the flag that we were talking about. And there are two options. So there's pick a design, which is, of course, designs that we've already just sort of we're playing around with that you can manipulate yourself. But what we can also do is design from scratch. And when you get there, you'll have the flag pop up here. You can see exactly what it looks like. And then you're just going to click on Customize. And from there, we just start the process.
So what's the best browser to use this for?
Really, any of them work fine. I use Safari for the most part for mine, as you can tell. But I also have used it on Chrome. I've used it on any of the ones that we've worked with, and it does work on your phone. If you just want to sort of play around with it on the phone or the iPad, you have freedom to use it on those as well. But either one works. As soon as you get here, the first thing that pops up are all of our colors. We actually have 117 colors on here that we can use that you can just pick. And as soon as you click on one, it will give you the chance to change that color automatically. So we're gonna get started back actually in on the image that you and I talked about. And so what I've done on here is I've created the image that I've added into our library, which is your flag. And so all you do is you click on image.
This is a vector file, right?
This is an SVG file, and this is a file that allows that you'll see that we can manipulate some of the colors with. But it's one that we're going to put out another tutorial on how to create these files yourself to allow you to put them in and have color changing. The biggest thing that we've done is create the file the right size that we can put in on what I've done is I put it on the front of the flag, of course, because that's really all there is for this. And then you auto fit it, and then you click apply, and then it will fit from top to bottom on the corner to corner. And then you can use this small toolbar over here that you can adjust to create the look that you're wanting.
And then you line it up nicely. Very nice. Yes.
So right here is like sort of your D-pad. You can go up and down, left and right. You can recenter if you need to. And then right here is if you just hover over it and you want to know what it is, like scale down, scale up. Of course, scaling up makes it bigger, scaling down makes it smaller. And if you want to make a slight rotate, depending on how you want the spin spot to be, or if you want it to look in the right, if you want maybe the angle to be a little bit more defined, you can do that as well and scale it with it just to give you that look that you're trying to get.
So even people without design experience or like Photoshop experience or anything, they can handle like reading what these tools are and knowing what to do
Yeah.
with them. Cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool because there's these tools right here, which is like pretty much your initial panel. But if you want to make some smaller adjustments and see some of the tools in a different light, there's the More Tools section. And as soon as you get to the More Tools, you can actually click the Reset, which gets it back to like that initial size. And then you can click Auto Fit to get it back to where it is.
What is that? A flag for ants?
Yeah, it's a tiny flag. It'll be just the smallest little thing on the link. And then you can click Flip if you want it to go on the opposite side. That looks just strange to me now after seeing this for so long.
Yep.
And then just make sure you can adjust it. The move speed is actually probably one of the most important ones for like those small little, just nudge it to the left, nudge it up just a little bit. And so if you just need it to go slightly up, you can click that move speed and it will give you exactly what you're wanting.
So we're missing a color in here.
Yeah, I decided to take out the color just to play around with it. I wanted to give you a little bit of room for exploring the design studio. So we're missing a color. That is actually taken care of right here. If you see the word recolor, you click on that. It's going to bring up all of the colors that are involved in your flag, which is it's nice. It's a way that we can simplify it. So if you're saying like the palette for the show, whatever you're going to do, the palette for that show is going to be a certain color. You can change. You find that color up here on the first on your flag, and then you click on a different color for it. So if I want it to be if you hover over it, it actually will give you. So if I want it to be azalea, you just click on that, and then you click on the next color. Always try to click on the next color so you can adjust it. I want this to be white, and then you can click on the green. Let's say I want the green to be a blue. Click on this one. I'll turn this into another green, and then there's actually that small little bit of light blue right here. Let's do that let's go back and do that as a white, and then you click apply. And there you go. Here's it completely recolored, reimagined. It's that simple. What happens is then that's done. It'll be ready for a print file, but it still looks pretty plain, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah, it's just gone to like this 4-color design, and it's blowing my mind because I've seen that design in those colors for so many years. I've never seen it in a different color before, but this is awesome.
Yeah, it's great because if you wanted to create maybe the same flag pattern, the same flag design with the different color variations, you can do that. We can do that quickly. What we can also do here is actually add an image from our library. The library is pretty cool. The main folder is here. That's where it's everything that you've uploaded yourself is there. But there's also 7 other folders that we have added. I'm just going to quickly pull up flag elements. These are things that we're starting to develop and continuously developing that you can add in so that you can create a look that maybe might make a difference on your flag look. So if I click auto fit, you'll see that I could split it in half, and all of a sudden you have this nice little stripe going straight through. You can change the colors of these 3 and then adjust it and rotate it however you would like to. What we've done is added a bunch of images, and we're always adding more that you can have to it. So we've got.
And these are all like copyright free, right? So we don't have to worry about going and trying getting licensing for these. They're just this is what you guys are printing.
For all of them. Yeah, we have licenses for all of them. It's very. And if you want one, you just let us know what you need. If you find it on Shutterstock or Getty, or if you have one yourself, you can upload it yourself using the image, the upload your own file. But so for this one, we have a flower. I'm just going to go in and pick these autumn flowers that we have, autumn leaves that we have here, and then click auto fit and apply. So that's the image, but now we got to put it in the right spot. That brings us to our more tools again, and then down here you have layers or layer, and you just click layer down, and all of a sudden, yeah. So you could put the image maybe for a show theme, or if you wanted to be a little bit more of a detail oriented, or like a nice, a more intricate look behind it, throw the image behind it. If you wanted to adjust that, say you wanted maybe a different kind of image for it, you just go back into our add image. If you click on fit, you just tell you how, if you wanted to fit side to side this way, fit top to bottom this way, auto fit will try to fit the entire thing onto the screen. And then you have these, these leaves here, and then drop them down another layer. And then there you go. And you can do with this, you can see what you're working with by clicking on it over here on the side. And then you can rotate that if you rather wherever you want the focus point of this image to be. Just make sure you can see you got to cover it, which most time.
Yeah, just cover the whole frame of the flag.
Yeah. And then adjust your colors to go back to it. You can always go back and adjust your colors by clicking that recolor, and then maybe trying to get it more neutral for what you're wanting in that flag design, and create something along those lines. Because I mean, really, it's great for playing around and working with it. Just like we can add another element to this pretty easily by going back into our library and then just clicking into our main folders. There's our gradients. Those gradients, we have various gradients that you can add at all times. Like down here, you can click your clear, it's just a single gradient, add it to the front, auto fit, and click apply, rotate it counterclockwise and adjust it so that it's seen. And then I'll drop it down one more layer to get behind it. So that adds another layer, no pun intended, to our flag, and you can recolor that. So right now it's a black. You can create it, it's going to a gradient to black. You could actually have it be a gradient to yellow and then give you that color, that spin color.
Once I have my design, now all I have to do is add it to my cart, right? And then I can just buy it?
Yeah, you can. So if you go to add to cart, sometimes it will say that you scaled the image more than recommended. Really, that's only for a certain image that's on there. If you see it, you spin it, and it looks right, go forward with it. It's really meant to be just a checkpoint. We actually on the back end will check to make sure everything's centered up correctly, and we'll double check with you after you put your information in. And then if you click finish, it's going to create and generate this image for you. And then there it is. It's in your cart. You can see one of the older ones that we were working on. Yeah. And now you've got this one.
And then it takes like 4 weeks or something?
Really? Yeah. Honestly, it's more than 2 to 3 weeks because we're creating a print file. So like we're creating a file that's print ready. So that as soon as you click submit and you say standard, and then you can add your quantity. So if you want to add, let's say you need 20 of them, and then you can go to checkout, and all of a sudden, as soon as you get to it, you'll put in your information, you create your account, you can check out, and then it will generate everything that you need for it. You can pay for it, and then within 2 to 3 weeks, those flags will be ready for you to go. Like it's fantastic.
That is all right. Well, that's it. So thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you next week. Thanks for coming.
Well, that was fun. This is beginning like hour 6 of this Get It Day. I know that there are people that are from Guard Closet that are stopping by. That was a video about the digital design studio that Jackie did a year ago or so. It's a really great tool for creating flags and costuming. Gives you like a real look. And it's pretty easy to do. I use a lot of designs with it, but we're talking about Get It Day, and we're super excited about Get It Day because if you go to guardcloset.com/getitday, we have tons of things there that are on discount. So there's stuff that is 50% off, and that's a lot of flags mostly that are 50% off, brand new flags that are 50% off, and then apparel and consignment and shoes and everything that's on that page. If you use Get It 20 is 20% off that. So if you have questions, if it's confusing, if it doesn't make any sense when you get to the webpage and you're like, I don't get it, we can help you get it. So that's super exciting. I have someone now joining from Guard Closet down, I assume in Louisiana, but Brett McSwain joining. Hello, sir.
Hey,
how are you?
how's it going?
Good. Where in the world are you?
I am in Louisiana at the moment.
You are in Louisiana at the moment. I thought so.
Yes.
So what are you doing down there? Tell people who you are, where you are, what you're doing, all those kinds of things.
Okay. Hey guys, Brett McSwain. I am a choreographer and a designer. I'm working with Tulane University, and I also work with the Homer Christian Academy out in Homer. Basically a designer or the head designer over at Homer Christian and the color guard coordinator over at Tulane University. I will be moving out to Pensacola soon, really soon, to go and be the color guard coordinator over at Tate High School. So it's official. I work at Tate High School.
Yeah, how lovely.
Yay.
How lovely. That's awesome. That's awesome. And also our sort of like rep for the South. I don't know. The Deep South, is that what we refer to
For
it
the
as?
South at the moment, it seems like the South.
Yeah.
As I'm spreading across the South, it seems like the South now. It was like Louisiana, Mississippi. Now I'm spreading all the way over to Florida. So we'll say the South.
Yeah, we're say Brett's down there in the South doing the thing for Guard Closet. So if you're in that area down there and you need assistance from him, you can email him at brett@guardcloset.com. Super, super easy.
Exactly.
Starting to put in orders and stuff like that. How's that feeling? Like you're starting to like see the process with us?
It's actually cool. I'm happy that you guys helped me out with everything because it's still kind of fresh and brand new for me, but I'm seeing a payoff of it. I'm seeing how cool it is to start actually designing stuff myself and kind of get back from that. So that's kind of cool. I kind of started about a year and a half ago during COVID. So it was kind of difficult to kind of branch out and kind of get into the whole design part of it, kind of get into Guard Closet and kind of promote myself. But at the moment, it's just prospering. So I'm going to keep running with it and keep spreading my wings out here in the South.
That's right. That's right. Good for you. Good for you. It's exciting. We got to like, well, see, you're from New Jersey originally?
I'm from New Jersey. Yes. Yes, so that's why I keep saying the South, because I'm originally from the North. I am from New Jersey. I marched in New Jersey. I marched in Philly. I marched in Boston, and now I'm in the South, and I'm enjoying the nice sunshine, as you can see in the background. But yes, I'm promoting for the South at the moment, and it's going pretty well for me.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, you're up here, and then you moved down there, and then that's how I didn't meet you until you moved down there. Till you moved south, and then now I meet you. Didn't know you up. I knew of you, of course, you know what I mean. Like you know of all the people that are in the certain color guards that you're watching, and then but then you moved down there, and now we get to hang out, and then got to hang out at WGI this year. That was like your first time.
That was awesome.
How was that?
It was awesome. And thank you for all the love you and your team have given me when I was out there. I had a great time in Dayton, kind of seeing the other side of not competing and meeting the names and actually getting to kind of show my personality. So that was awesome.
Yeah, very different, isn't it? Very different. Like it's a completely different.
So different.
Yeah. It's like relaxed, but also at the same time super intense. You know what I mean? It's like you don't have a lot of
you keep meeting so many people. Exactly. Like going to Dayton, I've been to Dayton so many times to actually compete, and we get to kind of go and do what we have to do as children, I guess. So being an adult at Dayton and getting to network and kind of meeting more people, it was awesome, but it was so different. It was so intense. I was just like, okay, just be quiet, just observe, just get it and soak it all in. But I feel comfortable now.
Yeah. Now you're ready. Now you're like, okay, now I practiced how to go to Dayton. Now I can actually go to Dayton. Like for real. That's so funny. Well, so I'm super glad that we got to hang out there and like got to see all of the fun stuff, and now like use all of that and sort of moving forward into this like Guard Closet world that you're jumping into. You have a costume that I am waiting on the pricing on. I'm a little busy today. Being in front of actual,
understandable.
But we have a nice little costume we're working through, which is fantastic. Genesis being added, that'll be a little surprise. So we're just waiting for the mock-up of it, and we get the mock-up, then that'll be revealed. But I'm sure you don't want to reveal anything about it yet either, because do the children know what it is or anything? No.
The children have an idea. I kind of given them a little idea, but they definitely don't know about the stardust that's about to make this whole uniform pop. But they have a little idea because they're kind of anxious, and it's a new program, and they just don't know exactly how I designed just yet. So I'll give them little pieces just to kind of keep them going, but I haven't revealed everything to them just yet.
Well, guess what? Well, I mean, look what I happen to have. This will give you an idea of what is going to be on your costume, because I happen to have, and you might even need this particular flag. I don't even know, but like,
let's see it. Look, oh wow. Okay, so I have a student that actually ordered a flag just like that, and I had to ask her, and I was just like, where did you get that from? And I got to see the tag from Style Plus, and I think it's awesome. It so goes with what my show concept is for this fall. So maybe we might just put in the order.
Yeah, look, see that?
Yeah, I thought that flag was beautiful. Yeah,
that's the Genesis on that. It's not like it's like on there, and it's not heavy or crinkly or like, you know what I mean? Like that's doesn't it's not like it's not that, but it gives you all of that. I mean, this lighting isn't even giving like what it
I
really
love that
does.
flag though. I must say I do love that flag. I might really have to put that order in for that flag. And it spins so well, like you said, it's not heavy at all. It looks beautiful against the light. I do love that flag.
What you can see that I'm playing with right now is the fact that me moving this flag around over there on my wall behind the computer is like all of these like flashing lights. It's like all over the place because it's reflecting.
Exactly.
It's reflecting off
So
of
under the stadium lights, that's gonna look awesome, right?
It's just
And then with the uniform, exactly. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it'll be.
Thank you so much for that whole like get up with the Stardust, because I just was like, it needs an extra pop.
Yeah.
And I think that Stardust should kind of add that on. So go ahead for Genesis.
Go ahead for Genesis. You're turning the Genesis.
Okay.
It out. The Genesis is turning it out. The other thing, you'll be super excited about this. So we should talk about this because you'll be super excited about this to tell other people about as well. And that is it is Genesis, okay? And it's kind of hard to read on the video. But Christine and I were talking about these flags earlier, and this is the new kind of like Style Plus is making it as if it's like lame. So this, if you look close, it's Genesis, right? But from like far away, it just looks like lame.
It gives that shimmer, that light.
Yeah. So but because with lame, when you sew it, inevitably it's gonna rip. Well, because this is regular poly China silk. That's not, I mean, it's, you know what I mean? Like lame is so delicate that when you spin it, you know, if the lame is in the wrong spot, that's the first thing that rips.
It could cut the flag. Right.
Yeah, this new flag material, I have to pull it up and get exactly what
is that on the Get It Day, like 50% off type situation, or
this is not.
I was about to say, let's go put the order in now. Look.
Right. I gotta find it because it's so good. Of course, I'm not going to be able to find it as quickly as I want to, even though he literally just told me about it. But it is like literally just told me about it. But it is.
Can you get those in like a swing flag?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, it's solid color, like solid. Maybe I need to look at that way.
I think that could be awesome as a swing flag, especially for my show.
Genesis.
So we definitely have to kind of talk.
Yeah, solid Genesis flags, like that's what it is. I can share my screen and kind of give people like a little take on what it is. It's sort of fabulous, I think. So yeah, here it is. And these pictures, I mean, this picture I think online gives it a better look than what it is, than I even can in live. Like every
that kind of looked nice. The way you waved it, it looked awesome.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like that's gonna look like silver lame, but it's not gonna fall apart.
And that's exactly. So it'd be durable. It could last for a couple of years, right? Yeah. And it's still new and impressive. Yeah. So then people will probably want to get it after a couple of years as well.
Yeah. It's super, super, super fantastic. Oh, there may have been. I think they have a video. Oh wait, yes. Look. Here's the video. This is a good video. Oh yeah, see, that looks good. It definitely, oh yeah, see there, they have it in gold. That's great. See, that looks like lame. Yeah. That looks like
Is it coming up?
That looks like lame.
That definitely.
And they have.
I feel like lame gives that extra pop on any type of material, so that's kind of cool to have a flag that looks like lame, especially something that's sturdy.
Exactly. It's the sturdiness that I'm like, yes, because then this could be put into other flags. You could mix a regular poly China silk and this. And look, there you go. That's how you see the difference. Look, that's how you see the difference. This is a regular flag.
Right.
This is a regular flag without any kind of Genesis on it. Now there's a little bit of lame on there, so that's not like super fair to look. But if you're just looking at like this part, right? And then you put this, you can see how that is very differently shiny.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? That is very differently shiny. It's very like, look at
How
that.
big can you make those?
This, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's probably going to be no more than 60 inches wide, which is 5 feet. Which is
be right on like a 10-foot PVC pole. PVC pole could look awesome.
A nice little citrine action, lovely for you. Look, that has definitely got.
That's the goal.
That's got more sparkle than you honestly would expect from.
And is that through like Style Plus or?
Yeah.
Is it through like okay?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you get it through us. Yeah, you get it through us. But yes, this is one of the flags that you might like that is on sale. This is the crystal. This is a crystal lame. And so it's got a little bit of a print to it. You can see.
I saw you talking about that earlier. I thought that was awesome because you could kind of see through it. I thought that was kind of awesome.
Yeah, this is when these move, it has like a really good, like metallic, like, you know, it's like, it's really like punches you through like that way. So for like the space shows or something like that. Like
exactly. Like I can't give out too much of what Tate is doing, but it is a space themed show, so it can be kind of cool, especially with all of the metallics, the silver. Like that works for me, and I think I need to kind of hop on it, especially while it's on sale. I think other people who are listening, if you do have that type of themed show, if you're looking for extra pop, the whole lame, the silver, like I think you should hop on it while it's on sale. Always on sale.
Yeah, it's only going to be on today. We may do another one later, but I don't know if the same items will be on sale as are on sale today. So like, I mean, we have so many good flags. These are the new bright ones. These are like super, like that's like the bright lame. Like this lame.
Oh, that turquoise was awesome.
Yeah. Look, this is a good flag. This is a good bright flag. These colors are good and they're bright. I will be honest and say it's lame, and so I don't see it being much more than like a season and a half, maybe, right? Like we're not going to take this flag back for consignment because you're not going to have like, but it's 50% off. It's 50% off right now, so it's now $10 a flag instead of $15 or $20 a flag. So that's where you'll get it. This is one of those. That's one of these clear lame ones that I just showed you. That has a little bit of a print to it. That's kind of nice. That's that crystal.
Can you put a print onto those lame flags? Oh, that's awesome. Actually, that one looks really good. Yes.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can print on crystal lame. I actually think it's funny that you actually say that because one of the bands that I'm teaching this summer. And maybe you saw it in Dayton. I don't remember when or what we watched, but with so many. But when there was some group that had leaves printed on this like green crystal clear lame, but it was leaves, and I was like, oh, that is so beautiful. And so like doing a print on a crystal lame. Doing a print on a crystal lame is possible, absolutely. You just have to know it's a super delicate flag, and you're only going to get like that season out of it. You know what I mean? Like it's an investment. It's like an investment,
right?
For sure.
But it will have to be worth it.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Like this, but like here's a big. This is a big swing flag. There's a big swing flag. This is on sale 50% off. So that's only going to be $20 for that big giant swing flag. That's a 44 by 84. And that's that crystal lame. Like that looks lovely. That is for sure lovely.
Yeah.
I know. There's so many good
And
sweet
are they
flags.
all still like? I know that they're delicate, but are they all still like not heavy? I guess.
Yeah, not heavy. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say heavy. Yeah, there's the here's the picture online of the one I have. And now, I mean, you could see like it's not the perfect replicate, but because it's clear, right? And what it's being shown right now is on a white background, and what it's being shown right now is, you know what I'm saying? Like you could see that the lines are there.
Right.
It's on my orange shirt right now. And
But once the light hits it, once the like lights hit it, like under the stadium lights, would it make that design pop?
Yes, that's the thing.
Exactly.
That's what
So
it's
that's right. That's what it's there for. Exactly.
That's what it's there for. Exactly. And that being 50%,
Right.
there's so like this is great. And it's like that abstract stuff, right? Like that's what I think this crystal lame is good for. You either need like a very definitive look or a very sort of like abstract. Something that's kind of like trying to bridge us both doesn't work. So, but yeah,
just give a little texture, which could be cool on some designs. That could really be cool.
Yeah, this is the shaded metallic flag. This. Hold on. You know what I've been doing all day? You appreciate it. I don't even know if you were paying attention. I was going live on Instagram, showing what was happening on the actual feed. So I'm going to go live again on the Instagram. Okay. Because why not? Because why not?
Why not? Exactly.
Yeah, and so they get to see behind the scenes. The Instagram live gets
you get to reach more people. Exactly. I should hop on and do the same.
But these are the shaded lame flags, which I just think are absolutely fantastic. I used one of these a year for a show. So like I would go out and be like, okay, this year we're gonna use this turquoise one, and this turquoise one is absolutely beautiful, and I'm going to use it in the ballad. And then next year I'm using this gold one, and this gold one is absolutely beautiful, and I'm going to use it for the closer. And so like I would have a shaded lame flag in every design I did every year. And now they're $25, so at 50% off, they're $12.50 a piece.
Now, is that only for today with the Get It sale, or are you able to use like the 20% tomorrow? Is it only for today?
Only for today. Get It day is only today.
Gotcha. They need to go get it. Exactly. Get it today. Put your orders in today.
Get it today. Get it today. Get it today. We may do some smaller discounting.
But get it today. Look, get it today, because it might not be the same flags. It might not be the same uniforms. So get it today. Exactly.
50% off is definitely only happening today. That is for sure. 50% off is only happening today. I think Dan Percussion Man is trying to bridge on. I don't see his video quite yet. He's coming in. But
coming in hot. Here we go.
Coming in hot. Right, let's see. Let's stop the share. And now Dan, who I met, who's I have to say, and Brett, you will agree with me in this wholeheartedly. I think percussion guys are hard to get along with, like because it's
but you
just
don't speak drum.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want to speak to us sometimes, but
right, exactly.
I have found that this person is not your typical drummer, although likes drumming in a completely different way, and just has changed my mind about how I think about drummers. So awesome. I think that's a lovely introduction for Dan.
Hello,
Daniel-san.
Hello there.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
It's been a long day. Let's just say that. Let's just say it's been a long day.
Sure. Yeah.
And people popping
in. Thank you for the introduction. That's so nice of you. I don't know how I can live up to that, but I'll try.
Well, it's interesting because I was thinking about it last night, right? So like I didn't have full plans for today, and Dan knows I'm a full plan, like plan it all out. Here's the minute by minute. Brett knows you get a minute by minute play down if you're going to do this. But I was kind of like, no, I'm going to let this be what it is. We're going to answer questions. We're going to do whatever. But I just was like thinking about like talking about each person, and because I was going to see pretty much everybody all day. And I was like, Dan is really the drummer. That's the drummer's drummer, but like you're not all up in the drumming. So like, but I don't know. Like, there's just something you think about drumming differently. I think that's what I would say. Do you understand what I'm saying, or am I talking like out of thin air? Because I feel like we've had this conversation.
No, definitely. I feel like as I've gotten older, especially, it's like, for me, it's about, the relationships and the coaching, and the drumming is kind of the medium and the artistry is kind of the medium, but it's a people thing, and building relationships that are healthy and positive while coaching people to be great, and, trying to coach other artists to be great. That's kind of become my favorite part of this whole crazy activity, or whatever we're involved in. So I guess, you could say I think about it differently. Think about it that way.
You said something to me about writing too that I thought was interesting. Like you write, your philosophy on writing and how you write is different.
Sure. I mean, it's all about the ensemble. It's all about the big picture. It's very easy to write licks. Anyone can write a lick. I could pull one of my high school kids. He could write a pretty sweet lick, but it's all about the awareness of what everyone else is doing, and trying to play your part, and just being a part of the big picture. And then, we get our moments and we go crazy, but it's all about that collaboration with the rest of the group.
So what have you been doing recently?
That's fresh. That's really fresh.
Yeah.
So I've been so I just got back last week from cadet spring training. I got to cadets and I work with the snare drums. And now I'm just kind of back in DCA mode, bushwhackers mode, starting to get ready for our first show. I've been putting together the Warren the Music stuff, which will be pretty exciting to check that out every year. But yeah, that's pretty much been it.
Did you march Bush, Brett? Did you march Bushwhackers?
Bushwhacker alumni. Yes, I
get out of
did.
here.
Yes, I worked for like 4 years. Yeah, 2006, 7, 8, and 9.
Oh wow,
the good old days.
Right.
Yes.
No,
I guess back when the color guard, we won like best color guard 2 years in a row. Best sportsmanship the third year, where we should have won color guard for 3 years in a row. But yeah, Bushwhackers, New Jersey, under the bridge. Wow. Okay.
New Jersey, under the bridge. Is that accurate to say?
So good luck this season.
Thank you. We're close to the bridge.
Well, okay,
I don't know
so
what bridge
the
Brett's
color
talking about,
guard
but-
we used to practice. It was a color guard thing. Friday nights we used to practice under the bridge in Harrison, and anybody who marched back then under like Scott Marshman just kind of knew like under the bridge you were in Kearney or Harrison, practicing on Friday nights for your 3-hour block, and that's where we got better. And yeah, it was an amazing guard. It was an amazing experience. I actually kind of followed those guys all the way to M&I for 2012 and 2014 as well. I kind of marched for them for a couple of years, but it was a great organization. Love the Bushwhackers. Done some great things over there. So good luck this season.
Thank you so much. I'm still a Bush baby, but it's been, for the past few years, it's been so much fun meeting so many awesome people.
That's
My
so
friend
good.
Lauren was over there teaching too as well for a couple of years, teaching a guard.
Yeah,
Lauren's still there.
She also did cadets. I think she was a cadets captain as well. Yep. I kind of associate with some of the people out there, but I live in the South now,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's down there. He's down there in Florida, hanging out, having a good time. Well, Brett, it was lovely catching up with you. I would catch up with a little bit with Dan now, or like passing each other off and jumping in and joining. But like, I want to see all the guard closet people coming back later on, maybe in like the last half hour. I told Chris Farley he better come back, and I want to see if Colton, who's the web guy, will come on, and like all that kind of stuff. And I keep threatening I keep right. I keep threatening Christine, or no, the whole time I was talking with Chris Green, I was like, I feel like should it be happy hour by now? Like, shouldn't we be in that mode kind of place? Like, I'm not really sure. And I just think I'm getting
Somewhere, exactly. Yeah.
I'm getting the mom look from Christine, like, is that really what you want to do? So all right, we'll stay
Gotcha.
good on Get It Day. So we'll chat later, Brad. I'll get you the price of that costume. Nice looking at flags with you.
Gotcha.
Bye.
Thank you. And I'll check back in.
All right, we'll see that. Oh my gosh. So you're at home now? You're chilling out in the home.
Yep.
So will you go
Peace and
back
quiet.
with cadets at all?
I'm sorry?
Will you go in with cadets again?
I'm not sure, right? It's kind of tough, just kind of getting out there when the DCA season's like in full
Yeah.
swing. I'd like to try and get out there again, maybe like when they come back around here towards Allentown, but I haven't really talked about it with with any of my supervisors or anything yet, but I would like to.
Yeah. Because I guess once you're like one of the lead people in the DCA core, like it kind of takes over, like your entire existence during the week, because it's like, okay, we have to analyze this, and then we have to change this, and then we only have to talk about it this, and then we only have like 2 hours to fix it, and then it has to be done, and then we have to, yeah.
Oh no, for sure. Cadets is my home away from home, but Bush is my baby. I'm baby daddy for the Bush show. It's like I gotta be there. I gotta be there when it calls. So and it calls frequently. I mean, you know how that goes with the design thing. Mid-season, it's always calling. So
so I was going to ask you a question about that. Oh, so is it like so do you feel like it's a full schedule, like full competitive, like every weekend? Like, how's the shows looking like, for a season, I guess the first full season after COVID, right? Like kind of everybody's back.
Yeah, you're talking about DCA?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know there's like a couple groups that I think unfortunately just weren't able to financially swing it, or maybe there's some other circumstances, probably COVID ripple related, right? But it seems like most groups are back. DCA just recently revised like their competitive placements, so now there's like 3 classes in DCA. It used to be just open and A, now it's World Open and A. Which I think is probably a pretty good strategy, right? Just get more people winning, get more eyes on the circuit. I think it's a good idea. But yeah, it's going to make the competitive season a little bit more interesting. But I think, at least for Bush, speaking selfishly, kind of helps us because it kind of guarantees, since we're going on in World, we kind of go on towards the end of every show no matter what. So I'm not going to complain. But
so how many how many you're in each? Like, how is that breaking out? Like number
I don't remember the exact numbers. I think world class is like 4. It's like us, Bucks, Cabs, and White Sabers. Open class, I honestly don't remember. I didn't pay too much attention to who was in the other classes, but
yeah.
It's like every class has like 4, 5, 6 around that number in it. So yeah, I think it'll just be a new challenge for DCA, but the schedule looks pretty much like it usually does with DCA. It's like we get around end of June, the shows start happening. And it goes all the way through to Labor Day in Rochester, New York.
Yeah,
it's the season that never ends.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No. TIA indoor used to be the season that never ends, because when an indoor season starts in January and doesn't end until the first weekend in May, that is literally the season that never ends. That is like insanity beyond insanity. That entire circuit. So now cadets, it's bushwhackers, and oh, by the way, you have this other university gig that we do together, which is how we met, which is like really now becoming like a real highlight of my like teaching existence. I mean, don't you think?
Oh no, I feel the same exact way. I'm so excited to get back to the Woo Band, man. It's Dr. Moyer, he just has me writing like the new cadence that we're going to use, and it's feeling like we're just starting to watch this group like progressing light years before our eyes. It's so exciting.
I know. It really does. It really does feel like it just like kind of just went. And I mean, we say it all the time, but it's like we got the smart band kids is essentially what Widener is. So it's all the band kids that was might have been the not the lead trumpet player, right? Because probably the lead trumpet player wanted to go to Westchester or whatever to play, some college band or whatever, and have that experience. But we got like the really good like second trumpet, or like the good senior that was the captain, like that was the the section leader, but wasn't the best player or whatever, but just was like the super responsible one, the smart one that was like in all the AP classes that did marching band because it was like another interesting challenge, right? But like now they're in college and they just like know how to do it. Like they just know how to do it. They go and they just know how to do it, and it's so nice. It's so nice. I mean, even to think about like how much we accomplish in an hour and a half, 2 days a week, right? Isn't that what it is? Like, I mean, how do you plan for an hour and a half like rehearsal, like in that setting?
Yeah, are you asking me specifically, or just
Well, yeah,
like
I mean, like, yeah, like what,
disambiguation of like?
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying yes. Like, I'm trying to think about how I'm doing it, but like, I'm interested in like what your perspective is on it.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, when we get into the kind of the grind of the season, it's like we kind of do the same thing. It's like we get a quick warm up and then we go in there. But like say during the beginning when it's like more of our time as sections and less as a band, it's all about just trying to balance, and like every group does, but trying to balance that like technique, fundamentals, and then actually learning the whole show. But it's like you're saying at Widener, it's like these cats aren't coming in, crazy screaming musicians. They're coming in well-rounded young adults who are really intelligent, right? But we got to try and get them a lot of information that maybe they missed at their high school program, or they're not getting because they're not music majors. So it's that sort of balance, So I try to do a good healthy half and half, spend some time doing some fundamentals, some basics, but then we kind of gotta, the show must go on,
Yeah, my sort of philosophy with it is like you need to come to my rehearsal ready to go. Like in a sense, like with an hour and a half, there isn't this like this you get 20 minutes to stretch and you get 20 minutes to then warm up your equipment or warm up your hand. Like like no, that's not what it is. Like I say it this way. I treat them like it's another college class. Like you need to come to my class ready to start at like on the dot. If you're not ready to start on the dot, like that's on you. If you get injured because you're not ready to start on the dot, that's on you. You have to be responsible. You have to be that person. And it seems to work, and they're very responsible, and they show up and they get their, they get it done. And it's like, there's never a worry. There's never a problem. They always just do it. It's like amazing.
Yeah. It's like, it doesn't really matter the level of group that you're working at, but you can always have that high standard of expectation, right? And I feel the same way with the drummers. And I think it's one of the other blessings of Widener is that, these students are extremely intelligent. So their communication skills are really high. So I feel like, we kind of have that trust. I feel like I definitely do with the drummers, where I can raise that expectation pretty high for what we're doing, and we can communicate and nothing's kind of lost between us. And, we have like a really respectful relationship. I seriously, if any of you guys are watching, I miss you. I can't wait to see you at the end of the summer. I always say this, but it's like literally my favorite gig. No offense to Cadets or Bush or anyone else, but I love Widener. I really do.
It's just, yeah, because they're genuinely there because they really want to be there. It's not high pressure, right? I mean, the Bush kids want to be there. The Cadet kids really want to be there. You know what I mean? Like, they want to be there. They want to do that. It's just different with a group of kids that want to be there because it's fun and want to do it because it's fun, but want to be good. Like they don't want to be terrible. And they got to go to the college marching band show this year, which was fantastic for them. For those people that may be watching or whatever that don't know, there's a big festival in Allentown where DCI East usually is in Allentown, and it's college marching bands from like kind of the mid-Atlantic, Northeast, kind of. Sometimes you'll get some a little from the South or something. And so it's like 20 or so bands that come and perform for each other. And it's like really amazing. But the Widener got to go for the first time this past year, and they showed up. I was like, y'all better get it. Like, I was like so beyond impressed with them and how they like what they did at that performance. It was like amazing. What, like, seriously.
No, I'm with you, man. I'm not even gonna lie. I got like a little bit choked up, and I can't say I've been choked up over a band for a very long time.
I know. And it was so amazing. Like, we got to have, like, we added in one of the things. I mean, the color guard is small, like the actual spinning color guard. And so, and I wanted to do this, and because it's a university band, it like is perfect. Widener had a dance team. And so we were able to bring in the dance team for a couple of the numbers. And I mean, the way we did it, they were behind the props for the whole first song. You didn't really know. It was a whole diva show. And then Billie Eilish, the song The Bad Guy, Billie Eilish came out, and all of these girls came out from the backdrops just like charging at it and just like living their very best life. And I don't think they expected what they got, because they had never done anything like this before. But here's this entire crowd that's like cheering for these marching bands, these college bands. And these dancer girls are like studio dancers, or, like competitive dance team girls. That's not the vibe that they're used to having. I mean, they're going to the football games and performing at halftime, and it's like, at the end of the performance, but nobody's out there like, oh my God, they're just doing this and here they come. And like, it was just like that energy. And it was so like crazy, because I really felt like in that moment, like the kids were giving so much energy to the audience, and the audience was giving it back to them. And they were like, you could see them feeding off of each other. And like the fact that those kids got to experience that was just like, I mean, amazing. And just like set the program up at Widener to be just like, it's now the next step for them. It's just really great.
Oh yeah, man. And as the weeks were getting closer, you were talking about how that is going to be the experience at collegiate, because it's not competitive. Everyone's there to want to see each other succeed. And it is such a special thing, right? Because I'm the first to admit I'm an extremely competitive person. I love the competitive part of pageantry, but man, is it special to be in an environment where like that is not a factor. And like you're saying, man, it gave our group a whole new confidence, a whole new level of excitement to look forward to, that I'm sure is going to be energy that we're going to find leading up to that this fall. It's going to be great.
Yeah. I think they're just like ready. I mean, and it's just like they come in and they're like, okay, let's go, let's do it. You treat them like, you treat them like adults. They act like adults. They are responsible. Like, I tell the color guard, like, you better learn this right now. I'm not doing it again. And if you have to miss because you have a test, or you have to miss because you have a presentation or anything like that, you better learn it. You better know it, because you don't show up to my college class not knowing what you're doing, because that's not going to fly, right? Like, that's just not going to fly.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. So this is a new journey for you. This other side of the world of pageantry now. Like, you've been a performer, you've been an instructor, you've been a designer, you're doing that, and now you're kind of really doing it for a lot of other people, and even sort of being thrown into doing it in the color guard world too. How does that, like, does that feel a little scary?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I've been really lucky to have you as kind of like my mentor through this. You've definitely eased a lot of my anxieties about it. But no, it's been it's like you do, like, for example, like the percussion arranging thing. Like, I haven't been doing it that long, but I've been doing it long enough that I feel very comfortable. And it's like a little bit of that kid in the basement feeling sort of wears off. But now I get that from this, percussion closet and doing the guard closet stuff. It's a new challenge in an arena that I already know. And it's been really fun, learning the new programs and getting the insight from you on what works, what doesn't work. I have no doubt that it's like, those two like parts of my thought process in my brain of like the music and now the visual. I mean, it's just, I know it's only going to collaborate somewhere up in here and like, help make me better at both. So no, I've been loving this.
I think that's really true. I think it's really interesting that you say that you're using the knowledge you're gaining from the visual side of things and learning about the products, even, like learning what Genesis is, like, what that word is, right? Like, how many drummers can say they know what that word is, you know what I mean? In terms of costuming, but like the fact that you know that, and you're like, you're you're willing to learn, right, makes you a better percussionist in the end. Like it makes you better at what your main gig is, right?
Oh no, 100%. You know, it's especially like designing the shows and stuff. You know, designing Bush's show this year. I never trying to figure out how to explain this, but it's like, you know, when we get to the conversation parts of the conversation where I kind of take a back seat and I'm listening to some of the other designers like Lauren, you know, talking about what the field's going to look like and the colors, and yeah, it sparks way more intrigue and like way more creative thoughts for me now. And this is just the beginning. I mean, I haven't even been doing this a year yet, so
I know.
definitely exciting.
I think that's what it is. I think that's what makes it really exciting, is because the fact that you recognize it right now, the fact that you could see that this is like they work hand in hand, because I'm telling you on the flip side, I see the same thing. Like the fact that you are coming into it from this side, I am looking at things differently. You know, other people at Guard Closet are looking at how they're doing things differently, because now here's this percussion person coming into our world. Here's this percussion person that is coming into our world fully ready to want to learn how to speak our language. And I was saying it earlier today, and it is true beyond true, that if you're a band director and you don't know certain Guard words and key things to say, you're doing your entire ensemble a disservice. And it's making everybody feel well, at least the color guard feel disrespected or whatever. So the fact that you come on here and you just immediately say, this is actually changing how I'm thinking about things, and it's making me be more creative, and it's allowing me to have that freedom to do that like inspires then us on this side to go, oh, would we I need to be paying more attention to that, because it seems like there's huge value in it.
No, yeah, for sure. And you know, it's back to that thing you said about, you know, band directors not knowing certain like vernacular or just things about Guard, and it's the same with the drums, right? You know, it's in a way, it's like all the wind instruments are kind of like, you know, a kid's playing flute in concert band, he's playing flute in marching band, but you know, all the percussion instruments, the whole visual aspect, it's kind of a bummer, but like in a lot of schools, like universities, no one's learning about that like at all, you know? So I think it's great, you know, the services that your company is providing, you know, that I'm getting to be a part of now, which is not just like getting people their stuff, but you know, it's educating people about the stuff that they know they need to get, you know?
Yeah. See, I have to show this, because this is like, I did a tote bag that's color guard vocabulary 101. This is for the color guard instructor to buy to wear, so that when they walk past the band director, they have to deal with that. And then I also did, someone's been putting a lot of items on today. These are all 20% off, by the way. All of this stuff is all 20%
Guard Daddy. I'll have to pick that up.
you if we need to get a percussion daddy one, I'm sure we could arrange that without any problem whatsoever. I'm sure I could even get you a really amazing discount on it too. Hold on, let me do it
with the Genesis.
with Genesis. But what I wanted, let's see, hold on. Oh wait, and not Guard Life. Where's that vocabulary one that I wanted to show you? I'm having trouble spelling now, because it is 7 hours into this, and I'm like, where is it? Oh, here it is. This is the one you buy then for the band director. So this is the travel.
Wow.
This is the travel mug that you buy and you give to the band director and say, all I want you to do is learn the vocabulary words on this particular one right here. And if you could do that for me, you'll be so much better. and then, you know, maybe they have coffee in it, maybe there's something else, you know, so I don't know. But anyway, so those are 20% off. So yes. And if we need a percussion one, if we need percussion vocabulary 101, cups and totes, by all means, give me the words and let's create it, because I feel like the people need to know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think that there is? I mean, of course there is. There's vocabulary differences, you know, huge. Like you guys, I think, have more specific words for things, like rhythms and stuff. Would that be accurate to say?
Well, yeah, I mean, we have our, our basic rudiments. There's a lot of really silly kind of made up words for certain what we call hybrid rudiments that I'm sure you've heard people talking about cheeses and book reports and kind of
Right.
silly.
But are those standard words? Like if you kind of say that, is that kind of known?
To the other drummers, yeah, 100%. But is that something that I would be like, man, we need to get band directors understanding book reports? No. No, not at all.
I don't need to know. Yeah, see, I think it's weird because we don't have, I mean, we have some vocabulary, I guess that's universal. Like the one I use is like a cone, like, that motion, like sometimes a cone, sometimes a stir, sometimes a crazy eight, like whatever. If you say that, people generally know what you're talking about, but like, besides like equipment words like hilt and tip and tab and those kinds of words, the vocabulary of the actions aren't that obscure. You know what I mean? Of course, the dance terms, right? But that's like dance, and that's universal. If I said plie to you, you would know what that means, right? But like, and maybe backhand, but then you would know what that is. It's just all of the moves and all that kind of stuff. It's not like has certain words. Although there was a time back a long time ago they did, and it would be like, they had like Christmas tree, which you can imagine is like, you hold the pole like this and you turn like a Christmas tree, or like an up Christmas
I could do that
tree.
one.
Yeah, right. You could do that one. And so those vocabulary words kind of still exist, but they exist in like a haha, that's funny way. But like,
right.
The basic exercises, I mean, a drop spin. Okay. Like, but I don't think it's the same as in Drummerland. I think Drummerland, there's a little bit more like, there's more vocabulary, I guess is the way to say it. There's more words to describe things.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where it gets like a little bit difficult, is like a lot of the most important vocabulary is about the mechanics, because they're just so really a lot different than like concert style mechanics, especially since concert style instruments, there's a broad variety of them, and it's not super important what you look like. So I think a lot of our words, like, they relate to things that, like, I guess it's not like always self-descriptive, like if we're talking about like the fulcrum, like most people like know what the fulcrum is, but we start talking about like the secondary, tertiary fingers and like what they do. So it's not so much just like knowing the words, like the buzzwords, but kind of understanding how they function. I guess the one biggest buzzword that's pretty straightforward that all drummers these days are saying, thank God, is velocity, right? Finding the velocity of the stroke, because we don't want to be banging the drums like cavemen, right? So it's all about hitting the drum fast.
You don't want
to
do
believe
that?
it or not. No, we want to just hit the drums really fast, and that's going to create the most sound. But it's like, it's great. Like, okay, so band director's like, yeah, I feel like we need to play with like more velocity there, but it's like understanding the ergonomics of the body and how we do that. There's just like, so I feel like there's so much vocab in there. It's like, it's a little bit intimidating, to be honest.
That's interesting.
The mechanics of the stroke. Yeah.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Is it? That's interesting. Well, we have some arrivals, and you better not run away when we add him in, Colton. Don't run away. So Chris was on early. Colton, get back in here. Colton, get back in here. I'm not coming on. I'm not letting Chris play until you're on the screen and ready to be lovely and presentable. Okay. So Chris Farley was on earlier. Chris is the consignment person down in Texas, and taking care of consignment, all kinds of things. And Colton is his boyfriend and redesigner of the website, and All Things Fabulous has been going on all day. So yay, welcome as you dot your little mouth and all of that. Are you there? Hello, boys. You're there. I can hear you. Hello. How are the dogs? Everybody's fine?
They're barking. They're ready to eat.
So Colton's just allowed to come in and say hello, and then he has to go feed the dog.
I actually told him to come in after, and then I was like, come look at this. And then I said, oh, wait, he can see us. He's laughing. and so then you're like, don't you move.
Well, I wanted them to appreciate you. I wanted you to get to show your lovely face to, all of the people that are watching, to to publicly say how amazing you've turned out this website. It's like insane how like incredible it is, and how fast all day there's been designs being added to the website, like left and right, just like one after another. Colton's like, I'm gonna add another t-shirt. I'm gonna add another t-shirt. I'm gonna add another t-shirt.
I've been busy today trying to get some of that Get It apparel on.
You've been getting it all day long. You've been getting it all day long. That's for sure. Well, I definitely appreciate like your amazing assistance on it. I mean, there's a text thread that is me, Chris, Colton, Christine, and Jackie. It's like the guard closet shop. Like that's the text message chain, and like it just goes sometimes, and it's just like and like you're like, okay, I don't want to read that right now. Like that's not good. And then you read it, and you read through it. I get to read through it, and it's like Christine had a problem. Jackie came up with a suggestion. Chris kind of made a different suggestion. Colt was like, okay, I got it. It's all taken care of. And I'm like, oh, all right. Well, that happened. That was good. All right. Look at that. It's like, so that's the loveliness of all of this. So
well, I appreciate all your kind words. And it reflects a lot on you guys as well, how far we've come and how much further that we're going to end up going, because, y'all have a really good team that, that Chris came into, and then that y'all brought me into. And I worked on a lot of websites in the past, and sometimes projects just don't even go anywhere. So y'all's response and your involvement in it. I mean, yeah, I do the coding, but it's really your image, coming to life, your team's image coming to life. And I'm definitely appreciate being a part of it. So thank you guys.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's coming, and it's a team effort. It's coming from everywhere. It's coming from every single person in Guard Closet that is developing this program. I mean, there wouldn't be Percussion Closet if Dan wasn't on the team. You know what I mean? There wouldn't be Design Closet if Chris wasn't on the team. It just wouldn't happen. And it sounds like sort of cliched or whatever to say that, because of course you wouldn't have Percussion Closet if Dan wasn't there. But I wasn't going to start, like I knew I wanted Percussion Closet, but I wasn't going to start it until the right person was in place to do it. And, and that wanted to go, okay, I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to start this from scratch and see how it can grow. And I think that's the important thing that each of you all as the brand managers throughout the whole company bring is it's actually, and I say this to you all the time, it's actually you creating Guard Closet, like you recreating what this is versus me going, this is how it should, this is the way it should go, right? It's like you all deciding these are the things we need, and I'm just here trying to pull together the items and the things, like my job being to make sure that Colton and I are on the same page so that when, somebody logs on to guardcloset.com/design and is looking for percussion stuff, that they will get to Dan, eventually to get Dan arranging that percussion stuff. And so like the fact that we're able to all be here and create this is something that I think is really special, because all that I see out there in the world that we are in is kind of the other way around, right? Like one person decided this is what I want and this is how it's going to be. And now they're like going out and cherry picking these people to come in and do what they want or what they think it should be or whatever, right? And I think that this is such a different collaborative effort, that I'm merely here to provide the expertise you all need to get your jobs done. That's the bottom line. So it's like, oh, I don't understand how this shoe works. Tell me how this shoe works. Oh, this is how this shoe works.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to look at this design. Can you get another set of eyes on it? Sure, I don't have time, but here, go over here and look at this person, with this design. So it's very nice that that's the way that this is working out. So kudos to everybody, I think, for sure. I'll shut up. Yay! I literally been talking for like I did take some breaks, but like even though I was like still watching in the background. But I do need to like readjust my lighting because now it's so, yeah, I have pillows up here right now that are like blocking the sun from coming in. Happening. So like, see, now I'm completely blown out. So I have to redo my lighting scheme. So why don't you two boys talk design or design closet or something? Like, talk about it. I'm going to step out for a second.
Well, let me open these blinds here and see if my lighting is better. Actually, I just thought about this. Ah, look at that. You can see me. Well, you can go feed the animals, so that's done.
And water the flower garden and plant the morning glories that have been soaking overnight. Thank you, guys. Y'all have fun.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm waiting on some of those percussion gigs to come in. So that we can give you something, you know.
Yeah, I mean that would be awesome. What's like the traffic been like so far? People been interested, like asking questions, or has it kind of been still undiscovered yet?
It's been pretty good. I mean, it has been. Jeremy says it's still early, but I mean, yeah, it's still early in the season, and already for being so early, we've had a good number of people who have been interested in filling out our form online. Even today, within an hour after getting off of the live, I had a request for a costume design, I think it is. And it's mostly like, you know, color guard, but we need to figure out the way to advertise, I think, better on the music side, you know. Maybe get y'all talking and get people knowing that it's going to be more than just us doing digital design, you know.
Yeah, well, I think something that's going to help. I don't know if you've ever seen, you know, Vic Firth. It's like one of the percussion companies. You know, they do this segment every summer for a drum corps called Learn the Music. So I've kind of adopted my own that we do at Bush. We did it last summer. I affectionately call it Peep the Sheets. But so we're doing it this summer, but it's going to be presented by Guard Closet. We're going to do 3 series. I'm actually in the process of putting together the first one now, and I want it to drop on Monday. So hopefully, you know, we'll be getting that content out there. It's going to directly, you know, kind of show at least what I have to offer from that side of the.
Oh, I think we lost your voice there for a second.
Oh yeah, I was like, is that my connection?
No, I think we lost Dan's microphone or something.
Dan, you just got muted by the internet.
You
somebody call Al Gore.
Can't. Your mic is not connected. It says, Dan. Your mic is not connected. Could it maybe your earpiece died or something? I don't know.
Oh no.
I don't know. Let's see. Well,
literally, Dan was just like hyping himself up. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Talking about percussion.
Hype it up, Dan. Hype it up.
I guess this thing doesn't like the AirPods. That's okay. Anyway, I digress, but I was just kind of talking about the Learn the Music thing that we're going to do at Bush. We're going to present it through Percussion Closet and kind of give everyone an idea of, you know, what I'm writing, and then actually seeing people performing it as like the music scrolls by. So that should be pretty exciting. Maybe give people an idea.
I think that's great. I think that's fantastic. I do think that you can't hear, you need it to hear, but not to talk. It's like I can use it as a microphone, but not as an earpiece, or vice versa. I'm not quite sure. That's
just like going back and forth. I don't know. Yeah. I just turned it off.
Yeah. I know. I hear you. I know. I think one of the things that is interesting about our approach with Guard Closet with Design Closet is that we are going to be the people capable of filling in for when you need it filled in. I think, because I think we all are very used to the are they all in a DCI? All of the designers. Someone asked, I'm not sure, Jeffrey, if you're asking who you're asking about specifically. So if you comment back, Jeffrey, we can help answer your question.
Oh my gosh, I can see the comment. I love this. So I just want to say, I love how this whole thing has been set up.
It's great.
This is a cool service.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, StreamYard is fantastic. StreamYard is fantastic. But we I mean, Dan has marched DCI. Chris, you marched DCI, right? I'm not a marcher of a DCI. I did not want to be on a bus for 3 months. But I think that all of us are very used to teaching and being part of programs that are designing their shows in January. They know their music. They got this. Da, 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 da. And that's what we are very much used to, which is why we are good for all of these other programs, because most of the programs are not how we function. We are functioning at that level because we are highly competitive, used to highly competitive bands, percussions, color guards. Most of the rest of the country is not that. A lot of bands are just a band director, maybe a drummer, maybe a color guard, and that might be it. So one of the things I said to Chris Green earlier today is, what you get with guard closet, percussion closet, design closet, formal closet is a full staff in one place. That's what it is. That's the difference. That's our clientele. The clientele that we're going to best serve and best help is those groups that, like, they don't have it. They don't have an us on staff. That's not what they have. They have one of us on staff, if they're lucky, right? Like, if they're lucky, they could be in the middle of, I don't know, Idaho. I don't know that there's huge percussion groups or huge, independent color guard groups out in the middle of Idaho that are supplying tons and tons and tons of designers and creative staff to service all of those groups. And that's where we fit. That's the space that we fit into, because we are all of the things in one place: percussion, music arranging, choreography, drill, like show coordinating, uniform design, consignment, literally everything we have the capabilities of doing. And what was the best about it is, it's like, here's my budget. It is X. I need a show. And we're sort of going to be able to pull that all together for you and go, okay, this is the budget you have. This is the show you can get, and here are all of these kind of little options that we can help you with along the way, right? Like, I mean, isn't that like, that's what I think it is.
These are things like, so even when I've been talking to people about doing things for them, and then, oh, well, I can't really afford that much for choreography, so I'll go to Jeremy, and he's like, well, can we give them all shoes? Can we get them all flags? Can we do something else that can help offset the other cost, and we can bring that down for them? So we're willing to work with their different budgets to create something that they can afford.
I think that's key to say. I mean, I think you're brushing over that point, but I think what you said is really key. So say it again, and then let's talk. Like, say what you just said.
So we'll be talking to somebody. I'll be talking to somebody, and they want, say, a whole show choreographed, and I'll give them a quote for that, and they're like, "Oh, that's way over what I can afford." And so I'll go to Jeremy, and he's like, "Well, see if you can design their flags, and then if they'll let you design their flags, then you can bring their price down for choreography, and it'll all even out in the end. They're using their budgets in the appropriate way that they are supposed to allocate, because, everybody has their boosters. They have to go get everything approved. And so we're willing to look into that, take that into account, and find ways to create something for you that's going to work, that's going to get your team through the season, and maybe save you some money, hopefully, so that you can build for the future.
Right. The first thing we're going to do is say, how much consignment do you have, and do you want to send it to us? No. Chris and Christine don't want any more coming in.
I was going to say, send it to Christine.
Right. On the way out. But I think that's what it is. I think that people think they can't afford choreographers, or they don't have the budget for this, or they don't have that. Here's the breakdown of it, right? Here's how to break this down. And that is, just because you don't have maybe you've never budgeted for a designer. Okay, let's say it that way. So you don't have that in your allocation, but you buy shoes from somebody, right? You buy shoes from some dealer somewhere, and if it's Amazon, shame on you. But you buy shoes from somebody. You're buying flags from another website. You're buying your costume probably from a different website, and you're buying flagpoles from the guy you're probably buying the shoes from, and the t-shirts for the show you're probably getting from somebody else, and all of this stuff is time, and all of this stuff is money, and all of this stuff is, if you come to someone like us, we could do all of it and probably then go, well, since we're doing all of this for you, your cost for your choreography or your cost for your percussion arrangement isn't going to be as high as it would have been if I just sold you just that. So there are ways within any budget to get exactly what you need to get.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's like the way to go. Like, it seems more, I wish that somebody would have done that for me. I guess maybe that's the way to say is I wish that there was a way that when I was starting out, that even if I was just using this service for like a year or two to like have these sort of mentors like walk me through the process and get me the stuff that I need. But then we have someone like Michelle who taught me color guard, who is still like will text me and say, I need 16 poles delivered by Friday. Can you make this happen? And I go, sure, Chris, sure, Michelle, give me 1 second. I'll make that happen for you. That's what you get with us, is like, we could actually make things happen for you versus like something going into a website and just like disappearing into the Netherlands, right? Like, what is important for people to see is Dan and Chris are living with like from this, like this is their business. This is what they do. So when you buy shoes, when Dan puts in a shoe order from a band that he just got, that's putting direct money, on into Dan's pocket versus going into an Amazon website or someplace else where you're ordering your shoes and you're not helping anybody. Like, this is like real people doing real things and smart people doing real things and want to help your kids do real things. Like, would say to you, if you ordered those shoes, are you sure like that's the one you want? If they, if it was something that, needed to be examined, or are you want those polls? Like, maybe look at these polls, or maybe look at this. It's the education that exists with everybody that really like allows this to.
Or let's add some shorts to that.
Tell that story.
Okay. So, sometimes you've envisioned one thing, which is, like a leotard with a sheer skirt around it. And, maybe, just maybe, you don't want to put 40 people on the field in that. And sometimes it has nothing to do with, what people might think, which is like the look, maybe some, but you also want to think about the young people. If it's a high school or any school, you want to think about what they're going out there and showing to people on Friday nights, because they can go out on a Saturday and they can perform in anything and be okay because they're in front of their people and those people are going to be supporting them no matter what.
Yeah.
But when you are thinking about a high school, a scholastic program, and you are designing a costume for them, you always have to think about what are they going to feel like on Friday night when they are in that stadium in front of their peers, and are they going to feel confident?
Dan, what would you say that you look at from like when you are being asked to arrange a show or, like write a show, where are you starting from? What is your process like? Chris, just, someone called you, they want you to design a show. Where are you starting from? What is your process?
Well, just like from like a nuts and bolts standpoint, it's always about the performers, right? So I need to get like a couple of videos or like some really good detailed insight about the levels of the performers, right? So that I can start making my ideas that are specifically for them. I guess from an artistic side, for me, I like to get really acquainted with the source material. I like to write percussion, super thematically, kind of like, tie this sort of web throughout the show. So understanding the source material helps me artistically come up with those sorts of ideas. But that's the members, it's all about the people that I'm writing for and finding out what they're good at.
Nice. Jeffrey, that left the comment. We have a lot of different options for uniforms. So we've got people who will custom make them from scratch. You will get a drawing with fabric choices that you might want and suggestions from a designer. We have print on demand costumes that we can add our own designs to, or things that you want put on these costumes. And we've got a ton of different silhouettes to choose from now that they've added on to. And actually, Jackie did a tutorial today. Did she get there? I didn't watch that part. I meant to tune in for the tutorial on how to work the design studio for Style Plus. So you could even go in there and try to do it yourself. So there is a lot of custom options. And yeah, we have a ton of consignment, as you can see behind me. Nancy is in her nightwear.
Warrior Princess. What did we decide? What did I say? It was Joan of Arc. Is that what it was?
I know. I thought it was like some little Red Riding Hood, and now I'm like, this is just fierce.
No, she's fierce. Yeah, she's got shoulders and everything. She's like giving it to you. She's definitely back there giving it to you. Nancy in the good costume.
It's like Xena, but she's Gabrielle.
Oh, is that what it is?
Okay.
She's the lesbian sidekick. Is that what it was?
Right, exactly.
She's the lesbian sidekick. Well, it's very interesting, you all. This has like been 7.5 hours that we've been live, and I'm excited to say we're almost through Get It Day online. The discounts will stay through midnight for the 50% off the all the Style Plus clearance merchandise, all the flags and all that kind of stuff. So if you are thinking about it, if you haven't decided, if you've texted your band director a million times about what's going on, I think Dan's he's out in the country too. He's having internet issues. You texted your band director about it, all the things. It only goes until midnight, then the coupon will turn off. So if you do not buy it by midnight Eastern Standard Time, maybe we'll extend it to a little bit longer for those people on the West Coast. Colton,
if you or your band director can get it and get it reimbursed, if you're worried, if your budget can't open, you can't get a hold of your band booster president, all of those things, like see if you can get it reimbursed. It's always an option. Well, it's sometimes an option, but it's a good one to think about.
And here's the thing. If you really want the items reach out to us at info@guardcloset.com, because chances are I'm going to hand you off to one of these people, and that's on the screen, or somebody else that's in another part of the country, and they're going to say, oh my God, so-and-so saw this on Get It Day. They didn't have their permission yet. They were waiting. They were texting. They were trying so hard. Can that still happen? I'm going to say maybe, but I would say you have to email us to make sure. So, this entire day was about like getting information out, sharing. All of the brand managers got to come on and say hello, and get introduced to people in a different way and seen in a different light, and answer questions and have like lots of fun and get to see all the new consignment that's going to be coming, which is also super exciting from the other standpoint. But really get to like give some information and give some discounts and give some budget stuff back to some people. I mean, we've sold some stuff today, and that's exciting, and we've helped some people today, and that's exciting. And if you're still there contemplating, like, I don't know if I want to get that flag, I don't know if I want to get that, I don't know, just reach out to us, put it on hold, get it to happen. Cause like, I think that this Get It Day will probably happen again. I don't know if it'll be as intense as 8 hours, live for sure, but it I mean, probably not. But it will certainly give you an opportunity to collect a few more items that might appear on the Get It Day list. Because what I hear is that Style Plus might be wanting to get rid of some costuming and stuff like that, which, based on the conversations earlier, talking with Christine and Michelle, those uniforms might be the perfect time to get uniforms from a spirit wear standpoint. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that if you want to hold off a little bit, I think Dan's like, yeah, it's all good, Dan. All good, Dan. See,
He's done.
Yeah, he's like, I'm having too many difficulties, but if you're looking for that spirit wear like vibe, where it's just like a nice tunic that you can maybe put, get something put on there that's your school emblem, or the letters of your school, or something that makes it more your school oriented, then I think there'll be stuff like that coming later on in the month. But the stuff right now is being offered 50% off. I mean, there's just a ton of it. That this is all the 50% off flags that we have. I showed this Crystal LeMay one earlier. That's one that's right there on your screen. You can see that swirly one. We were talking about it earlier with Brett. It's a little like, it's difficult to see on the camera because I'm like wearing orange or whatever, but like it is that. Wow. So, but I mean, this is $30 normally, and so 50% off, it's $15. So I mean, it's a $15 flag, y'all. What do you want?
That's cute.
No, well, like I'm telling you, I will tell you this: if you are not currently getting your budget in line to get some shaded metallic flags, you are doing yourself a disservice, because the shaded metallic flags are just I just love them. They just move so beautifully. It looks so nice on the field. This oh my god, this turquoise one, I'm telling you, like I just love them. And
I actually think I've used those orange ones before.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
so good. They're so good. They look so lovely. They look so lovely when they're spinning. That's what I think is like the key. A lot of cute cut and sew stuff. It's got some, lame in it, and some, China silk. Again, that's like a $16 flag now, like that's so doable.
Right. Get it.
Get it.
Ooh, that swirl.
Ooh, that swirl. This one, a little lame action. Oh, this swirl. Yeah, there's definitely some flags that I've seen. I said to Christine, I said, I think there's some flags on consignment right now that are these flags. That's some of these flags these are new, still in a bag, but we have some of these on consignment somewhere on the site too. Like, yeah, I mean, these are great. That's a great flag.
Yeah.
And that's like a great spirit flag. Like if your school colors were orange or whatever, like, or you're like wanting to have something for like a Halloween, or you always do like a big fall festival parade or something like that, like just get this flag and keep it in, it's $16 a piece. What, like 10 of them? It's like $160. Like,
yep,
that's nothing, right? Like that's easy. That's no brainer type stuff. A lot of cute little printed things. Oh, this is the monochromatic. This is this. Oh no, that's not. Yeah, there's several in this series of this monochromatic. I think this is the one I have. Yeah, this is the one. This is this one. That's definitely more red.
Oh wow.
Yeah, see, it's definitely like that's more red. And it has the hologram.
Oh, yes, I love the hologram.
Which is nice.
It is.
Yeah. Big old flag, as they say. A big old flag. A big old flag. A bagel. Or sometimes a beagle. A bagel. Or a bagel, depending on where you are. A bagel. A bag of
Have you
worms.
seen that movie yet?
What movie?
Everything Everywhere All at Once.
No, 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 no. I haven't.
That's the joke in the movie. So like she takes all of her things that she doesn't like and all the bad things about herself and all her bad versions of herself, and she puts it inside an everything bagel. And the everything bagel is like this thing that's like iconic in the movie, and it's like sucking everyone in.
That's a whole lot.
So anyway, I think you said bagel.
I did. I said bagel, bagel, bagel. 20% off apparel.
Yes.
Shouldn't you have this to wear when you're walking into your color guard rehearsal so that your band director can see it and go, yeah, learn these words. Learn 'em."
Windows is like, I need to get the kids these bags.
Yeah. Well, what you could get the kids are these.
Oh, yes.
A little fanny
Very
pack
much.
action for your drill and your, oh, look at that.
That is cute.
You put your drill in there and your pencils and your all of this. Or really probably, I'd say you get your little captain one, the color guard captain bag. Cute, cute. I feel like if I scroll through, there's going to be like a guard dad bag at this point with knowing Colton and how hard he was going.
I saw the shirt. The guard daddy. Very cute.
All that. See, you need it. We don't just get it. We got it.
We do.
We do. That all stemmed, but we could do your marching band shirts too. And I mean, this is just an example. I mean, this is like not amazing by any stretch of the imagination, but it's at least serviceable. And like we could do. You probably wouldn't be paying $15 a shirt if you have a bulk order. So any of these items that you see in Team Apparel, any of these items, if you want to get 10 of them, if you want to get more than 5 of them, probably. If you want to get more than 5 of these items, any of these items in apparel that you see, you definitely want to contact us so that we can get you some information about getting them a little bit more cheaper. Does the color guard even get it? We don't just get it, we got it.
Oh, cute. Is that the back?
Yeah, that's the back. Yeah. So,
love it.
Yeah. Front, back. Back. I don't know who he is. He's in a lot of these shots, though. It appears to be.
Right. So do I get all my samples soon?
Will you get all your samples soon? Yeah, so get all your samples are coming.
I want the tumblers and all the bags, all of the shirts.
You want guard sister? Oh yeah, he's putting in. It's a band thing. He's got his good guard life. We have the lovely iPhone, the lovely phone case. Yes, working your guard life, working your little hashtag guard life.
I love the logo on it.
Yes. Repping the guard closet. We'll have to create some guard closet exclusive ones. Yeah. So like all of this stuff on sale, super fun, 20% off. We'll probably do a little Team Apparel thing, discounts, throughout the next couple of weeks. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, and we're having like a legitimate season. It feels like everybody, everywhere, all the people.
I know, it is so exciting.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Well, I'm sorry, Donna. There are no rifles on sale right now.
Donna, I am in the same boat. I am in the same boat. I'm trying to find 10 rifles of good quality, and I am being a stickler about it.
No. Jeffrey's gonna text her coach. You better. It's only till the end of the night, Jeffrey. Only to the end of the night the deals are. Christopher at guardcloset.com. Christopher at guardcloset.com for your design, whatever you need. Right? Lovely. Oh my gosh. So what else? I did you hear me say to Christine, I'm a little concerned about what my Chris thinks about me, like in this scenario. Like, because I know he's probably popped in and like watched me several times throughout the day and like,
he's like, are you still awake?
I know. I know. To get an eye roll, like all of that kind of stuff. I mean,
I love it.
Although one of his favorite things, and I'm so impressed by this, is this guy, Robert Drake, does the night before Christmas. And so he starts on, I believe it's Christmas Eve at midnight. So Christmas Eve day, he starts at midnight and goes all the way through till midnight on Christmas Day. So he does 24-hour Christmas show, like straight through. Totally crazy. And like, I mean, it's great, you know, but like he plays all this really amazing music and he doesn't repeat anything. So it's like 24 hours, you're not gonna hear the, you know, whatever. But like he's been doing it for years and years and years. We have another comment. I don't have numbers for our guard yet. Is there a minimum for team shirts? There's never a minimum for team shirts. That's what I will say. It's just the more you have, the more inexpensive it gets. Basically, there's different price breaks at different places along the way. T-shirts though are like, that's a week or two turnaround time. Like, don't worry about t-shirts yet. Get your color guard going. Get the items off the Get It Day, site right now. Get your flags. Get some stuff lined up. T-shirts, we'll get you there. Email us, Donna. Email us. We'll help you. That's what we're here for. We're here to help all of that happen for you. But you definitely, we're definitely here to make all of that, all of your dreams come true. Jeffrey says he promised to reach out to the guard.
Yay.
Make it happen, Jeffrey. Make it happen. We are sure you will. I'm sure Jeffrey is one of the Spintronics watchers. I know we're live on Spintronics YouTube as we have been all day. Jackie's been at band camp all day. She might pop in here right at the end if she's in her car. We're on the Spintronics Facebook and we're on the Guard Closet Facebook. So there's been people from all over commenting. I've been posting this all over all kinds of groups. And sorry if we've been annoying to anyone, or maybe I'm not sorry. Maybe we've just been here trying to be very helpful. And if anybody's annoyed by that, that's on you, I guess. I mean, I don't want any of that.
Exactly. No, we're not being annoying. People can turn it off.
You don't have to get involved in any of the things. Is there anything I want to look? We had a rundown, and in the waning minutes of everything that's going on, I want to see if we got everything. There were so many things that Christine had us signed up and ready to do, and I need to see if we accomplish it all. Okay, let's see. We talked about Team Apparel. We've talked about microsites, although we haven't talked about microsites for like a hot second. Maybe what we could do is I will do our little microsite video that I believe I have easily queued up. Just a cute little, this is microsites, and this is how it works, and all those kinds of things. Hold on, let me get the right media. Let me see. Gotta find it. That's not it. Microsites. Well, we could go through it's on. I can go through the microsites webpage. We could very easily do that. Talk a little bit about microsites. So microsites are built for your band to be able to get the items that they need in the timely manner that they need it. Yep. That is the one thing that I think has been super helpful for a lot of band directors, because I find it very annoying. And this is kind of, I guess, maybe where it came from me. Maybe that's where this all came from, is I found it very annoying to collect all of the checks and all of the this and all of the that, to then turn back in to the treasurer, to then have the treasurer place the order, and then it gets da-da-da-da-da. So we came up with this.
Tired of collecting money and taking orders from your students? We take the orders for you. We collect the payments for you. Students purchase directly from our website. We ship it to you, and then you're done and ready for the season. Anything you need your students to buy, we can stock in your microsite. Don't use up your rehearsal time collecting orders and money. Guard Closet. We're here to help.
Bam. That's a microsite. That was a better description than I was going to give after talking for 7.5 hours.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, when we this is the microsite. So if you go to guardcloset.com/microsites, it'll bring you to our microsites page. And yeah, it's what it is. Like, you can, whatever you need for your students, you get and you tell us, and we put it on the microsite, and then they go there and they purchase their items, and then we collect it all. You don't have to collect the payments. We ship it to the school, then you distribute it, and it's done. I mean, you don't have to do all of these things that I'm showing right now, but these are just some of the things that you can put on. This then allows the parents not to be worried about what's being bought. It worries because you write the check, you give it to Susie. Susie's supposed to give it to her captain. Captain's supposed to give it to the drum major. The drum major's supposed to give it to the band director. The band director's supposed to give it to the treasurer. Treasurer then, I mean, it's enough, right? Like, or guardcloset.com/Main Street High School, whatever your name of your school is. And boom, here's your page. And you come here and that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that it's like amazing that we can have this type of technology to send it right here. You put in the web address, whatever school you is.
It's been a long day.
Getting tired, girl. Whatever school you are. I did one for Westchester University. It was great for a university band because those kids are coming from everywhere. You could send this out ahead of time. This could be done from home. I mean, during COVID, this was how most people got their stuff, right? Was because you could send them the link. Pick your guard glove, pick the specific guard shoe, pick the, flag if you want to. The t-shirt could go on here. So like Donna, you're talking about getting show shirts, like perfect little, see, look at this. See, I just said Donna loves the microsite concept.
Yeah. Donna, you need to just get my email down on the to line and send me an email, Christopher@guardcloset.com. Let's just get this going.
Yeah, it's like happy to start on all of this because this just makes it so much easier. You do not have to collect the money. You do not have to worry about any of that. We do that for you. We collect your monies, right? Like, and then we send you all the products. Some bands, like, in terms of like costs and stuff like that, some bands do like absorb the shipping costs. Mm-hmm. So if the glove is $14.95 on the website, on the microsite, we can either mark that as $14.95 and the band absorbs the shipping and handling costs, because there's handling costs to all of this, right? Like putting it all together, all that. So there is some cost associated with it. But if the band, as a band booster organization, says, well, we'll absorb that cost as part of it, and then just put on there the actual cost of the items, then the students are just literally going on and paying for exactly what the cost of the item. The $34.95 pair of shoes is $34.95. If we're adding it with the shipping and handling, all of that, and you want to pass that cost on to the students, which can be done, that's fine too, then the shoe might become like $42.95. But we have to sort of know how many people are in your group, and that kind of bases the price. And we work with you on it. We definitely work with you on it. It's not anything that is under hidden or anything like that. So I think the microsites are fantastic. I mean, they're just like the easiest way for anybody to get everything that you need. And the unique thing about us that we're able to do is we can pull from different vendors. So you could have a Dinkles marching band shoe next to a Style Plus color guard shoe, next to a DSI band glove, next to a Field and Floor flag, right? Like any of these things can be put together into your microsite. So it's whatever items you need for your group. And like now you're just not collecting the money. And it's items, I mean, literally we can get it. Like if it exists in the color guard world and the marching band world, we could probably get it. I mean, there's barely anything that we're not a vendor for. So we have everything that you need. So
I think with these, it also allows room for, like, say that you need your gloves and you need your shoes by a certain date, but you can like hold off on your dry fit shirt. So families can pick and choose sometimes, and it gives them a layer of like confidentiality as well, because not everybody can make the payments at the same time. And as much as they want to be doing that, they can't always do that. And we know that being in this activity. So microsites, I think, provide the opportunity for people to not feel like they cannot do band and color guard because they can't afford it. Because they can have another way to slowly pay in a way that they can afford it.
Yeah. And I think, the bottom line with everything today has been, as we are really like winding down in the waning minutes, it has been that we want to help, the activity. That's what this really amounts to, is that, my entire, it's a true motto that I say in every commercial that we have, is that we are here to help. Like, I don't bring on people that aren't here to help, color guard people. I don't bring percussion people in. I don't bring band people in. I don't do that because I don't want somebody just to sell you an item. I don't want you to just buy an item. I want you to get something meaningful that's going to work for your show, and that's going to, be appropriate, budget wise for your show. That's going to, really service you as best as it should. And like, I mean, if you really want to just throw your money into the abyss of a website, I mean, I guess that's what that's who you are, and that's what you'll do, but there are real people behind all of this, behind Guard Closet. There's real people repackaging stuff, to send out to you from your consignment. There's real people like putting in your shoe orders, and there's real people that are then willing to help you with those shoe orders. Like it's just really nice. It's really nice. And I think that's been my goal all along, is to really like, bring this as much forward as possible. So I am like dead, girl.
I know, you're trying to make it through 6 more minutes. I'm like, isn't this the party time? Where's everybody? I'm waiting on the party. I got Nancy dressed up like she is ready to go.
I don't know. I feel like they're probably like, are like, I don't know. We can't keep up with Jeremy. Like there's just
It is hard sometimes. It's a race. You should have seen the hustling I did today to do this twice.
Well, good. That means that you got some stuff done. And that's
there's a pot roast. I'm about to walk out of here and eat this pot roast.
Oh, good for you. Good for you, pot roast. Good for you, pot roast.
Okay.
Well, it has been a joy. It has been a joy all day. Our viewership is increasing as we're about to wind down, which is
everybody's like sitting down after dinner, chilling.
Yeah, like ready to like buy some stuff. Well, they could go back. You could go back and rewatch the whole thing. I bet you could go back and watch all 8 hours if you need to. There has been a lot of conversation. There has been. We could kind of give them a little rundown of what happened today, because we do have that. That does exist. Like we
really.
Well, yes, of course. We had that little rundown that you came on around 2:00, the 2:00 hour. This started at noon. So if you're just tuning in, or you're just missing, you're just catching the end of it, and you wanted to see some of the fantastic consignment stuff that Chris has going down in Texas from all of the lovely schools that he has going on down there, go back to like the 2:00 hour, right, of this broadcast, and you'll see all of that. Christine had amazing stuff at the 4:00 hour. she was showing, she had the lovely Emily doing some very lovely demonstrations and some fabulous costumes. Chris Green earlier today talking about formal wear in the 3 o'clock hour. And then pretty much from 6 o'clock on, we've just been really chatting about all the items that we have at the Get It Day sales and all that kind of stuff, showing the different flags and all those kinds of things. So it's been real and it's been fun. And I may have even have been real fun, but it's certainly been exhausting.
But it's been real.
It's been real. It has been really real. It has been really real. Well, Donna's having a happy hour, so glad she tuned in.
Okay, Donna.
Okay, Donna's here to party.
We're here for it.
We're here with you, Donna. We're here with you, Donna, in spirit. And maybe I shouldn't have followed my own advice and I should have had a cocktail by now. But Donna, in about 2 minutes, in about 2.5 minutes, when this broadcast is over, I will probably be going up there and diving into my chair and just disappearing into nothing. And I do have to take Oliver to a karate thing tomorrow morning, so that will be interesting. But yeah,
fun. Oh, I got to see him come on earlier, and that was so cute. Where he's like, "Who are you?" And you're like, "You know who this is." Hi, Christine.
Hi, Christine. Hi, Christine. Yeah. So everybody that's watching, thank you for being a part of all of this all day. Those have been tuning in and out all day. It's been crazy. I don't know if I could commit to doing another one. We'll see how this all turns out in my brain after my brain can think again. But get these items today, y'all. Get these items today. Somebody just made a purchase, just a few minutes ago. Wow. Somebody in Florida getting some of the color burst flags. So somebody somewhere bought where are those flags? Bought oh my gosh, where are they? Oh, come on. There's gonna be on the maybe they're gone. Maybe they're gone. No, I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's possible. But let's see if I can find it real quick and oh yeah, somebody just got these color burst flags. So got a good deal on those. I can see those were $29.95 on sale for $14.97. I mean, come on. You're not gonna beat any of this kind of stuff. So get it now, get it day, get it broadcast is coming to a get it end. So again, I appreciate you, Chris, for being here, coming in, rounding out the day with me. I'd have it no other way than you and I rounding out the day together.
Aww.
So lovely. You've been instrumental in the rebranding of Guard Closet. So that's super exciting and I super appreciate it. And we have lots more to come. We're literally just getting started on stuff.
Yes. And, we do still have to continue to shout out to Christine because she is,
Mama.
Wow.
Mama Guard Closet. Yeah.
On top of it.
100%. So it is 8 o'clock, y'all. We did it. We reached the end. Thank you to everybody that participated. Thank you to Jackie from Spintronics, who made a small little appearance a couple of times. We've been on the Spintronics YouTube. To everybody, hello there. Hello to everybody in the Spintronics Facebook page. Thank you for tuning in. If you're on the Guard Closet page, we definitely want to make sure that you get all of the likes and all of the ads to everybody. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you soon.
Bye.